out dead. Dry, splintered, stiff, all the spring gone, like the hair of a cadaver as the moisture seeps away. Jackie or Denise, knowing full well that the curved African follicle will, in the end, follow its genetic instructions, put a philosophic slant on the bad news. It as straight as it ever going to be. 3 weeks, if you lucky. Despite the obvious failure of the project, each woman along the line felt that it would be different for her, that when their own unveiling came, straight, flickable, wind-blowable locks would be theirs. Irie, as full of confidence as the rest, returned to her magazine. Malika, vibrant young star of the smash hit sitcom Malika's Life, explains how she achieves her loose and flowing look. I hot wrap it each evening, ensuring that the ends are lightly waxed in African Queen Afro sheen. Then in the morning I put a comb on the stove for approximately... The return of Andrea. The magazine was snatched from her hands, her headscarf unceremoniously removed before she could stop it, and 5 long and eloquent fingernails began to work their way over her scalp. "Ooh," murmured Andrea. This sign of approval was a rare enough occurrence for the rest of the shop to come round the partition to have a look. "Ooh," said Denise, adding her fingers to Andrea's. "So loose." An older lady, wincing with pain underneath the dryer, nodded admiringly. "Such a loose curl," cooed Jackie, ignoring her own scalded patient to reach into Irie's wool. "That's half-caste hair for you. I wish mine were like that. That'll relax beautifully." Irie screwed up her face. "I hate it." "She hates it," said Denise to the crowd. "It's light brown in places." "I've been dealing with corpse all morning. Be nice to get my hands into something soft," said Andrea, emerging from a reverie. "You gonna relax it, darling?" "Yes. Straight. Straight and red." Andrea tied a green gown round Irie's neck and lowered her into a swivelling chair. "Don't know about red, baby. Can't die and relax on the same day, kill the head dead. But I can do the relax for you, no problem. Should come out beautiful, darling." The communication between hairdressers in PK's being poor. No one told Andrea that Irie had washed her hair. 2 minutes after having the thick white ammonia gloop spread onto her head, she felt the initial cold sensation change to a terrific fire. There was no dirt there to protect the scalp, and Irie started screaming. "I just put it on! You want it straight, don't you? Stop making that noise!" "But it hurts." "Life hurts," said Andrea scornfully. "Beauty hurts." Irie bit her tongue for another 30 seconds until blood appeared above her right ear. Then the poor girl blacked out. She came to with her head over the sink, watching her hair, which was coming out in clumps, shimmy down the plug hole. "You should have told me," Andrea was grumbling. "You should have told me that you wash it. It's got to be dirty first. Now look." Now look! Hair that had once come down to her mid-vertebrae was only a few inches from her head. "See what you've done," continued Andrea, as Irie wept openly. "I'd like to know what Mr. Paul King is going to say about this. I'd better phone him and see if we can fix this up for you for free." Mr. Paul King, the PK in question, owned the place. He was a big white guy in his mid-50s who had been an entrepreneur in the building trade until Black Wednesday, and his wife's credit card excesses took away everything but some bricks and mortar. Looking for a new idea, he read in the lifestyle section of his breakfast paper that black women spend 5 times as much as white women on beauty products and 9 times as much on their hair. Taking his wife Sheila as an archetypal white woman, Paul King began to salivate. A little more research in his local library uncovered a multi-million-pound industry. Paul King then bought a disused butcher's on Willesden High Road, headhunted Andrea from a Harlesden salon, and gave black hairdressing a shot. It was an instant success. He was amazed to discover that women on low income were indeed prepared to spend hundreds of pounds per month on their hair, and yet more on nails and accessories. He was vaguely amused when Andrea first explained to him that physical pain was also part of the process, and the best part of it was there was no question of suing. They expected the burns. Perfect business. "Go on, Andrea, love, give her a freebie," said Paul King, shouting on a brick-shaped mobile over the construction noise of his new salon opening in Wembley. "But don't make a habit of it." Andrea returned to Irie with the good tidings. "It's all right, darling. This one's on us." "But what?" Irie stared at her Hiroshima reflection. "What can you—" "Put your scarf back on. Turn left out of here and go down the high road until you get to a shop called Roshi's Hair Care. Take this card and tell them PK sent you. Get 8 packets of number 5 type black hair with a red glow and come back here quick style." "Hair?" repeated Irie through snot and tears. "Fake hair?" "Stupid girl! It's not fake, it's real. And when it's on your head, it'll be your real hair. Go." Blubbing like a baby, Irie shuffled out of PK's and down the high road, trying to avoid her reflection in the shop windows. Reaching Roche's, she did her best to pull herself together, put her right hand over her stomach and pushed through the doors. It was dark in Roche's, and smelled strongly of the same scent as PK's, ammonia and coconut oil, pain mixed with pleasure. From the dim glow given off by a flickering strip light, Irie could see there were no shelves to speak of, but instead hair products piled like mountains from the floor up, while accessories, combs, bands, nail varnish, were stapled to the walls, with the price written in felt tip alongside. The only display of any recognizable kind was placed just below the ceiling, in a loop around the room, taking pride of place like a collection of sacrificial scalps or hunting trophies. Hair. Long tresses stapled a few inches apart. Underneath each a large cardboard sign explaining its pedigree. 2 meters, natural tie, straight, chestnut. 1 meter, natural Pakistani, straight with a wave, black. 5 meters, natural Chinese, straight, black. 3 meters, synthetic hair, corkscrew curl, pink. Irie approached the counter. A hugely fat woman in a sari was waddling to the cash till and back again to hand over £25 to an Indian girl whose hair had been shorn haphazardly close to the scalp. "And please don't be looking at me in that manner. 25 is very reasonable price. I tell you, I can't do any more with all these split ends." The girl objected in another language, picked up the bag of hair in question from the counter and made as if to leave with it, but the older woman snatched it away. "Please don't embarrass yourself further. We both have seen the ends. 25 is all I can give you for it. You won't get more some other place. Please now," she said, looking over the girl's shoulder to Irie. "Other customers I have." Irie saw hot tears, not unlike her own, spring to the girl's eyes. She seemed to freeze for a moment, vibrating ever so slightly with anger. Then she slammed her hand down on the counter, swept up her £25, and headed for the door. The fat lady shook her chins in contempt after the disappearing girl. "Ungrateful she is." Then she unpeeled a sticky label from its brown paper backing and slapped it on the bag of hair. It said, 6 meters Indian straight, black-red. "Yes, dear. What is it I can do?" Irie repeated Andrea's instruction and handed over the card. 8 packets. That is about 6 meters, no? "I don't know." Yes, it is. You want it straight or with a wave?" "Straight. Dead straight." The fat lady did a silent calculation and then picked up the bag of hair that the girl had just left. "This is what you're looking for. I haven't been able to package it, you understand, but it is absolutely clean. You want?" Irie looked dubious. "Don't worry about what I said. No split ends. Just silly girl trying to get more than she deserves. Some people got no understanding of simple economics. It hurts her to cut off her hair, so £1 million she expects or something crazy. Beautiful hair she has. When I was young. Oh, mine was beautiful too, eh?" The fat lady erupted into high-pitched laughter, her busy upper lip making her moustache quiver. The laugh subsided. "Tell Andrea, that will be $37.50. We Indian women have the beautiful hair, eh? Everybody wants it." A black woman with children in a twin buggy was waiting behind Irie with a packet of hairpins. She sucked her teeth. "You people think you're all Mr. Big Stuff," she muttered half to herself. "Some of us are happy with our African hair, thank you very much. I don't want to buy some poor Indian girl's hair, and I wish to God I could buy black hair products from black people for once. How are we going to make it in this country if we don't make our own business?" The skin around the fat lady's mouth became very tight. She began talking 12 to the dozen, putting Irie's hair in a bag and writing her out a receipt, addressing all her comments to the woman via Irie, while doing her best to ignore the other woman's interjections. "You don't like shopping here? Then please don't be shopping here. Is forcing you anybody? No, is anybody? It's amazing people, the rudeness. I am not a racist, but I can't understand it. I'm just providing a service. A service? I don't need abuse. Just leave your money on the counter. If I'm getting abuse, I'm not serving." "No one's giving you abuse, Jesus Christ. Is it my fault if they want the hair that is straight and paler skin sometimes like Michael Jackson? My fault he is too? They tell me not to sell the Dr. Peacock whitener. Local paper, my God, what a fuss. And then they buy it. Take that receipt to Andrea, will you, my dear, please? I'm just trying to make a living in this country like the rest of everybody. There you are, dear. There's your hair." The woman reached around Irie and delivered the right change to the counter with an angry smash. "For fuck's sake!" "I can't help it if that's what they want. Supply, demand, and bad language. I won't tolerate. Simple economics. Mind your step on the way out, dear. And you, no, don't come back, please. I will call the police. I won't be threatened. The police, I will call them. Yeah. Irene held the door open for the double buggy and took one side to help carry it over the front step. Outside, the woman put her hairpins in her pocket. She looked exhausted. I hate that place, she said, but I need hairpins. I need hair, said Irene. The woman shook her head. You've got hair, she said. 5.5 hours later, thanks to an arduous operation that involved attaching somebody else's hair in small sections to Irene's own 2 inches and sealing it with glue, Irene Jones had a full head of long, straight, reddish-black hair. Is it straight? She asked, disbelieving the evidence of her own eyes. Straight as hell, said Andrea, admiring her handiwork. But, honey, you're going to have to braid it properly if you want it to stay in. Why won't you let me do it? It won't stay in if it's loose like that. It will, said Irene, bewitched by her own reflection. It's got to. He, Millat, need only see it once after all, just once. To ensure she reached him in pristine state, she walked all the way to the Iqbal house with her hands on her hair, terrified that the wind would displace it. Alsana answered the door. Oh, hello. No, he's not here, out. Don't ask me where. He doesn't tell me a thing. I know where Magid is more of the time. Irene walked into the hallway and caught a sneaky glance of herself in the mirror, still there, and all in the right place. Can I wait in here? Of course. You look different, dearie. Lost weight. Irene glowed. New haircut. Oh, yes. You look like a newsreader. Very nice. Now in the living room, please. Niece of Shame and her nasty friend are in there, but try not to let that bother you. I'm working in the kitchen, and Samad is weeding, so keep the noise down. Irene walked into the living room. Bloody hell! Screeched Nina at the approaching vision. What the fuck do you look like? She looked beautiful. She looked straight, unkinky, beautiful. You look like a freak. Fuck me. Maxine, man, check this out. Jesus Christ, Irene. What exactly were you aiming for? Wasn't it obvious? Straight. Straightness. Flickability. I mean, what was the grand plan? The Negro Meryl Streep? Nina folded over like a duvet and laughed herself silly. Niece of Shame, came Alsana's voice from the kitchen. Sewing requires concentration. Shut it up, Miss Big Mouth, please. Nina's nasty friend, otherwise known as Nina's girlfriend, a sexy and slender girl called Maxine with a beautiful porcelain face, dark eyes, and a lot of curly brown hair, gave a pull to Irene's peculiar bangs. What have you done? You had beautiful hair, man. All curly and wild. It was gorgeous. Irene couldn't say anything for a moment. She had not considered the possibility that she looked anything less than terrific. I just had a haircut. What's the big deal? But that's not your hair, for fuck's sake. That's some poor oppressed Pakistani woman who needs the cash for her kids, said Nina, giving it a tug and being rewarded with a handful of it. Oh, shit! Nina and Maxine had a hysteria relapse. Just get off it, okay? Irie retreated to an armchair and tucked her knees up under her chin. Trying to sound offhand, she asked, So, where's Millat? Is that what all this is in aid of? Asked Nina, astonished. My shit for brains, Cousin G? No, fuck off. Well, he's not here. He's got some new bird, Eastern Bloc gymnast with a stomach like a washboard. Not unattractive, spectacular tits, but tight-assed as hell. Name... Stasia, said Maxine, looking up briefly from top of the pops. Or some such bollocks. Irie sank deeper into the ruined springs of Samad's favourite chair. Irie, will you take some advice? Ever since I've known you, you've been following that boy around like a lost dog, and in that time, he's snogged everyone apart from you. He's even snogged me, and I'm his first cousin, for fuck's sake. And me, said Maxine, and I'm not that way inclined. Haven't you ever wondered why he hasn't snogged you? Because I'm ugly and fat, with an afro. No, fuckface, because you're all he's got. He needs you. You two have history. You really know him. Look how confused he is. One day he's a la this, a la that. Next minute it's big busty blondes, Russian gymnasts and a smoke of the St. Samilla. He doesn't know his arse from his elbow, just like his father. He doesn't know who he is. But you know him, at least a little. You've known all the sides of him, and he needs that. You're different. Irie rolled her eyes. Sometimes you want to be different, and sometimes you'd give the hair on your head to be the same as everybody else. Look, you're a smart cookie, Irie, but you've been taught all kinds of shit. You've got to re-educate yourself. Realise your value. Stop the slavish devotion and get a life, Irie. Get a girl, get a guy, but get a life. You're a very sexy girl, Irie, said Maxine sweetly. Yeah, right. Trust her, she's a raving dyke, said Nina, ruffling Maxine's hair affectionately and giving her a kiss. But the truth is, the Barbara Streisand cut you've got there ain't doing shit for you. The afro was cool, man. It was wicked. It was yours. Suddenly, Alsana appeared at the doorway with an enormous plate of biscuits and a look of intense suspicion. Maxine blew her a kiss. Biscuits, Irie! Come and have some biscuits. With me, in the kitchen. Nina groaned. Don't panic, Auntie. We're not enlisting her into the cult of Sappho. I don't care what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. I don't want to know such things. We're watching television. It was Madonna on the TV screen, working her hands around two conically shaped breasts. Very nice, I'm sure, sniped Alsana, glaring at Maxine. Biscuits, Irie? I'd like some biscuits, murmured Maxine, with a flutter of her extravagant eyelashes. I am certain, said Alsana, slowly and pointedly translating code. I don't have the kind you like. Nina and Maxine fell about all over again. Irie, said Alsana, indicating the kitchen with a grimace. Irie followed her out. I'm as liberal as the next person, complained Alsana, once they were alone. But why do they always have to be laughing and making a song and dance about everything? I cannot believe homosexuality is that much fun. Heterosexuality certainly is not. I don't think I want to hear that word in this house again, said Samad, deadpan, stepping in from the garden and laying his weeding gloves on the table. Which one? Either. I am trying my level best to run a godly house.
This ends Disc 10. White Teeth, Disc 11.
Samad spotted a figure at his kitchen table, frowned, decided it was indeed Irene Jones, and began on the little routine the two of them had going. Hello, Miss Jones. And how is your father? Irene shrugged on cue. You see him more than we do. How's God? Perfectly fine, thank you. Have you seen my good-for-nothing son recently? Not recently. What about my good son? Not for years. Will you tell the good-for-nothing he's a good-for-nothing when you find him? I'll do my best, Mr. Iqbal. God bless you. Gesundheit. Now, if you will excuse me. Samad reached for his prayer mat from the top of the fridge and left the room. What's the matter with him? Asked Irene, noticing that Samad had delivered his lines with less than enthusiasm. He seems... I don't know. Sad. Alsana sighed. He is sad. He feels like he has screwed everything up. Of course he has screwed everything up, but then again, who will cast the first stone, etc.? He prays and prays, but he will not look straight at the facts. Millat hanging around with God knows what kind of people, always with the white girls. And Magid... Irene remembered her first sweetheart, encircled by a fuzzy halo of perfection. An illusion born of the disappointments Millat had afforded her over the years. Why? What's wrong with Magid? Alsana frowned and reached up to the top kitchen shelf, where she collected a thin airmail envelope and passed it to Irene. Irene removed the letter and the photograph inside. The photo was of Magid, now a tall, distinguished-looking young man. His hair was the deep black of his brother's, but it was not brushed forward on his face. It was parted on the left side, slicked down and drawn behind the right ear. He was dressed in a tweed suit and what looked, though one couldn't be sure the photo was not good, like a cravat. He held a large sun hat in one hand. In the other, he clasped the hand of the eminent Indian writer Sir R.V. Saraswati. Saraswati was dressed all in white, with his broad-brimmed hat on his head and an ostentatious cane in his free hand. The two of them were posed in a somewhat self-congratulatory manner, smiling broadly and looking for all the world as if they were about to pat each other roundly on the back or had just done so. The midday sun was out and bouncing off Dhaka University's front steps, where the whole scene had been captured. Alsana inched a smear off the photo with her index finger. You know Saraswati? Irene nodded. Compulsory GCSE text, A Stitch in Time by R.V. Saraswati, a bittersweet tale of the last days of empire. Samad hates Saraswati, you understand, calls him colonial throwback, English liquor of behinds. Irene picked a paragraph at random from the letter and read aloud. As you can see, I was lucky enough to meet India's very finest writer one bright day in March. After winning an essay competition, my title, Bangladesh, to whom may she turn, I travelled to Dhaka to collect my prize, a certificate and a small cash reward, from the great man himself in a ceremony at the university. I am honoured to say He took a liking to me, and we spent a most pleasant afternoon together, a long, intimate tea, followed by a stroll through Dhaka's more appealing prospects. During our lengthy conversations, Sir Saraswati commended my mind, and even went so far as to say, and I quote, that I was a first-rate young man, a comment I shall treasure. He suggested my future might lie in the law, the university, or even his own profession of the creative pen. I told him the first mentioned vocation was closest to my heart, and that it had long been my intention to make the Asian countries sensible places, where order prevailed, disaster was prepared for, and a young boy was in no danger from a falling vase. New laws, new stipulations are required, I told him, to deal with our unlucky fate, the natural disaster. But then he corrected me. Not fate, he said. Too often we Indians, we Bengalis, we Pakistanis throw up our hands and cry fate in the face of history. But many of us are uneducated. Many of us do not understand the world. We must be more like the English. The English fight fate to the death. They do not listen to history unless it is telling them what they wish to hear. We say it had to be. It does not have to be. Nothing does. In one afternoon, I learned more from this great man than... He learns nothing! Samad marched back into the kitchen in a fury and threw the kettle on the stove. He learns nothing from a man who knows nothing. Where is his beard? Where is his kameez? Where is his humility? If Allah says there will be a storm, there will be storm. If he says earthquake, it will be earthquake. Of course it has to be. That is the very reason I sent the child there. To understand that essentially we are weak, that we are not in control. What does Islam mean? What does the very word mean? I surrender. I surrender to God. I surrender to Him. This is not my life. This is His life. This life I call mine is His to do with what He will. Indeed, I shall be tossed and turned on the wave, and there shall be nothing to be done. Nothing. Nature itself is Muslim, because it obeys the laws the Creator has ingrained in it. Don't you preach in this house, Samad Mia. There are places for that sort of thing. Go to mosque, but don't do it in the kitchen. People have to be eating in here. But we do not automatically obey. We are tricky. We are the tricky bastards, we humans. We have the evil inside us, the free will. We must learn to obey. That is what I sent the child, Magid, Mahfooz, Murshed, Mubtasim, Iqbal, to discover. Tell me, did I send him to have his mind poisoned by a Rule Britannia worshipping Hindu old queen? Maybe, Samad Mia, maybe not. Don't, Elsie. I warn you. Oh, go on, you old pot boiler. Alsana gathered her spare tires around her like a sumo wrestler. You say we have no control, yet you always try to control everything. Let go, Samad Mia. Let the boy go. He is second generation. He was born here. Naturally, he will do things differently. You can't plan everything. After all, what is so awful? So he's not training to be an alim, but he's educated. He's clean. And is that all you ask of your son? That he be clean? Maybe, Samad Mia, maybe. And don't speak to me of second generation. One generation, indivisible, eternal. Somewhere in the midst of this argument, Iris slipped out of the kitchen and headed for the front door. She caught an unfortunate glimpse of herself in the scratch and stain of the hall mirror. She looked like the love child of Diana Ross and Engelbert Humperdinck. "You have to let them make their own mistakes," came Alsana's voice from the heat of battle, travelling through the cheap wood of the kitchen door and into the hallway, where Iris stood, facing her own reflection, busy tearing out somebody else's hair with her bare hands. Like any school, Glenard Oak had a complex geography. Not that it was particularly labyrinthine in design. It had been built in two simple stages. First in 1886 as a workhouse. Result, large red monstrosity, Victorian asylum, and then added to in 1963 when it became a school. Result, grey monolith, brave new council estate. The two monstrosities were then linked in 1974 by an enormous perspex tubular footbridge. But a bridge was not enough to make the two places one, or to slow down the student body's determination to splinter and factionalize. The school had learned to its cost that you cannot unite 1,000 children under one Latin tag. School code. Laborare est orare. To labour is to pray. Kids are like pissing cats or burrowing moles, marking off land within land, each section with its own rules, beliefs, laws of engagement. Despite every attempt to suppress it, the school contained and sustained patches, hangouts, disputed territories, satellite states, states of emergency, ghettos, enclaves, islands. There were no maps, but common sense told you, for example, not to fuck with the area between the garbage cans and the craft department. There had been casualties there, notably some poor sod called Keith, who had his head placed in a vice. And the scrawny, sinewy kids who patrolled this area were not to be messed with. They were the thin sons of the fat men with vicious tabloids primed in their back pockets like handguns. The fat men who believe in rough justice. A life for a life. Hanging's too good for them. Across from there, the benches, 3 of them in a line. These were for the surreptitious dealing of tiny, tiny amounts of drugs. Things like £2.50 of marijuana resin. So small, it was likely to be lost in your pencil case and confused with a shredded piece of eraser. Or a quarter of an E, the greatest use of which was soothing particularly persistent period pains. The gullible could also purchase a variety of household goods, jasmine tea, garden grass, aspirin, licorice, flour, all masquerading as Class A intoxicants to be smoked or swallowed round the back, in the hollow behind the drama department. This concave section of wall, depending where you stood, provided low teacher visibility for smokers too young to smoke in the smoker's garden, a concrete garden for those who had reached 16 and were allowed to smoke themselves silly. Are there any schools like this anymore? The drama hollow was to be avoided. These were hard little bastards. 12, 13-year-old chain smokers. They didn't give a shit. They really didn't give a shit. Your health, their health, teachers, parents, police, whatever. Smoking was their answer to the universe, their 42, their raison d'etre. They were passionate about fags. Not connoisseurs, not fussy about brand. Just fags, any fags. They pulled at them like babies at teats, and when they were finally finished, their eyes were wet as they ground the butts into the mud. They fucking loved it. Fags, fags, fags. Their only interest outside fags was politics, or more precisely, this fucker, the Chancellor, who kept on putting up the price of fags, because there was never enough money. And there were never enough fags. You had to become an expert in bumming, cadging, begging, stealing fags. A popular ploy was to blow a week's pocket money on 20, give them out to all and sundry, and spend the next month reminding those with fags about that time when you gave them a fag. But this was a high-risk policy. Better to have an utterly forgettable face. Better to be able to catch a fag and come back 5 minutes after for another without being remembered. Better to cultivate a cipher-like persona. Be a little featureless squib called Mart, Jules, Ian. Otherwise, you had to rely on charity and fag sharing. One fag could be split in myriad ways. It worked like this. Someone, whoever had actually bought a packet of fags, lights up. Someone shouts, "Halves!" At the halfway point, the fag is passed over. As soon as it reaches the second person, we hear thirds, then saves, which is half a third, then but. Then, if the day is cold, and the need for a fag overwhelming, last toke. But last toke is only for the desperate. It is beyond the perforation, beyond the brand name of the cigarette, beyond what could reasonably be described as the butt. Last toke is the yellowing fabric of the roach, containing the stuff that is less than tobacco, the stuff that collects in the lungs like a time bomb, destroys the immune system, and brings permanent sniffling nasal flu, the stuff that turns white teeth yellow. Everyone at Glenard Oak was at work. They were Babelians of every conceivable class and colour, speaking in tongues, each in their own industrious corner, their busy censor mouths sending the votive offering of tobacco smoke to the many gods above them. Brent School's report, 1990, 67 different faiths, 123 different languages. Laborari est orari. Nerds by the pond checking out frog sex. Posh girls in the music department singing French rounds, speaking pig Latin, going on grape diets, suppressing lesbian instincts. Fat boys in the PE corridor wanking. High-strung girls outside the language block reading murder case books. Indian kids playing cricket with tennis rackets on the football ground. Ari Jones looking for Millat Iqbal. Scott Breeze and Lisa Rainbow in the toilets fucking. Joshua Chalfin, a goblin, an elder and a dwarf behind the science block playing goblins and gorgons. And everybody, smoking fags. Fags. Working hard at the begging of them, the lighting of them and the inhaling of them, the collecting of butts and the remaking of them, celebrating their power to bring people together across cultures and faiths, but mostly just smoking them. Give us a fag. Spare us a fag. Chuffing on them, like little chimneys, till the smoke grows so thick that those who had stoked the chimneys here back in 1886, back in the days of the workhouse, would not have felt out of place. And through the fog, Irie was looking for Millat. She had tried the basketball court, the smoking garden, the music department, the cafeteria, the toilets of both sexes, and the graveyard that backed onto the school. She had to warn him. There was going to be a raid to catch all illicit smokers of weed or tobacco, a combined effort from the staff and the local constabulary. The seismic rumblings had come from Archie, angel of revelation. She had overheard his telephone conversation and the holy secrets of the Parent-Teacher Association. Now Irie was landed with a burden far heavier than the seismologist. Landed, rather, with the burden of the prophet, for she knew the day and time of the quake. Today, 2:30. She knew its power, possible expulsion, and she knew who was likely to fall victim to its fault line. She had to save him. Clutching her vibrating chub and sweating through 3 inches of afro hair, she dashed across the grounds, calling his name, inquiring of others, looking in all the usual places. But he was not with the Cockney Barrow boys, the posh girls, the Indian posse, or the black kids. She trudged finally to the science block, part of the old workhouse, and a much-loved blind spot of the school, its far wall and eastern corner affording 30 precious yards of grass, where a pupil indulging in illicit acts was entirely hidden from the common view. It was a fine, crisp autumn day. The place was full. Irene had to walk through the popular tonsil tennis groping championships, step over Joshua Chalfon's Goblins and Gorgons game. "Hey, watch your feet! Mind the cavern of the dead!" and furrow through a tight phalanx of fag smokers before she reached Millat, at the epicentre of it all, pulling laconically on a cone-shaped joint, listening to a tall guy with a mighty beard. "Mill?" "Not right now, Jones." "But Mill, please, Jones. This is Irfan, old friend. I'm trying to listen to him." The tall guy, Irfan, had not paused in his speech. He had a deep, soft voice like running water, inevitable and constant, requiring a force stronger than the sudden appearance of Irene, stronger maybe than gravity to stop it. He was dressed in a sharp black suit, a white shirt and a green bow tie. His breast pocket was embroidered with a small emblem, 2 hands cupping a flame, and something underneath it too tiny to see. Though no older than Millat, his hair-growing capacity was striking, and his beard aged him considerably. "And so marijuana weakens one's abilities, one's powers, and takes our best men away from us in this country, men like you, Millat, who have natural leadership skills, who possess within them the ability to take a people by the hand and lift them up. There is an hadith from the Bukhari, part 5, page 2. The best people of my community are my contemporaries and supporters. You are my contemporary, Millat. I pray you will also become my supporter. There is a war going on, Millat, a war." He continued like this, one word flowing from another, with no punctuation or breath, and with the same chocolatey delivery. One could almost climb into his sentences, one could almost fall asleep in them. Mill, it's important." Millat looked drowsy, whether from the hash or Irfan wasn't clear. Shaking Irene off his sleeve, he attempted an introduction. "Irene, Irfan. Him and me used to go about together. Irfan stepped forward, looming over Irene like a bell tower. "Good to meet you, sister. I am Irfan." "Great. Millat?" "Irene, man, shit. Could you just chill for 1 minute?" He passed her the smoke. "I'm trying to listen to the guy, eh? Irfan is the Dawn. Look at the suit. Gangster style." Millat ran a finger down Irfan's lapel, and Irfan, against his better instinct, beamed with pleasure. "Seriously, Irfan, man, you look wicked. Crisp." "Yeah? Better than that stuff you used to go around in back when we used to hang, eh? Back in them Kilburn days. Remember when we went to Bradford and..." Irfan remembered himself, reassumed his previous face of pious determination. "I'm afraid I don't remember the Kilburn days, brother. I did things in ignorance then. That was a different person." "Yeah," said Millat sheepishly. "Course." Millat gave Irfan a joshing punch on the shoulder, in response to which Irfan stood still as a gatepost. "So, There's a fucking spiritual war going on. That's fucking crazy. About time. We need to make our mark in this bloody country. What was the name again of your lot? I am from the Kilburn branch of the Keepers of the Eternal and Victorious Islamic Nation, said Ifan proudly. Irie inhaled. Keepers of the Eternal and Victorious Islamic Nation, repeated Millat, impressed. That's a wicked name. It's got a wicked kung fu kick-ass sound to it. Irie frowned. Kevin? We are aware, said Ifan solemnly, pointing to the spot underneath the cupped flame where the initials were minutely embroidered, that we have an acronym problem. Just a bit. But the name is Allah's and it cannot be changed. But to continue with what I was saying, Millat, my friend, you could be the head of the Kilburn branch. Mill, you could have what I have. Instead of this terrible confusion you are in, instead of this reliance on a drug specifically imported by governments to subdue the black and Asian community, to lessen our powers. Yeah, said Millat sadly, in mid-roll of a new spliff. I don't really look at it like that. I guess I should look at it like that. Mill, Jones, give it a rest. I'm having a fucking debate. Ifan, what school you at now, mate? Ifan shook his head with a smile. I left the English education system some time ago, but my education is far from over. If I can quote to you from the Tabritzi, Hadith number 220, the person who goes in search of knowledge is on active service for God until he returns, and the... Mill, whispered Irie, beneath Ifan's flow of mellifluous sound. Mill! For fuck's sake, what? Sorry, Ifan, mate. 1 minute. Irie pulled deeply on her joint and relayed her news. Millat sighed. Irie. They come in one side and we go out the other. No biggie. It's a regular deal, all right? Now why don't you go and play with the kiddies? Serious business here. It was good to meet you, Irie, said Ifan, reaching out his hand and looking her up and down, if I might say so. It is refreshing to see a woman who dresses demurely, wearing her hair short. Kevin believes a woman should not feel the need to pander to the erotic fantasies of Western sexuality. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Feeling sorry for herself and more than a bit stoned, Irie made her way back through the wall of smoke and stepped through Joshua Chalfin's Goblins and Gorgons game once more. Hey! We're trying to play here. Irie whipped round, full of swallowed fury. And? Joshua's friends, a fat kid, a spotty kid, and a kid with an abnormally large head, shrank back in fear. But Joshua stood his ground. He played oboe behind Irie's second viola in the excuse for a school orchestra, and he had often observed her strange hair and broad shoulders, and thought he might have half a chance there. She was clever, and not entirely unpretty, and there was something in her that had a strongly nerdy flavour about it, despite that boy she spent her time with, the Indian one. She hung around him, but she wasn't like him. Joshua Chalfin strongly suspected her of being one of his own. There was something innate in her that he felt he could bring out. She was a nerd immigrant who had fled the land of the fat, facially challenged and disarmingly clever. She had scaled the mountains of Caldor, swum the river Leviathrax, and braved the chasm de wheel when, in the mad dash away from her true countrymen to another land. I'm just saying, you seem pretty keen to step into the land of Golthon. Do you want to play with us? No, I don't want to play with you, you fucking prick. I don't even know you. Joshua Chalfin. I was in Manor Primary, and we're in English together, and we're in orchestra together. No, we're not. I'm in orchestra. You're in orchestra. In no sense are we there together. The goblin, the elder, and the dwarf, who appreciated a good play on words, had a snivelly giggle at that one. But insults meant nothing to Joshua. Joshua was the Cyrano de Bergerac of taking insults. He'd taken insults from the affectionate end, Chalfin the chubster, Posh Josh, Joshua the Jewfro, from the other, that hippie fuck, curly-haired cocksucker, shit-eater. He'd taken never-ending insults all his damn life, and survived, coming out the other side to smug. An insult was but a pebble in his path, only proving the intellectual inferiority of she who threw it. He continued regardless. I like what you've done with your hair. Are you taking the piss? No. I like short hair on girls. I like that androgyny thing. Seriously. What is your fucking problem? Joshua shrugged. Nothing. The vaguest acquaintance with basic Freudian theory would suggest you are the one with the problem. Where does all that aggression come from? I thought smoking was meant to chill you out. Can I have some? Irie had forgotten the burning joint in her hand. Oh, yeah, right. Regular puffhead, are we? I dabble. The dwarf, elder, and goblin emitted some snorts and liquid noises. Oh, sure, sighed Irie, reaching down to pass it to him. Whatever. Irie! It was Millat. He had forgotten to take his joint off Irie and was now running over to retrieve it. Irie, about to hand it over to Joshua, turning around in mid-action at one and the same time, spotted Millat coming toward her and felt a rumble in the ground, a tremor that shook Joshua's tiny cast-iron goblin army to their knees and then swept them off the board. What the? Said Millat. It was the raid committee. Taking the suggestion of parent Governor Archibald Jones, an ex-army man who had claimed expertise in the field of ambush, they had resolved to come from both sides, never before tested, their 100-strong party utilizing the element of surprise, giving no pre-warning bar the sound of their approaching feet, simply boxing the little bastards in, thus cutting off any escape route for the enemy and catching the likes of Millat Iqbal, Irie Jones and Joshua Chalfin in the very act of marijuana consumption. The headmaster of Glenard Oak was in a continual state of implosion. His hairline had gone out and stayed out like a determined tide. His eye sockets were deep. His lips had been sucked backward into his mouth. He had no body to speak of, or rather he folded what he had into a small twisted package, sealing it with a pair of crossed arms and crossed legs. As if to counter this personal internal collapse, the headmaster had the seating arranged in a large circle, an expansive gesture he hoped would help everybody speak to and see each other, allowing everybody to express their point and make themselves heard, so together they could work toward problem-solving rather than behaviour chastisement. Some parents worried the headmaster was a bleeding-heart liberal. If you asked Tina, his secretary, not that no one never did ask Tina a bloody thing, oh no fear, only questions like, so what are these three scallywags up for then? It was more like a hemorrhage. "So," said the headmaster to Tina with a doleful smile, "what are these 3 scallywags up for then?" Wearily, Tina read out the 3 counts of marijuana possession. Irene put her hand up to object, but the headmaster silenced her with a gentle smile. "I see. That'll be all, Tina. If you could just leave the door ajar on your way out. Yes, that's it. A bit more. Fine. Don't want anyone to feel boxed in, as it were, okay? Now, I think the most civilized way to do this," said the headmaster, laying his hands palm up and flat on his knees to demonstrate he was packing no weapons, "so we don't have everybody talking over each other, is if I say my bit, you each then say your bit, starting with you, Millat, and ending with Joshua, and then once we've taken on board all that's been said, I get to say my final bit, and that's it. Relatively painless. All right? All right?" "I need a fag," said Millat. The headmaster rearranged himself. He uncrossed his right leg and slung his skinny left leg over instead. He brought his 2 forefingers up to his lips in the shape of a church spire. He retracted his head like a turtle. "Millat, please." "Have you got a fag tray?" "No. Now, Millat, come on." "I'll just go and have one at the gates, then." In this manner, the whole school held the headmaster to ransom. He couldn't have 1,000 kids lining the Cricklewood streets, smoking fags, bringing down the tone of the school. This was the age of the league table, of picky parents nosing their way through the Times educational supplement, summing up schools in letters and numbers and inspectors' reports. The headmaster was forced to switch off the fire alarms for terms at a time, hiding his 1,000 smokers within the school's confines. "Oh, look, just move your chair closer to the window. Come on, don't make a song and dance about it, that's it. All right." A Lambert and Butler hung from Millat's lips. "Light?" The headmaster rifled about in his own shirt pocket, where a packet of German rolling tobacco and a lighter were buried amid a lot of tissue paper and biros. "There you go." Millat lit up, blowing smoke in the headmaster's direction. The headmaster coughed like an old woman. "Okay. Millat, you first, because I expect this of you at least. Spill the legumes." Millat said, "I was round there, the back of the science block, on a matter of spiritual growth." The headmaster leaned forward and tapped the church spire against his lips a few times. "You're going to have to give me a little more to work on, Millat. If there's some religious connection here, it can only work in your favour, but I need to know about it." Millat elaborated. "I was talking to my mate, Ifan." The headmaster shook his head. "I'm not following you, Millat." "He's a spiritual leader. I was getting some advice." "Spiritual leader, Ifan. Is he in the school? Are we talking cult here, Millat? I need to know if we're talking cult." "No, it's not a bloody cult," barked Irene, exasperated. "Can we get on with it? I've got Viola in 10 minutes. "Millat speaking, Irene. We're listening to Millat. And hopefully when we get to you, Millat will give you a bit more respect than you've just shown him. Okay? We've got to have communication." "Okay, Millat, go on. What kind of spiritual leader?" "Muslim. He was helping me with my faith, yeah? He's the head of the Kilburn branch of the Keepers of the Eternal and Victorious Islamic Nation. The headmaster frowned. Kevin? They are aware they have an acronym problem, explained Irie. So, continued the headmaster eagerly, this guy from Kevin, was he the one who was supplying the gear? No, said Millat, stubbing his fag out on the windowsill. It was my gear. He was talking to me and I was smoking it. Look, said Irie after a few more minutes of circular conversation. It's very simple. It was Millat's gear. I smoked it without really thinking. Then I gave it to Joshua to hold for a second while I tied my shoelace. But he really had nothing to do with it. Okay, can we go now? Yes, I did. Irie turned to Joshua. What? She's trying to cover for me. Some of it was my marijuana. I was dealing marijuana. Then the pigs jumped me. Oh, Jesus Christ, Chalfin, you're nuts. Maybe. But in the past 2 days, Joshua had gained more respect, been patted on the back by more people, and generally lauded it around more than he ever had in his life. Some of the glamour of Millat seemed to have rubbed off on him by association, and as for Irie, well, he'd allowed a vague interest to develop in the past 2 days into a full-blown crush. Wipe that. He had a full-blown crush on both of them. There was something compelling about them, more so than Elgin the dwarf or Moloch the sorcerer. He liked being connected with them, however tenuously. He had been plucked by the two of them out of nerddom, accidentally whisked from obscurity into the school spotlight. He wasn't going back without a struggle. Is this true, Joshua? Yes. It started small, but now I believe I have a real problem. I don't want to deal drugs, obviously I don't, but it's like a compulsion. Oh, for God's sake. Now, Irie, you have to let Joshua have his say. His say is as valid as your say. Millat reached over to the headmaster's pocket and pulled out his heavy packet of tobacco. He poured the contents out onto the small coffee table. Oi, Chalfin, ghetto boy. Measure out an 1/8. Joshua looked at the stinking mountain of brown. A European 1/8? Or an English 1/8? Could you just do as Millat suggests? Said the headmaster irritably, leaning forward in his chair to inspect the tobacco, so we can settle this. Fingers shaking, Joshua drew a section of tobacco onto his palm and held it up. The headmaster brought Joshua's hand up under Millat's nose for inspection. Barely a £5 draw, said Millat scornfully. I wouldn't buy shit from you. Okay, Joshua, said the headmaster, putting the tobacco back in its pouch. I think we can safely say the game's up. Even I knew that wasn't anywhere near an 1/8. But it does concern me that you felt the need to lie, and we're going to have to schedule a time to talk about that. Yes, sir. In the meantime, I've talked to your parents, and in line with the school policy move away from behaviour chastisement and toward constructive conduct management, they very generously suggested a 2-month program. Program? Every Tuesday and Thursday, you, Millat, and you, Irie, will go to Joshua's house and join him in a 2-hour after-school study group split between math and biology, your weaker subjects, and his stronger. Irie snorted. You're not serious. You know I am serious. I think it's a really interesting idea. This way Joshua's strengths can be shared equally among you, and the two of you can go to a stable environment, and one with the added advantage of keeping you both off the streets. I've talked to your parents, and they are happy with the, arrangement. And what's really exciting is that Joshua's father is something of an eminent scientist, and his mother is a horticulturalist, I believe. So you'll really get a lot out of it. You two have a lot of potential, but I feel you're getting caught up with things that really are damaging to that potential. Whether that's family environment or personal hassles, I don't know. But this is a really good opportunity to escape those. I hope you'll see that it's more than punishment. It's constructive. It's people helping people. And I really hope you'll do this wholeheartedly, This kind of thing is very much in the history, the spirit, the whole ethos of Glenard Oak, ever since Sir Glenard himself. The history, spirit, and ethos of Glenard Oak, as any Glenardian worth their salt knew, could be traced back to Sir Edmund Flecker Glenard, 1842 to 1907, whom the school had decided to remember as its kindly Victorian benefactor. The official party line stated that Glenard had donated the money for the original building out of a devoted interest in the social improvement of the disadvantaged. Rather than workhouse, the official PTA booklet described it as a shelter, workplace and educational institute, used in its time by a mixture of English and Caribbean people. According to the PTA booklet, the founder of Glenard Oak was an educational philanthropist. But then, according to the PTA booklet, post-class aberration consideration period was a suitable replacement for the word detention. A more thorough investigation in the archives of the local Grange Library would reveal Sir Edmund Flecker Glenard as a successful colonial who had made a pretty sum in Jamaica farming tobacco, or rather overseeing great tracts of land where tobacco was being farmed. At the end of 20 years of this, having acquired far more money than was necessary, Sir Edmund sat back in his impressive leather armchair and asked himself if there were not something he could do. Something to send him into his dotage cushioned by a feeling of goodwill and worthiness. Something for the people. The ones he could see from his window, out there in the field. For a few months Sir Edmund was stumped. Then one Sunday, while taking a leisurely late afternoon stroll through Kingston, he heard a familiar sound that struck him differently. Godly singing, hand-clapping, weeping and wailing. Noise and heat and ecstatic movement coming from church after church and moving through the thick air of Jamaica like a choir invisible. Now there was something, thought Sir Edmund. For unlike many of his expatriate peers who branded the singing caterwauling and accused it of being heathen, Sir Edmund had always been touched by the devotion of Jamaican Christians. He liked the idea of a jolly church, where one could sniff or cough or make a sudden movement without the vicar looking at one queerly. Sir Edmund felt certain that God, in all his wisdom, had never meant church to be a stiff-collared, miserable affair as it was in Tunbridge Wells, but rather a joyous thing, a singing and dancing thing, a foot-stamping, hand-clapping thing. The Jamaicans understood this. Sometimes it seemed to be the only thing they did understand. Stopping for a moment outside one particularly vibrant church, Sir Edmund took the opportunity to muse upon this conundrum. The remarkable difference between a Jamaican's devotion to his God in comparison to his devotion toward his employer. It was a subject he'd had cause to consider many times in the past. Only this month, as he sat in his study trying to concentrate on the problem he had set himself, his wardens came to him with news of 3 strikes, various men found asleep or drugged while at work, and a whole collective of mothers, Bowden women among them, complaining about low pay, refusing to work. Now you see, that was the rub of it right there. You could get a Jamaican to pray any hour of the day or night. They would roll into church for any date of religious note, even the most obscure. But if you took your eye off them for 1 minute in the tobacco fields, then work ground to a halt. When they worshipped, they were full of energy, moving like jumping beans, bawling in the aisles. Yet when they worked, they were sullen and uncooperative. The question so puzzled him, he had written a letter on the subject to the Gleaner earlier in the year, inviting correspondence, but received no satisfactory replies. The more Sir Edmund thought about it, the more it became clear to him that the situation was quite the opposite in England. One was impressed by the Jamaican's faith, but despairing of his work ethic and education. Vice versa, one admired the Englishman's work ethic and education, but despaired of his poorly kept faith. And now, as Sir Edmund turned to go back to his estate, he realized that he was in a position to influence the situation, nay, more than that, transform it. Sir Edmund, who was a fairly corpulent man, a man who looked as if he might be hiding another man within him, practically skipped all the way home. The very next day, he wrote an electrifying letter to the Times and donated £40,000 to a missionary group on the condition that it went toward a large property in London. Here Jamaicans could work side by side with Englishmen, packaging Sir Edmund's cigarettes and taking general instruction from the Englishman in the evening. A small chapel was to be built as an annex to the main factory. And on Sundays, continued Sir Edmund, the Jamaicans were to take the Englishmen to church and show them what worship should look like. The thing was built, and after hastily promising them streets of gold, Sir Edmund shipped 300 Jamaicans to North London. 2 weeks later, from the other side of the world, the Jamaicans sent Glenard a telegraph confirming their safe arrival, and Glenard sent one back suggesting a Latin motto be put underneath the plaque already bearing his name. Laborare est orare. For a while, things went reasonably well. The Jamaicans were optimistic about England. They put the freezing climate to the back of their minds and were inwardly warmed by Sir Edmund's sudden enthusiasm and interest in their welfare. But Sir Edmund had always had difficulties retaining enthusiasm and interest. His mind was a small thing with big holes through which passions regularly seeped out, and the faith of Jamaicans was soon replaced in the inverse sieve of his consciousness by other interests. The excitability of the military Hindu, the impracticalities of the English Virgin, the effect of extreme heat on the sexual proclivities of the Trinidadian. For the next 15 years, apart from fairly regular checks sent by Sir Edmund's clerk, the Glenard Oak factory heard nothing from him. Then in the 1907 Kingston earthquake, Glenard was crushed to death by a toppled marble Madonna, while Iree's grandmother looked on. These are old secrets. They will come out like wisdom teeth when the time is right. The date was unfortunate. That very month he had planned to return to British shores to see how his long-neglected experiment was doing. A letter he had written, giving the details of his travelling plans, arrived at Glenard Oak around the same time a worm, having made the 2-day passage through his brain, emerged from the poor man's left ear. But though a vermiculous meal was made of him, Glenard was saved a nasty ordeal, for his experiment was doing badly. The overheads involved in shipping damp, heavy tobacco to England were impractical from the start. When Sir Edmund's subsidies dried up 6 months previous, the business went under, the missionary group discreetly disappeared, and the Englishmen left to go to jobs elsewhere. The Jamaicans, unable to get work elsewhere, stayed, counting down the days until the food supplies ran out. They were by now entirely sensible of the subjunctive mood, the 9 times table, the life and times of William the Conqueror, and the nature of an equilateral triangle. But they were hungry. Some died of that hunger. Some were jailed for the petty crimes hunger prompts. Many crept awkwardly into the East End and the English working class. A few found themselves 17 years later at the British Empire Exhibition of 1924, dressed up as Jamaicans in the Jamaican exhibit, acting out a horrible simulacrum of their previous existence. Tin drums, coral necklaces, for they were English now, more English than the English by virtue of their disappointments. All in all, then, the headmaster was wrong. Glenard could not be said to have passed on any great edifying beacon to future generations. A legacy is not something you can give or take by choice, and there are no certainties in the sticky business of inheritance. Much though it may have dismayed him, Glenard's influence turned out to be personal, not professional or educational. It ran through people's blood and the blood of their families. It ran through 3 generations of immigrants who could feel both abandoned and hungry, even when in the bosom of their families in front of a mighty feast. And it even ran through Irene Jones of Jamaica's Bowden clan, though she didn't know it. But then somebody should have told her to keep a backward eye on Glenard. Jamaica is a small place. You can walk around it in a day. And everybody who lived there rubbed up against everybody else at one time or another. "Do we really have a choice?" asked Irene. "You've been honest with me," said the headmaster, biting his colourless lip, "and I want to be honest with you." "We don't have a choice." "Honestly, no. It's really that or 2 months of post-class aberration consideration periods. I'm afraid we have to please the people, Irene. And if we can't please all of the people all of the time, we can at least please some of..." "Yeah, great." "Joshua's parents are really fascinating people, Irene. I think this whole experience is going to be really educational for you. Don't you think so, Joshua?" Joshua beamed. "Oh, yes, sir. I really think so." "And you know, the exciting thing is, this could be a kind of guinea pig project for a whole range of programs," said the headmaster, thinking aloud. "Bringing children of disadvantaged or minority backgrounds into contact with kids who might have something to offer them. And there could be an exchange, vice versa. Kids teaching kids basketball, football, etc. We could get funding." At the magic word funding, the headmaster's sunken eyes began to disappear beneath agitated lids. "Shit, man," said Millat, shaking his head in disbelief. "I need a fag." "Halves," said Irene, following him out. "See you guys on Tuesday," said Joshua. Chapter 12. Canines, the ripping teeth. If it is not too far-fetched a comparison, the sexual and cultural revolution we have experienced these past 2 decades is not a million miles away from the horticultural revolution that has taken place in our herbaceous borders and sunken beds. Where once we were satisfied with our biennials, poorly coloured flowers thrusting weakly out of the earth and blooming a few times a year if we were lucky, now we are demanding both variety and continuity in our flowers, the passionate colours of exotic blooms 365 days a year. Where once gardeners swore by the reliability of the self-pollinating plant, in which pollen is transferred from the stamen to the stigma of the same flower, autogamy, now we are more adventurous, positively singing the praises of cross-pollination, where pollen is transferred from one flower to another on the same plant, geitonogamy, or to a flower of another plant of the same species, xenogamy. The birds and the bees, the thick haze of pollen, these are all to be encouraged. Yes, self-pollination is the simpler and more certain of the 2 fertilization processes, especially for many species that colonize by copiously repeating the same parental strain. But a species cloning such uniform offspring runs the risk of having its entire population wiped out by a single evolutionary event. In the garden, as in the social and political arena, change should be the only constant. Our parents and our parents' petunias have learned this lesson the hard way. The march of history is unsentimental, tramping over a generation and its annuals with ruthless determination. The fact is, cross-pollination produces more varied offspring, which are better able to cope with a changed environment. It is said cross-pollinating plants also tend to produce more and better quality seeds. If my 1-year-old son is anything to go by, a cross-pollination between a lapsed Catholic horticulturist feminist and an intellectual Jew, then I can certainly vouch for the truth of this. Sisters, the bottom line is this. If we are to continue wearing flowers in our hair into the next decade, they must be hardy and ever at hand, something only the truly mothering gardener can ensure. If we wish to provide happy playgrounds for our children and corners of contemplation for our husbands, we need to create gardens of diversity and interest. Mother Earth is great and plentiful, but even she requires the occasional helping hand. Joyce Chalfin. From the New Flower Power, published 1976, Caterpillar Press. Joyce Chalfin wrote The New Flower Power in a poky attic room overlooking her own rambling garden during the blistering summer of 76. It was an ingenuous beginning for a strange little book, more about relationships than flowers, that went on to sell well and steadily through the late 70s. Not a coffee table essential by any means, but a close look at any baby boomer's bookshelves will reveal it lying dusty and neglected near those other familiars, Dr. Spock, Shirley Conran, a battered women's press copy of The Third Life of Grange Copeland by Alice Walker. The popularity of the New Flower Power surprised no one more than Joyce. It had practically written itself, taken only 3 months, most of which she spent dressed in a tiny T-shirt and a pair of briefs, in an attempt to beat the heat, breastfeeding Joshua intermittently, almost absent-mindedly, and thinking to herself between easy-flowing paragraphs that this was exactly the life she had hoped for. This was the future she dared to envisage when she first saw Marcus's intelligent little eyes giving her big white legs the once-over as she crossed the quad of his Oxbridge College, mini-skirted, 7 years earlier. She was one of those people who knew immediately, at first sight, even as her future spouse opened his mouth to say an initial nervous hello. A very happy marriage. That summer of 76, what with the heat and the flies and the endless melodies of ice cream vans, things happened in a haze. Sometimes Joyce had to pinch herself to make sure this was real. Marcus's office was down the hall on the right. Twice a day she'd pace down the corridor, Joshua on one substantial hip, nudging open the door with the other, just to check he was still there, that he really existed. And leaning lustily over the desk, she'd grab a kiss from her favourite genius, hard at work on his peculiar helixes, his letters and numbers. She liked to pull him away from all that and show him the latest remarkable thing that Joshua had done or learned. Sounds, letter recognition, coordinated movement, imitation. Just like you, she'd say to Marcus. Good genes, he'd say to her, patting her behind and luxurious thighs, weighing each breast in his hand, patting her small belly, generally admiring his English pear, his earth goddess. And then she'd be satisfied, padding back to her office like a big cat with a cub in its jaws, covered in a light layer of happy sweat. In an aimless, happy way, she could hear herself murmuring an oral version of the toilet door doodles of adolescence. Joyce and Marcus, Marcus and Joyce. Marcus was also writing a book that summer of 76. Not so much a book, in Joyce's sense, as a study. It was called Chimeric Mice, an evaluation and practical exploration of the work of Brinster, 1974, concerning the embryonic fusion of mouse strains at the 8-cell stage of development. Joyce had studied biology in college, but she didn't attempt to touch the many-paged manuscript that was growing like a molehill at her husband's feet. Joyce knew her limitations. She had no great desire to read Marcus's books. It was enough just to know they were being written, somehow. It was enough to know the man she had married was writing them. Her husband didn't just make money. He didn't just make things or sell things that other people had made. He created beings. He went to the edges of his God's imagination and made mice Yahweh could not conceive of. Mice with rabbit genes, mice with webbed feet, or so Joyce imagined. She didn't ask. Mice who year after year expressed more and more eloquently Marcus's designs, from the hit or miss process of selective breeding to the chimeric fusion of embryos, and then the rapid developments that lay beyond Joyce's ken and in Marcus's future. DNA microinjection, retrovirus-mediated transgenesis, for which he came within an inch of the Nobel 1987. Embryonic stem cell-mediated gene transfer, all processes by which Marcus manipulated regulated the over or under expression of a gene, planting instructions and imperatives in the germ line to be realized in physical characteristics. Creating mice whose very bodies did exactly what Marcus told them. And always with humanity in mind, a cure for cancer, cerebral palsy, Parkinson's, always with the firm belief in the perfectibility of all life, in the possibility of making it more efficient, more logical, For illness was to Marcus nothing more than bad logic on the part of the genome, just as capitalism was nothing more than bad logic on the part of the social animal. More effective, more Chalfonist in the way it proceeded. He expressed contempt equally toward the animal rights maniacs, horrible people Joyce had to shoo from the door with a curtain pole when a few extremists caught wind of Marcus's dealings in mice, or the hippies, or the tree people, or anyone who failed to grasp the simple fact that social and scientific progress were brothers in arms. It was the Chalfon way, handed down the family for generations. They had a congenital inability to suffer fools gladly or otherwise. If you were arguing with a Chalfon, trying to put a case for these strange Frenchmen who think truth is a function of language, or that history is interpretive and science metaphorical, the Chalfon in question would hear you out quietly, then wave his hand, dismissive, feeling no need to dignify such bunkum with a retort. Truth was truth to a Chalfon, and genius was genius. Marcus created beings, and Joyce was his wife, industrious in creating smaller versions of Marcus. 15 years later, and Joyce would still challenge anyone to show her a happier marriage than hers. 3 more children had followed Joshua, Benjamin, 14, Jack, 12, and Oscar, 6, bouncy, curly-haired boys, all articulate and amusing. The Inner Life of Houseplants, 1984, and A College Chair for Marcus had seen them through the 80s boom and bust, financing an extra bathroom, a conservatory, and life's pleasures. Old cheese, good wine, winters in Florence. Now there were 2 new works in progress: The Secret Passions of the Climbing Rose and Transgenic Mice, a study of the inherent limitations of DNA microinjection, Gordon and Ruddle, 1981, in comparison with embryonic stem, ES, cell-mediated gene transfer, Gosler et al., 1986. Marcus was also working on a pop science book, against his better judgment, a collaboration with a novelist, that he hoped would finance at least the first 2 children well into their university years. Joshua was a star math pupil. Benjamin wanted to be a geneticist, just like his father. Jack's passion was psychiatry, and Oscar could checkmate his father's king in 15 moves. And all this despite the fact that the Chalfons had sent their kids to Glenard Oak, daring to take the ideological gamble their peers guiltily avoided, those nervous liberals who shrugged their shoulders and coughed up the cash for a private education. And not only were they bright children, they were happy, not hot-housed in any way. Their only after-school activity, they despised sports, was the individual therapy 5 times a week at the hands of an old-fashioned Freudian called Marjorie, who did Joyce and Marcus separately on weekends. It might appear extreme to non-Chalfons, but Marcus had been brought up with a strong respect for therapy. In his family, therapy had long supplanted Judaism, and there was no arguing with the result. Every Chalfon proclaimed themselves mentally healthy and emotionally stable. The children had their Oedipal complexes early and in the right order. They were all fiercely heterosexual. They adored their mother and admired their father, and, unusually, this feeling only increased as they reached adolescence. Rows were rare, playful, and only ever over political or intellectual topics. The importance of anarchy, the need for higher taxes, the problem of South Africa, the soul-body dichotomy, upon which they all agreed anyway.
This ends Disc 11. White Teeth, Disc 12.
The Chalfins had no friends. They interacted mainly with the Chalfin extended family, the good genes that were so often referred to, 2 scientists, 1 mathematician, 3 psychiatrists, and a young cousin working for the Labour Party. Under sufferance and on public holidays, they visited Joyce's long-rejected lineage, the Connor clan. Daily Mail letter writers, who even now could not disguise their distaste for Joyce's Israelite love match. Bottom line, the Chalfins didn't need other people. They referred to themselves as nouns, verbs, and occasionally adjectives. It's the Chalfin way. And then he came out with a real Chalfinism. He's Chalfining again. We need to be a bit more Chalfinist about this. Joyce challenged anyone to show her a happier family, a more Chalfinist family than theirs. And yet, Joyce pined for the golden age when she was the linchpin of the Chalfin family, when people couldn't eat without her, when people couldn't dress without her assistance. Now even Oscar could make himself a snack. Sometimes there seemed nothing to improve, nothing to cultivate. Recently she found herself pruning the dead sections from her rambling rose, wishing she could find some fault of Joshua's worthy of attention, some secret trauma of Jack's or Benjamin's, a perversion in Oscar. But they were all perfect. Sometimes, when the Chalfins sat round their Sunday dinner, tearing apart a chicken until there was nothing left but a tattered rib cage, gobbling silently, speaking only to retrieve the salt or the pepper, the boredom was palpable. The century was drawing to a close, and the Chalfins were bored. Like clones of each other, their dinner table was an exercise in mirrored perfection, Chalfinism and all its principles reflecting itself infinitely, bouncing from Oscar to Joyce, Joyce to Joshua, Joshua to Marcus, Marcus to Benjamin, Benjamin to Jack, ad nauseum across the meat and veg. They were still the same remarkable family they always had been. But having cut all ties with their Oxbridge peers, judges, TV execs, advertisers, lawyers, actors, and other frivolous professions Chalfinism sneered at, there was no one left to admire Chalfinism itself. Its gorgeous logic, its compassion, its intellect. They were like wild-eyed passengers of the Mayflower with no rock in sight, pilgrims and prophets with no strange land. They were bored, and none more than Joyce. To fill long days left alone in the house, Marcus commuted to his college. Joyce's boredom often drove her to flick through the Chalfins' enormous supply of delivered magazines, New Marxism, Living Marxism, New Scientist, Oxfam Report, Third World Action, Anarchist Journal, and feel a yearning for the bold Romanians or beautiful pot-bellied Ethiopians. Yes, she knew it was awful, but there it was. Children crying out from glossy paper, needing her. She needed to be needed. She'd be the first to admit it. She hated it, for example, when one after the other her children, pop-eyed addicts of breast milk, finally kicked the habit. She usually stretched it to 2 or 3 years, and in the case of Joshua, 4. But though the supply never ended, the demand did. She lived in dread of the inevitable moment when they moved from soft drugs to hard, the switch from calcium to the sugar delights of Ribena. It was when she finished breastfeeding Oscar that she threw herself back into gardening, back into the warm mulch where tiny things relied on her. Then one fine day, Millat, Iqbal, and Irene Jones walked reluctantly into her life. She was in the back garden at the time, tearfully examining her garter night delphiniums, heliotrope and cobalt blue with a jet black centre like a bullet hole in the sky, for signs of thrip, a nasty pest that had already butchered her Baconia. The doorbell rang. Tilting her head back, Joyce waited till she could hear the slippered feet of Marcus running down the stairs from his study, and then, satisfied that he would answer it, delved back into the thick. With raised eyebrow, she inspected the mouthy double blooms, which stood to attention along the delphinium's 8-foot spine. "Thrip," she said to herself out loud, acknowledging the dog-eared mutation on every other flower. "Thrip," she repeated, not without pleasure, for it would need seeing to now, and might even give rise to a book, or at least a chapter. Thrip. Joyce knew a thing or two about thrip. Thrips. Common name for minute insects that feed on a wide range of plants, enjoying in particular the warm atmosphere required for an indoor or exotic plant. Most species are no more than 1.5 millimeters, 0.06 inches, long as adults. Some are wingless, but others have 2 pairs of short wings fringed with hairs. Both adults and nymphs have sucking, piercing mouth parts. Although thrips pollinate some plants and also eat some insect pests, they are both boon and bane for the modern gardener, and are generally considered pests to be controlled with insecticides such as Lindex. Scientific classification: thrips make up the order Thyssanoptera. Joyce Chalfin. The Inner Life of Houseplants, from the Index on Pests and Parasites. Yes, thrips have good instincts. Essentially, they are charitable, productive organisms which help the plant in its development. Thrips mean well, but thrips go too far. Thrips go beyond pollinating and eating pests. Thrips begin to eat the plant itself, to eat it from within. Thrip will infect generation after generation of delphiniums if you let it. What can one do about thrip if, as in this case, the Lindex hadn't worked? What can you do but prune hard, prune ruthlessly, and begin from the beginning? Joyce took a deep breath. She was doing this for the delphinium. She was doing this because without her, the delphinium had no chance. Joyce slipped the huge garden scissors out of her apron pocket, grabbed the screaming orange handles firmly, and placed the exposed throat of a blue delphinium bloom between 2 slices of silver. Tough love. Joyce! Joyce! Joshua and his marijuana-smoking friends are here. Pulchritude. From the Latin, pulcher, beautiful. That was the word that first struck Joyce when Millat Iqbal stepped forward onto the steps of her conservatory, sneering at Marcus's bad jokes, shading his violet eyes from a fading winter sun. Pulchritude. Not just the concept, but the whole physical word appeared before her, as if someone had typed it onto her retina. Pulchritude. Beauty, where you would least suspect it, hidden in a word that looked like it should signify a belch or a skin infection. Beauty in a tall, brown young man who should have been indistinguishable to Joyce from those she regularly bought milk and bread from, gave her accounts to for inspection, or passed her checkbook to behind the thick glass of a bank till. Millat Iqbal, said Marcus. making a performance of the foreign syllables. And Irene Jones, apparently. Friends of Josh's. Now, I was just saying to Josh, these are the best-looking friends of his we've ever seen. They're usually small and weedy, so long-sighted they're short-sighted and with club feet, and they're never female. Well, continued Marcus jovially, dismissing Joshua's look of horror, it's a damn good thing you turned up. We've been looking for a woman to marry old Joshua. Marcus was standing on the garden steps, quite openly admiring Iree's breasts, though, to be fair, Iree was a good head and shoulders taller than him. He's a good sort, smart, a bit weak on fractals, but we love him anyway. Well, Marcus paused for Joyce to come out of the garden, take off her gloves, shake hands with Millat, and follow them all into the kitchen. You are a big girl. Oh, thanks. We like that around here, a healthy eater. All Chalfans are healthy eaters. I don't put on a pound, but Joyce does. In all the right places, naturally. You're staying for dinner? Iree stood dumb in the middle of the kitchen, too nervous to speak. These were not any species of parent she recognized. Oh, don't worry about Marcus, said Joshua with a jolly wink. He's a bit of an old lech. It's a Chalfan joke. They like to bombard you the minute you get in the door, find out how sharp you are. Chalfans don't think there's any point in pleasantries. Joyce, this is Iree and Millat. They're the two from behind the science block. Joyce, partially recovered from the vision of Millat Iqbal, gathered herself together sufficiently to play her designated role as Mother Chalfan. So you're the two who've been corrupting my eldest son. I'm Joyce. Do you want some tea? So you're Josh's bad crowd. I was just pruning the delphiniums. This is Benjamin, Jack, and that's Oscar in the hallway. Strawberry and mango or normal? Normal for me, thanks, Joyce, said Joshua. Same, thanks, said Iree. Yeah, said Millat. 3 normal and 1 mango, please, Marcus, darling, please. Marcus, who was just heading out the door with a newly packed tobacco pipe, backtracked with a weary smile. I'm a slave to this woman, he said, grabbing her around the waist like a gambler collecting his chips in circled arms. But if I wasn't, she might run off with any pretty young man who rolled into the house. I don't fancy falling victim to Darwinism this week. This hug, explicit as a hug can be, was directed frontways on, seemingly for the appreciation of Millat. Joyce's big milky blue eyes were on him all the time. That's what you want, Iree, said Joyce, in a familial stage whisper, as if they'd known each other for 5 years rather than 5 minutes. A man like Marcus for the long term. These fly-by-nights are all right for fun, but what kind of fathers do they make? Joshua coloured. Joyce! She just stepped into the house. Let her have some tea. Joyce feigned surprise. I haven't embarrassed you, have I? You have to forgive, Mother Chalfan. My foot and mouth are on intimate terms. But Iree wasn't embarrassed. She was fascinated, enamoured after 5 minutes. No one in the Jones household made jokes about Darwin or said, my foot and mouth are on intimate terms, or offered choices of tea, or let speech flow freely from adult to child to adult, as if the channel of communication between these two tribes was untrammelled, unblocked by history, free. Well, said Joyce, released by Marcus, and planting herself down at the circular table, inviting them to do the same. You look very exotic. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? Willesden, said Irie and Millat simultaneously. Yes, of course, but where originally? Oh, said Millat, putting on what he called a bud-bud-ding-ding accent. You are meaning, where from am I originally? Joyce looked confused. Yes, originally. Whitechapel, said Millat, pulling out a fag. Via the Royal London Hospital and the 207 bus. All the Chalfants milling through the kitchen, Marcus, Josh, Benjamin, Jack, exploding into laughter. Joyce obediently followed suit. Chill out, man, said Millat, suspicious. It wasn't that fucking funny. But the Chalfants carried on. Chalfants rarely made jokes unless they were exceptionally lame or numerical in nature or both. What did the 0 say to the 8? Nice belt. Are you going to smoke that? Asked Joyce, suddenly, when the laughter died down, a note of panic in her voice. In here? Only we hate the smell. We only like the smell of German tobacco. And if we smoke it in Marcus's room because it upsets Oscar otherwise, doesn't it, Oscar? No, said Oscar, the youngest and most cherubic of the boys, busy building a Lego empire. I don't care. It upsets Oscar, repeated Joyce in that stage whisper again. He hates it. I'll take it to the garden, said Millat slowly, in the kind of voice you use on the insane or foreign. Back in a minute. As soon as Millat was out of earshot, and as Marcus brought over the teas, the years seemed to fall like dead skin from Joyce, and she bent across the table like a schoolgirl. God, he's gorgeous, isn't he? Like Omar Sharif 30 years ago. Funny Roman nose. Are you and he... Leave the girl alone, Joyce, admonished Marcus. She's hardly going to tell you about it, is she? No, said Irie, feeling she'd like to tell these people everything. We're not. Just as well. His parents probably have something arranged for him, no? The headmaster told me he was a Muslim boy. I suppose he should be thankful he's not a girl, though, huh? Unbelievable what they do to the girls. Remember that Time article, Marcus? Marcus was foraging in the fridge for a cold plate of yesterday's potatoes. Unbelievable. But you know, just from the little I've seen, he doesn't seem at all like most Muslim children. I mean, I'm talking from personal experience. I go into a lot of schools with my gardening, working with kids of all ages. They're usually so silent, you know, terribly meek. But he's so full of spunk. But boys like that want the tall blondes, don't they? I mean, that's the bottom line, when they're that handsome. I know how you feel. I used to like the troublemakers when I was your age, but you learn later, you really do. Danger isn't really sexy, take my word for it. You do a lot better with someone like Joshua. Mum! He's been talking about you non-stop all week. Mum! Joyce faced her reprimand with a little smile. Well, maybe I'm being too frank for you young people. I don't know, in my day you just were a little more direct. You had to be, if you wanted to catch the right man. 200 girls in the university and 2,000 men. They were fighting for a girl. But if you were smart, you were choosy. Ma, you were choosy, said Marcus, shuffling up behind her and kissing her ear. And with such good taste. Joyce took the kisses like a girl indulging her best friend's younger brother. But your mother wasn't sure, was she? She thought I was too intellectual, that I wouldn't want children. But you convinced her. Those hips would convince anyone. Yes, in the end. But she underestimated me, didn't she? She didn't think I was Chalfin material. She just didn't know you then. Well, we surprised her, didn't we? A lot of hard copulation went into pleasing that woman. 4 grandchildren later. During this exchange, Irene tried to concentrate on Oscar, now creating a neuroborus from a big pink elephant by stuffing the trunk into its own rear end. She'd never been so close to this strange and beautiful thing, the middle class, and experienced the kind of embarrassment that is actually intrigue, fascination. It was both strange and wondrous. She felt like the prude who walks through a nudist beach, examining the sand. She felt like Columbus meeting the exposed aerowaks, not knowing where to look. "Excuse my parents," said Joshua. "They can't keep their hands off each other." But even this was said with pride, because the Chalfin children knew their parents were rare creatures, a happily married couple, numbering no more than a dozen in the whole of Glenard Oak. Irie thought of her own parents, whose touches were now virtual, existing only in the absences where both sets of fingers had previously been: the remote control, the biscuit tin lid, the light switches. She said, "It must be great to feel that way after 20 years or whatever." Joyce swivelled round as if someone had released a catch. "It's marvellous. It's incredible. You just wake up one morning and realise monogamy isn't a bind. It sets you free. And children need to grow up around that. I don't know if you've ever experienced it. You read a lot about how Afro-Caribbeans seem to find it hard to establish long-term relationships. That's terribly sad, isn't it? I wrote about one Dominican woman in The Inner Life of Houseplants who had moved her potted azalea through 6 different men's houses, once by the windowsill, then in a dark corner, then in the south-facing bedroom, etc. You just can't do that to a plant. This was a classic Joyce tangent, and Marcus and Joshua rolled their eyes affectionately. Millat, fag finished, sloped back in. "Are we going to get some studying done, yeah? It's all very nice, but I want to go out this evening, at some point." While Irie had been lost in her reveries, assessing the Chalfins like a romantic anthropologist, Millat had been out in the garden, looking through the windows, casing the joint, where Irie saw culture, refinement, class, intellect. Millat saw money, lazy money, money that was just hanging around this family, not doing anything in particular, money in need of a good cause that might as well be him. "So," said Joyce, clapping her hands, trying to keep them all in the room a little longer, trying to hold off for as long as possible the reassertion of Chalfin's silence. "You're all going to be studying together. Well, you and Irie are really welcome. I was saying to your headmaster, wasn't I, Marcus, that this really shouldn't feel like punishment. It's not exactly a heinous crime. Between us, I used to be a pretty good marijuana gardener myself at one time." "Way out," said Millat. "Nurture," thought Joyce. "Be patient, water regularly, and don't lose your temper when pruning. And your headmaster explained to us how your own home environments aren't exactly, well, I'm sure you'll find it easier to work here. Such an important year, the GCSEs, and it's so obvious that you're both bright. Anyone can tell that just by looking at your eyes, can't they, Marcus? Josh, your mother's asking me whether IQ expresses itself in the secondary physical characteristics of eye colour, eye shape, etc. Is there a sensible answer to this inquiry? Joyce pressed on. Mice and men, genes and germs, that was Marcus's corner. Seedlings, light sources, growth, nurture, the buried heart of things, that was hers. As on any missionary vessel, tasks were delegated. Marcus on the prow, looking for the storm. Joyce below decks, checking the linen for bedbugs. Your headmaster knows how much I hate to see potential wasted. That's why he sent you to us. And because he knows most of the Chalfins are 400 times smarter than him, said Jack, doing a Marine-style star jump. He was still young and hadn't yet learned to demonstrate his pride in his family in a more socially acceptable manner. Even Oscar is. No, I'm not, said Oscar, kicking in a Lego garage he had recently made. I'm the stupidest in the world. Oscar's got an IQ of 178, whispered Joyce. It's a bit daunting, even when you're his mum. Wow, said Irene, turning with the rest of the room to appreciate Oscar trying to ingest the head of a plastic giraffe. That's remarkable. Yes, but he's had everything, and so much of it is nurture, isn't it? I really believe that. We've just been lucky enough to give him so much, and with a daddy like Marcus, it's like having a strong sunbeam shining on him 24 hours a day, isn't it, darling? He's so fortunate to have that. Well, they all are. Now, you may think this sounds strange, but it was always my aim to marry a man cleverer than me. Joyce put her hands on her hips and waited for Irene to think that sounded strange. No, I really did. And I'm a staunch feminist. Marcus will tell you. She's a staunch feminist, said Marcus, from the inner sanctum at the fridge. I don't suppose you can understand that. Your generation have different ideas. But I knew it would be liberating, and I knew what kind of father I wanted for my children. Now that surprised you, hasn't it? I'm sorry, but we really don't do small talk around here. If you're going to be here every week, I thought it best you get a proper dose of the Chalfins now. All the Chalfins, who were in earshot for this last comment, smiled and nodded. Joyce paused and looked at Irene and Millat, the way she had looked at her garter night delphinium. She was a quick and experienced detector of illness. And there was damage here. There was a quiet pain in the first one. Ireanthus nigraceum marcosilia. A lack of a father figure, perhaps. An intellect untapped. A low self-esteem. And in the second, Millaturia brandolidia joyculatus. There was a deeper sadness. A terrible loss. A gaping wound, a hole that needed more than education or money, that needed love. Joyce longed to touch the site with the tip of her Chalfin green finger, close the gap, knit the skin. Can I ask, your father, what does he... Joyce wondered what the parents did, what they had done. When she found a mutated first bloom, she wanted to know where the cutting had come from. Wrong question. It wasn't the parents. It wasn't just one generation. It was the whole century. Not the bud, but the bush. "Curry shifter," said Millat. "Busboy, waiter." "Paper," began Irene, kind of folding it and working on things like perforations, kind of direct mail advertising, but not really advertising, at least not the ideas end, kind of folding. She gave up. "It's hard to explain." "Oh, yes. Yes. When there's a lack of a male role model, you see, that's when things really go awry, in my experience. I wrote an article for Women's Earth recently. I described a school I worked in where I gave all the children a potted spider plant and told them to look after it for a week like a daddy or mummy looks after a baby. Each child chose which parent they were going to emulate. This lovely little Jamaican boy, Winston, chose his daddy. The next week his mother phoned and asked why I'd asked Winston to feed his plant Pepsi and put it in front of the television. I mean, it's just terrible, isn't it? But I think a lot of these parents just don't appreciate their children sufficiently. Partly it's the culture, you know. It just makes me so angry. The only thing I allow Oscar to watch is News Round for half an hour a day. That's more than enough." "Lucky Oscar," said Millat. "Anyway, I'm just really excited about you being here because the Chalfins. I mean, it may sound peculiar, but I really wanted to persuade your headmaster this was the best idea, and now I've met you both, I'm even more certain, because the Chalfins know how to bring the right things out in people," finished Joshua. "They did with me." "Yes," said Joyce, relieved her search for the words was over, radiating pride. "Yes." Joshua pushed his chair back from the table and stood up. "Well, we better get down to some study. Marcus, could you come up and help us a bit later on the biology? I'm really bad at reducing the reproductive stuff to bite-sized chunks." "Sure. I'm working on my future mouse, though." This was the family joke name for Marcus's project, and the younger Chalfins sang Future Mouse after him, imagining an anthropomorphic rodent in red shorts. "And I got to play a bit of piano with Jack first. Scott Joplin. Jack's the left hand, I'm the right. Not quite our Tatum," he said, ruffling Jack's hair. "But we get by." Irene tried her hardest to imagine Mr. Iqbal playing the right hand of Scott Joplin with his dead grey digits, or Mr. Jones turning anything into bite-sized chunks. She felt her cheeks flush with the warm heat of Chalfinist revelation. So there existed fathers who dealt in the present, who didn't drag ancient history around like a ball and chain. So there were men who were not neck-deep and sinking in the quagmire of the past. "You'll stay for dinner, won't you?" pleaded Joyce. "Oscar really wants you to stay. Oscar loves having strangers in the house. He finds it really stimulating, especially brown strangers. Don't you, Oscar?" "No, I don't," confided Oscar, spitting in Irene's ear. "I hate brown strangers." "He finds brown strangers really stimulating," whispered Joyce. This has been the century of strangers, brown, yellow, and white. This has been the century of the great immigrant experiment. It is only this late in the day that you can walk into a playground and find Isaac Leong by the fish pond, Danny Rahman in the football cage, Quang O'Rourke bouncing a basketball, and Irene Jones humming a tune. Children with first and last names on a direct collision course. Names that secrete within the mass exodus, cramped boats and planes, cold arrivals, medical check-ups. It is only this late in the day, and possibly only in Willesden, that you can find best friends Sita and Sharon constantly mistaken for each other because Sita is white, her mother liked the name, and Sharon is Pakistani, her mother thought it best, less trouble. Yet, despite all the mixing up, despite the fact that we have finally slipped into each other's lives with reasonable comfort, like a man returning to his lover's bed after a midnight walk, despite all this, it is still hard to admit that there is no one more English than the Indian, no one more Indian than the English. There are still young white men who are angry about that, who will roll out at closing time into the poorly lit streets with a kitchen knife wrapped in a tight fist. But it makes an immigrant laugh to hear the fears of the nationalist, scared of infection, penetration, miscegenation, when this is small fry, peanuts, compared to what the immigrant fears, dissolution, disappearance. Even the unflappable Alsana Iqbal would regularly wake up in a puddle of her own sweat after a night visited by visions of Millat, genetically BB, where B stands for Bengaliness, marrying someone called Sarah AA, where A stands for Aryan, resulting in a child called Michael BA, who in turn marries somebody called Lucy AA, leaving Alsana with a legacy of unrecognizable great-grandchildren AAAAA. Their Bengaliness thoroughly diluted, genotype hidden by phenotype. It is both the most irrational and natural feeling in the world. In Jamaica, it is even in the grammar. There is no choice of personal pronoun, no splits between me or you or they. There is only the pure, homogeneous I. When Hortense Bowden, half white herself, got to hearing about Clara's marriage, she came round to the house, stood on the doorstep, said, "Understand, I don't speak from this moment forth," turned on her heel, and was true to her word. Hortense hadn't put all that effort into marrying black, into dragging her genes back from the brink just so her daughter could bring yet more high-coloured children into the world. Likewise, in the Iqbal house, the lines of battle were clearly drawn. When Millat brought an Emily or a Lucy back home, Alsana quietly wept in the kitchen, Samad went into the garden to attack the coriander. The next morning was a waiting game, a furious biting of tongues until the Emily or Lucy left the house and the war of words could begin. But with Irene and Clara the issue was mostly unspoken, for Clara knew she was not in a position to preach. Still, she made no attempt to disguise her disappointment or the aching sadness. From Irene's bedroom shrine of green-eyed Hollywood idols to the gaggle of white friends who regularly trooped in and out of her bedroom, Clara saw an ocean of pink skins surrounding her daughter, and she feared the tide that would take her away. It was partly for this reason that Irene didn't mention the Chalfins to her parents. It wasn't that she intended to mate with the Chalfins, but the instinct was the same. She had a nebulous 15-year-old's passion for them, overwhelming, yet with no real direction or object. She just wanted to, well, kind of merge with them. She wanted their Englishness, their Chalfinishness, the purity of it. It didn't occur to her that the Chalfins were, after a fashion, immigrants too, third generation by way of Germany and Poland, nee Chalfinovsky, or that they might be as needy of her as she was of them. To Irene, the Chalfins were more English than the English. When Irie stepped over the threshold of the Chalfin house, she felt an illicit thrill, like a Jew munching a sausage or a Hindu grabbing a Big Mac. She was crossing borders, sneaking into England. It felt like some terribly mutinous act, wearing somebody else's uniform or somebody else's skin. She just said she had netball on Tuesday evenings and left it at that. Conversation flowed at the Chalfin house. It seemed to Irie that here nobody prayed or hid their feelings in a toolbox or silently stroked fading photographs, wondering what might have been. Conversation was the stuff of life. "Hello, Irie. Come in. Joshua's in the kitchen with Joyce. You're looking well. Millat not with you?" "Coming later. He's got a date." "Ah, yes, well, if there are any questions in your exams on oral communication, he'll fly through them. Joyce, Irie's here. So how's the study going? It's been, 4 months now? The Chalfin genius rubbing off?" "Yeah, not bad. I never thought I had a scientific bone in my body. But it seems to be working. I don't know, though. Sometimes my brain hurts."
"That's just the right side of your brain waking up after a long sleep, getting back into the swing of things. I'm really impressed. I told you it was possible to turn a wishy-washy art student into a science student in no time at all. Oh, and I've got the Future Mouse pictures. Remind me later, you wanted to see them, no? Joyce, the big brown goddess has arrived."
"Marcus, chill out, man. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Josh. Hey, Jack. Ooh, hello, Oscar, you cutie." "Hello, Irie. Come here and give me a kiss. Oscar, look, it's Irie come to see us again. Oh, look at his face. He's wondering where Millat is, aren't you, Oscar?" "No, I'm not." "Oh, dear, yes, he is. Look at his little face. He gets very upset when Millat doesn't turn up. Till I read the name of the new monkey, Oscar, the one Daddy gave you."
"George."
"No, not George. You called it Millat the monkey, remember? Because monkeys are mischievous, and Millat's just as bad, isn't he, Oscar?"
"Don't know. Don't care."
Oscar gets terribly upset when Millat doesn't come. "He'll be along in a while. He's on a date." "When isn't he on a date? All those busty girls. We might get jealous, mightn't we, Oscar? He spends more time with them than us. But we shouldn't joke, I suppose. It's a bit difficult for you." "No, I don't mind, Joyce, really. I'm used to it." "But everybody loves Millat, don't they, Oscar? So hard not to, isn't it, Oscar? We love him, don't we, Oscar?" "I hate him." "Oh, Oscar, don't say silly things."
"Can we all stop talking about Millat, please?"
"Yes, Josh, you're all right. Do you hear how he gets jealous? I try to explain to him that Millat needs a little extra care, you know. He's from a very difficult background. It's just like when I give more time to my peonies than my Michaelmas daisies. Daisies will grow anywhere. You know, you can be very selfish sometimes, Joshy." "Okay, Mum, okay. What's happening with dinner? Before study or after?" "Before, I think, Joyce, no? I've got to work on Future Mouse all night." "Future Mouse." "Shh, Oscar. I'm trying to listen to Daddy."
"Because I'm delivering a paper tomorrow, so best have dinner early, if that's all right with you, Irie. I know how you like your food."
"That's fine. Don't say things like that, Marcus, dear. She's very touchy about her weight." "No, I'm really not."
"Touchy? About her weight, but everybody likes a big girl, don't they? I know I do. Evening all. Door was ajar, let myself in. One day somebody's going to wander in here and murder the fucking lot of you. Millat. Oscar, look, it's Millat. Oscar, you're very happy to see Millat, aren't you, darling? Oscar screwed up his nose, pretended to barf, and threw a wooden hammer at Millat's shins. Oscar gets so excited when he sees you. Well, you're just in time for dinner. Chicken with cauliflower cheese. Sit down. Josh put Millat's coat somewhere. So, how are things? Millat sat down at the table with violence and eyes that looked like they had recently seen tears. He pulled out his pouch of tobacco and little bag of weed. Fucking awful. Awful how? Inquired Marcus with little attention, otherwise engaged in cutting himself a chunk from an enormous block of Stilton. Couldn't get in girls' pants. Girl wouldn't get in your pants. Girl not wearing pants. Out of interest, what kind of pants was she? Dad, give it a rest, moaned Joshua. Well, if you ever actually got in anybody's pants, Josh, said Marcus, looking pointedly at Irene, I'd be able to get my kicks through you, but so far... Shh, the two of you, snapped Joyce. I'm trying to listen to Millat. 4 months ago, having a cool mate like Millat had seemed to Josh one hell of a lucky break. Having him round his house every Tuesday had upped Josh's ante at Glenard Oak by more than he could have imagined. And now that Millat, encouraged by Irene, had begun to come of his own accord, to come socially, Joshua Chalfin, née Chalfin the Chubster, should have felt his star rising. But he didn't. He felt pissed off. For Joshua had not bargained on the power of Millat's attractiveness, his magnet-like qualities. He saw that Irene was still deep down stuck on him like a paperclip, and even his own mother seemed sometimes to take Millat as her only focus, all her energy for her gardening, her children, her husband, streamlined and drawn to this one object like so many iron filings. It pissed him off. I can't talk now. I can't talk in my own house. Joshy, don't be silly. Millat's obviously upset. I'm just trying to deal with that at the moment. Poor little Joshy, said Millat, in slow, malicious, purring tones, not getting enough attention from his mummy. Want mummy to wipe his bottom for him? Fuck you, Millat, said Joshua. Ooh. Joyce! Marcus! Appealed Joshua, looking for an external judgment. Tell him! Marcus popped a great wedge of cheese in his mouth and shrugged his shoulders. I'm afraid Millat's our Murray's jurisdiction. Let me just deal with this first, Joshy, began Joyce, and then later... Joyce allowed the rest of her sentence to get jammed in the kitchen door, just as her eldest son slammed it. Shall I go after? Asked Benjamin. Joyce shook her head and kissed Benjamin on the cheek. No, Benji, best leave him to it. She turned back to Millat, touching his face, tracing the salt path of an old tear with her finger. Now, what's been going on? Millat began slowly rolling his spliff. He liked to make them wait. You could get more out of a Chalfin if you made them wait. Oh, Millat, don't smoke that stuff. Every time we see you these days you're smoking. It upsets Oscar so much. He's not that young and he understands more than you think. He understands about marijuana. What's marijuana? Asked Oscar. You know what it is, Oscar. It's what makes Millat all horrible,
like we were talking about today, and it's what kills the little brain cells he has. Get off my fucking back, Joyce. I'm just trying to... Joyce sighed with melodrama and drew her fingers through her hair. Millat, what's the matter? Do you need some money? Yeah, I do, as it happens. Why? What happened? Millat, talk to me. Family again? Millat tucked the orange cardboard roach in and stuck the joint between his lips. Dad chucked me out, didn't he? Oh, God, said Joyce, tears springing immediately, pulling her chair closer and taking his hand. If I was your mother, anyway, I'm not, am I? But she's just so incompetent. It makes me so... imagine letting your husband take away one of your children and do God knows what with the other one. I just don't talk about my mother. You've never met her. I wasn't even talking about her. Well, she refuses to meet me, doesn't she? As if it was some kind of competition. Shut the fuck up, Joyce. Well, there's no point, is there? Going into... It upsets you to... I can see that clearly. It's all too close to the... Marcus, get some tea. He needs tea. For fuck's sake, I don't want any fucking tea. All you ever do is drink tea. You lot must piss pure bloody tea. Millat, I'm just trying... Well, don't! A little hash seed fell out of Millat's joint and stuck on his lips. He picked it off and popped it in his mouth. I could do with some brandy, though, if there is any. Joyce motioned to Irene with a what-can-you-do look and mimed a tiny measure of her 30-year-old Napoleon brandy between forefinger and thumb. Irene stood on an overturned bucket to get it off the top shelf. Okay. Let's all calm down, okay? Okay. So, what happened this time? I called him a cunt. He is a cunt. Millat walloped Oscar's creeping fingers that were looking for a plaything and reaching speculatively for his matches. I'll need somewhere to stay for a bit. Well, that's not even a question. You can stay with us naturally. Irene reached between the two of them, Joyce and Millat, to place the big-bottomed brandy glass on the table. Okay. Irene, give him a little space right now, I think. Yes, okay, Irene. He just doesn't need crowding right at this moment. He's a bloody hypocrite, man. Millat cut in with a growl, looking into the middle distance and speaking to the conservatory as much as to anyone. He prays 5 times a day, but he still drinks, and he doesn't have any Muslim friends. Then he has a go at me for fucking a white girl, and then he's pissed off about Magid. He takes all his shit out on me, and he wants me to stop hanging around with Kevin. I'm more of a fucking Muslim than he is. Fuck him. Do you want to talk about it with all this lot about, said Joyce, looking meaningfully round the room, or just us? Joyce, said Millat, downing his brandy in one. I don't give a fuck. Joyce took that to mean just us, and ushered the rest of them out of the room with her eyes. Irene was glad to leave. In the 4 months that she and Millat had been turning up to the Chalfins, ploughing through double science, band 1, and eating their selection of boiled food, a strange pattern had developed. The more progress Irene made, whether in her studies, her attempts to make polite conversation, or her studied imitation of Chalfinism, the less interest Joyce showed in her. Yet the more Millat veered off the rails, turning up uninvited on a Sunday night
off his face, bringing round girls, smoking weed all over the house, drinking their 1964 Dom Perignon on the sly, pissing on the rose garden, holding a Kevin meeting in the front room, running up a £300 phone bill calling Bangladesh, telling Marcus he was queer, threatening to castrate Joshua, calling Oscar a spoiled little shit, accusing Joyce herself of being a maniac. The more Joyce adored him. In 4 months he already owed her over £300, a new duvet and a bike wheel. "Are you coming upstairs?" asked Marcus, as he closed the kitchen door on the two of them and bent this way and that like a reed while his children blew past him. "I've got those pictures you wanted to see." Irie gave Marcus a thankful smile. It was Marcus who seemed to keep an eye out for her. It was Marcus who had helped her these 4 months as her brain changed from something mushy to something hard and defined, as she slowly gained a familiarity with the Chalfin way of thinking. She had thought of this as a great sacrifice on the part of a busy man, but more recently she wondered if there was not some enjoyment in it, like watching a blind man feeling out the contours of a new object, maybe, or a laboratory rat making sense of a maze. Either way, in exchange for his attention, Irie had begun to take an interest, first strategic and now genuine, in his future mouse. Consequently, invitation to Marcus's study at the very top of the house, by far her favourite room, had become more frequent. "Oh, don't stand there grinning like the village idiot. Come on up." Marcus's room was like no place Irie had ever seen. It had no communal utility, no other purpose in the house apart from being Marcus's room. It stored no toys, bric-a-brac, broken things, spare ironing boards. No one ate in it, slept in it, or made love in it. It wasn't like Clara's attic space, a Kubla Khan of crap, all carefully stored in boxes and labelled just in case she should ever need to flee this land for another one. It wasn't like the spare rooms of immigrants, packed to the rafters with all that they have ever possessed, no matter how defective or damaged. Mountains of odds and ends that stand testament to the fact that they have things now, where before they had nothing. Marcus's room was purely devoted to Marcus and Marcus's work. A study, like in Austen, or Upstairs Downstairs, or Sherlock Holmes. Except this was the first study Irie had ever seen in real life. The room itself was small and irregular, with a sloping floor, wooden eaves that meant it was possible to stand in certain places but not others, and a skylight rather than a window which let light through in slices, spotlights for dancing dust. There were 4 filing cabinets, open-mouthed beasts spitting paper, paper in piles on the floor, on the shelves, in circles around the chairs. The smell of a rich, sweet Germanic tobacco sat in a cloud just above head level, staining the leaves of the highest books yellow. And there was an elaborate smoking set on a side table. Spare mouthpieces, pipes ranging from the standard U-bend to ever more curious shapes. Snuff boxes, a selection of gauzes, all laid out in a velvet-lined leather case like a doctor's instruments. Scattered about the walls and lining the fireplace were photos of the Chalfin clan, including comely portraits of Joyce in her pert-breasted hippie youth, a retroussé nose sneaking out between 2 great sheaths of hair, and then a few larger framed centerpieces. A map of the Chalfin family tree, a headshot of Mendel looking pleased with himself, a big poster of Einstein in his American Icon stage, nutty Professor hair, surprised look, and huge pipe, subtitled with the quote, "God does not play dice with the world." Finally, Marcus's large oaken armchair backed onto a portrait of Crick and Watson looking tired but elated in front of their model of deoxyribonucleic acid, a spiral staircase of metal clamps reaching from the floor of their Cambridge lab to beyond the scope of the photographer's lens. "But where's Wilkins?" inquired Marcus, bending where the ceiling got low and tapping the photo with a pencil. 1962. Wilkins won the Nobel in medicine with Crick and Watson, but no sign of Wilkins in the photos. Just Crick and Watson. Watson and Crick. History likes lone geniuses or double acts, but he's got no time for threesomes. Marcus thought again. Unless they're comedians or jazz musicians.
"Suppose you'll have to be a lone genius, then," said Irene cheerfully, turning from the picture and sitting down on a Swedish backless chair.
But I have a mentor, you see."
He pointed to a poster-sized black and white photograph on the other wall.
"And mentors are a whole other kettle of fish."
It was an extreme close-up of an extremely old man, the contours of his face clearly defined by line and shade, hachures on a topographic map.
"Grand old Frenchman, gentleman and a scholar. Taught me practically everything I know. 70-odd and sharp as a whip. But you see, with a mentor, you needn't credit them directly. That's the great thing about them. Now, where's this bloody photo?"
While Marcus scrabbled about in a filing cabinet, Irene studied a small slice of the Chalfin family tree, an elaborate illustrated oak that stretched back into the 1600s and forward into the present day. The differences between the Chalfins and the Jones-Bowdens were immediately plain. For starters, in the Chalfin family, everybody seemed to have a normal number of children. More to the point, everybody knew whose children were whose. The men lived longer than the women. The marriages were singular and long-lasting. Dates of birth and death were concrete. And the Chalfins actually knew who they were in 1675. Archie Jones could give no longer record of his family than his father's own haphazard appearance on the planet in the back room of a Bromley public house circa 1895 or 1896, or quite possibly 1897, depending on which nonagenarian ex-barmaid you spoke to. Clara Bowden knew a little about her grandmother, and half believed the story that her famed and prolific Uncle P had 34 children, but could only state definitively that her own mother was born at 2:45 p.m. on January the 14th, 1907, in a Catholic church in the middle of the Kingston earthquake. The rest was rumour, folktale, and myth. "You guys go so far back," said Irene, as Marcus came up behind her to see what was of interest. "It's incredible. I can't imagine what that must feel like."
"Nonsensical statement. We all go back as far as each other. It's just that the Chalfins have always written things down," said Marcus thoughtfully, stuffing his pipe with fresh tobacco. "It helps if you want to be remembered."
"I guess my family's more of an oral tradition," said Irene with a shrug. "But man, you should ask Millat about his. He's the descendant of—"
"A great revolutionary, so I've heard. I wouldn't take any of that seriously if I were you. 1 part truth to 3 parts fiction in that family, I fancy. Any historical figure of note in your lot?"
asked Marcus, and then, immediately uninterested in his own question, returned to his search of filing cabinet number 2. No one significant. But my grandmother was born in January 1907 during the Kingston—"
"Here we are," Marcus emerged, triumphant, from a steel drawer, brandishing a thin plastic folder with a few pieces of paper in it. "Photographs, specially for you. If the animal rights lot saw these, they'd have a contract out on my life. One by one. Now, don't grab." Marcus passed Irie the first photo. It was of a mouse on its back. Its stomach was littered with little mushroom-like growths, brown and puffy. Its mouth was unnaturally extended by the prostrate position into a cry of agony. But not genuine agony, Irie thought. More like theatrical agony, more like a mouse who was making a big show of something. A ham mouse, a lovey mouse. There was something sarcastic about it. You see, embryo cells are all very well. They help us understand the genetic elements that may contribute to cancer. But what you really want to know is how a tumour progresses in living tissue. I mean, you can't approximate that in a culture, not really. So then you move on to introducing chemical carcinogens in a target organ, but Irie was half listening, half engrossed in the pictures passed to her. The next one was of the same mouse, as far as she could tell. This time on its front, where the tumours were bigger. There was one on its neck that appeared practically the same size as its ear. But the mouse looked quite pleased about it, almost as if it had purposefully grown new apparatus to hear what Marcus was saying about it. Irie was aware this was a stupid thing to think about a lab mouse. But once again, the mouse face had a mouse cunning about it. There was a mouse sarcasm in its mouse eyes. A mouse smirk played about its mouse lips. "Terminal disease?" the mouse said to Irie. "What terminal disease?" "Slow and imprecise, but if you re-engineer the actual genome so that specific cancers are expressed in specific tissues at predetermined times in the mouse's development, then you're no longer dealing with the random. You're eliminating the random actions of a mutagen. Now you're talking the genetic program of the mouse, of force-activating oncogenes within cells. Now, you see, this particular mouse is a young male." Now Future Mouse was being held by his front paws by two pink giant fingers and made to stand vertically like a cartoon mouse, thus forcing his head up. He seemed to be sticking out his little pink mouse tongue at the cameraman initially, and now at Irie. On his chin, the tumours hung like big droplets of dirty rain. And he expresses the HRAS oncogene in certain of his skin cells, so he develops multiple benign skin papillomas. Now, what's interesting, of course, is young females don't develop it, which is... One eye was closed, the other open, like a wink, a crafty mouse wink. And why? Because of inter-male rivalry. The fights lead to abrasion. Not a biological imperative, but a social one. Genetic result? The same. You see? And it's only with transgenic mice, by adding experimentally to the genome, that you can understand those kind of differences. And this mouse, the one you're looking at, is a unique mouse, Irie. I plant a cancer, and a cancer turns up precisely when I expect it, 15 weeks into the development. Its genetic code is new. New breed. No better argument for a patent, if you ask me. Or at least some kind of royalties deal. 80% God, 20% me. Or the other way round, depending on how good my lawyer is. Those poor bastards at Harvard are still fighting the point. I'm not interested in the patent personally. I'm interested in the science.
Wow, said Irene, passing back the pictures reluctantly. It's pretty hard to take in. I half get it, and I half don't get it at all. It's just amazing.
Well, said Marcus, mock humble, it fills the time.
Being able to eliminate the random.
You eliminate the random, you rule the world, said Marcus simply. Why stick to oncogenes? One could program every step in the development of an organism. Reproduction, food habits, life expectancy.
Automaton voice, arms out like a zombie, rolling eyeballs.
World domination.
I can see the tabloid headlines, said Irene.
Seriously, though, said Marcus, rearranging his photos in the folder and moving toward the cabinet to refile them. The study of isolated breeds of transgenic animals sheds crucial light on the random. Are you following me? One mouse sacrificed for 5.3 billion humans. Hardly mouse apocalypse. Not too much to ask.
No, of course not.
Damn. This thing is such a bloody mess.
Marcus tried 3 times to shut the bottom drawer of his cabinet, and then, losing patience, levelled a kick at its steel sides.
Bloody thing!
Irene peered over the open drawer. You need more dividers, she said decidedly. And a lot of the paper you're using is A3, A2 or irregular. You need some kind of folding policy. At the moment, you're just shoving them in.
Marcus threw his head back and laughed. Folding policy? Well, I suppose you should know, like father, like daughter.
He crouched down by the drawer and gave it a few more pushes. I'm serious. I don't know how you work like that. My school shit is better organised, and I'm not in the business of world domination. Marcus looked up at her from where he was kneeling. She was like a mountain range from that angle, a soft and pillowy version of the Andes.
Look, how about this? I'll pay you 15 quid a week if you come round twice a week and get a grip on this filing disaster. You'll learn more, and I'll get something I need done. Done? Hey? What about it?
What about it? Joyce already paid Millat a total of 35 quid a week for such diverse activities as babysitting Oscar, washing the car, weeding, doing the windows, and recycling all the coloured paper. What she was really paying for, of course, was the presence of Millat, that energy around her, and that reliance. Irene knew the deal she was about to make. She didn't run into it drunk or stoned or desperate or confused as Millat did. Furthermore, she wanted it. She wanted to merge with the Chalfins, to be of one flesh, separated from the chaotic random flesh of her own family and transgenically fused with another. A unique animal. A new breed.
Marcus frowned. Why all the deliberation? I'd like an answer this millennium, if you don't mind. Is it a good idea, or isn't it?
Irene nodded and smiled. Sure is. When do I start?
This ends Disc 12. White Teeth, Disc 13.
Alsana and Clara were none too pleased, but it took them a little while to compare notes and consolidate their displeasure. Clara was in night school 3 days a week. Courses: British Imperialism, 1765 to the present, Medieval Welsh Literature, Black Feminism. Alsana was on the sewing machine all the daylight hours God gave, while a family war raged around her. They talked on the phone only occasionally, and saw each other even less. But both felt an independent uneasiness about the Chalfins,
of whom they had gradually heard more and more. After a few months of covert surveillance, Alsana was now certain that it was to the Chalfins Millat went during his regular absences from the family home. As for Clara, she was lucky to catch Irene in on a weeknight, and had long ago rumbled her netball excuses. For months now it had been the Chalfins this and the Chalfins that. Joyce said this wonderful thing, "Marcus is so terribly clever." But Clara wasn't one to kick up a fuss. She wanted desperately what was best for Irene, and she had always been convinced that sacrifice was 9/10 of parenting. She even suggested a meeting between herself and the Chalfins, but either Clara was paranoid or Irene was doing her best to avoid it, and there was no point looking to Archibald for support. He only saw Irene in flashes when she came home to shower, dress, or eat, and it didn't seem to bother him whether she raved endlessly about the Chalfin children. "They sound nice, love." Or about something Joyce did. "Did she? That's very clever, isn't it, love?" Or something Marcus had said. "Sounds like a right old Einstein, eh, love? Well, good for you. Mustache, meeting Sammy at O'Connell's at 8. Archie had skin as thick as an alligator's. Being a father was such a solid genetic position in his mind, the solidest fact in Archie's life. It didn't occur to him that there might be any challenger to his crown. It was left to Clara to bite her lip alone, hope she wasn't losing her only daughter, and swallow the blood. But Alsana had finally concluded that it was all-out war, and she needed an ally. Late January 91, Christmas and Ramadan safely out of the way, she picked up the phone. "So, you know about these Chaffingers?" "Chalfins. I think the name is Chalfin." "Yes, they're the parents of a friend of Irene's, I think," said Clara, disingenuously, wanting to know what Alsana knew first. "Joshua Chalfin. They sound a nice family." Alsana blew air out of her nose. "I'll call them chaffinches, little scavenging English birds pecking at all the best seeds. Those birds do the same to my bay leaves as these people do to my boy. But they are worse. They are like birds with teeth, with sharp little canines. They don't just steal, they rip apart. What do you know about them?" "Well, nothing really. They've been helping Irene and Millat with their sciences, that's what she told me. I'm sure there's no harm, I'll see. And Irene's doing very well in school now. She is out of the house all the time, but I can't really put my foot down." Clara heard Alsana slap the Iqbal banisters in fury. "Have you met them? Because I haven't met them, and yet they feel free to give my son money and shelter as if he had neither, and bad-mouth me, no doubt. God only knows what he is telling them about me. Who are they? I am not knowing them from Adam or Eve. Millat spends every spare minute with them, and I see no particular improvement in his grades, and he is still smoking the pot and sleeping with the girls. I try and tell Samad, but he's in his own world. He just won't listen, just screams at Millat and won't speak to me. We're trying to raise the money to get Magid back and in a good school. I'm trying to keep this family together, and these Chaffingers are trying to tear it apart." Clara bit her lip and nodded silently at the receiver. "Are you there, lady?" "Yes," said Clara. "Yes. You see, well, she seemed to worship them. I got quite upset at first, but then I thought I was just being silly. Archie says I'm being silly. If you told that potato head there was no gravity on the moon, he'd think you were being silly. We get by without his opinion for 15 years. We'll manage without it now, Clara, said Alsana, and her heavy breath rattled against the receiver. Her voice sounded exhausted. We always stand by each other. I need you now. Yes. I'm just thinking. Please, don't think. I booked a movie, old and French like you like, 2:30 today. Meet me in front of the Tricycle Theatre. Niece of Shame is coming too. We have tea. We talk. The movie was A Bout de Souffle. 16mm, grey and white. Old Fords and boulevards. Turn-ups and handkerchiefs. Kisses and cigarettes. Clara loved it. Beautiful Belmondo. Beautiful Seaburg. Beautiful Paris. Nina found it too French, and Alsana couldn't understand what the bloody thing was about. 2 young people running around France talking nonsense, killing policemen, stealing vehicles, never wearing bras. If that's European cinema, give me Bollywood every day of the week. Now, ladies, shall we get down to business? Nina went and collected the teas and plunked them on the little table. So what's all this about a conspiracy of chaffinches? Sounds like Hitchcock. Alsana explained in shorthand the situation. Nina reached into her bag for her cigarettes, lit one up and exhaled minty smoke. Auntie, they just sound like a perfectly nice middle-class family who are helping Millat with his studies. Is that what you dragged me from work for? I mean, it's hardly Jonestown now, is it? No, said Clara cautiously. No, of course not. But all your auntie is saying is that Millat and Iris spend such a lot of time over there. So we'd just like to know a bit more about what they like, you know? That's natural enough, isn't it? Alsana objected. That is not all I'm saying. I am saying these people are taking my son away from me. Birds with teeth. They're Englishifying him completely. They're deliberately leading him away from his culture and his family and his religion. Since when have you given 2 shits about his religion? You, niece of shame, you don't know how I sweat blood for that boy. You don't know about... Well, if I don't know anything about anything, why the bloody hell have you brought me here? I've got other fucking things to do, you know. Nina snatched her bag and made to stand up. Sorry about this, Clara. I don't know why this always has to happen. I'll see you soon. Sit down, hissed Alsana, grabbing her by the arm. Sit down. All right. Point made, Miss Clever Lesbian. Look, we need you. Okay? Sit down. Apology, okay? Better? All right, said Nina, viciously stubbing out her fag on a napkin. But I'm going to speak my mind, and for once just shut that chasm of a mouth while I do it, okay? Okay? Right. Now, you just said Irie's doing tremendous in school, and if Millat's not doing so well, it's no great mystery. He doesn't do any work. At least somebody's trying to help him. And if he's seen too much of these people, I'm sure that's his choice, not theirs. It's not exactly happy land in your house at the moment, is it? He's running away from himself, and he's looking for something as far away from the Iqbals as possible. Aha! But they live 2 streets away! Cried Alsana triumphantly. No, Auntie. Conceptually far away from you. Being an Iqbal is occasionally a little suffocating, you know. He's using this other family as a refuge. They're probably a good influence or something. Or something, said Alsana ominously. What are you afraid of, Elsie? He's 2nd generation. You always say it yourself. You need to let them go their own way. Yes, and look what happened to me, blah, blah, blah. I may be niece of shame to you, Elsie, but I earn a good living out of my shoes. Alsana looked dubiously at the knee-length black boots that Nina had designed, made, and was wearing. And I live a pretty good life. You know, I live by principles. I'm just saying. He's already having a war with Uncle Samad. He doesn't need one with you as well. Alsana grumbled into her blackberry tea. If you want to worry about something, Auntie, worry about these Kevin people he hangs around with. They're insane. And there's bloody loads of them. All the ones you wouldn't expect. Mo, you know, the butcher. Yes, you know, the Hussein Ishmaels. Ardashir's side of the family. Right, well, he's one. And bloody Shiva from the restaurant, he's converted. Good for him, said Alsana tartly. But it's nothing to do with Islam proper, Elsie. They're a political group, and some politics. One of the little bastards told me and Maxine we were going to roast in the pits of hell. Apparently we are the lowest forms of life, lower than the slugs. I gave his ball bag a 360-degree twist. Those are the people you need to worry about. Alsana shook her head and waved Nina off with a hand. Can't you understand? I worry about my son being taken away from me. I have lost one already. 6 years I have not seen Magid. 6 years. And I see these people, these Chavanches, and they spend more time with Millat than I do. Can you understand that at least? Nina sighed, fiddled with a button on her top, and then, seeing the tears forming in her auntie's eyes, conceded a silent nod. Millat and Irie often go round there for dinner, said Clara quietly. And Alsana, well, your auntie and I were wondering if once you could go with them. You look young, and you seem young, and you could go and... Report back, finished Nina, rolling her eyes. Infiltrate the enemy. That poor family, they've no idea they're messing with, have they? They're under surveillance and they don't even know it. It's like the bloody 39 steps. Niece of shame. Yes or no? Nina groaned. Yes, Auntie. Yes, if I must. Much appreciated, said Alsana, finishing her tea. Now, it wasn't that Joyce was a homophobe. She liked gay men, and they liked her. She had even inadvertently amassed a little gay fan club at the university, a group of men who saw her as a kind of Barbara Streisand, Betty Davis, Joan Baez hybrid, and met once a month to cook her dinner and admire her dress sense. So Joyce couldn't be homophobic. But gay women... Something confused Joyce about gay women. It wasn't that she disliked them. She just couldn't comprehend them. Joyce understood why men would love men. She had devoted her life to loving men, so she knew how it felt. But the idea of women loving women was so far from Joyce's cognitive understanding of the world that she couldn't process it. The idea of them, she just didn't get it. God knows she'd made the effort. During the 70s, she'd dutifully read The Well of Loneliness and Our Bodies Ourselves, which had a small chapter. More recently, she had read and watched Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit, but none of it did her any good. She wasn't offended by it. She just couldn't see the point. So when Nina turned up for dinner, arm in arm with Maxine, Joyce just sat staring at the two of them over the first course, lentils on rye bread, utterly fixated. she was rendered dumbstruck for the first 20 minutes, leaving the rest of the family to go through the Chalfin routine minus her own vital bit part. It was a little like being hypnotized, all sitting in a dense cloud, and through the mist she heard snippets of dinner conversation continuing without her. "So, always the first Chalfin question, what do you do?" "Shoes. I make shoes." "Ah, Not the material of sparkling conversation, I fear. What about the beautiful lady?" "I'm a beautiful lady of leisure. I wear the shoes she makes." "Ah. Not in college, then?" "No. I didn't bother with college. Is that okay?" Nina was equally defensive. "And before you ask, neither did I." "Well, I didn't mean to embarrass you." "You didn't." "Because it's no real surprise. I know you're not the most academic family in the world." Joyce knew things were going badly, but she couldn't find her tongue to smooth it out. A million dangerous double entendres was sitting at the back of her throat, and if she opened her mouth even a slit, she feared one of them was going to come out. Marcus, who was always oblivious to causing offence, trundled on happily. "You two are terrible temptations for a man." "Are we?" "Oh, dykes always are. And I'm sure certain gentlemen would have half a chance. Though you'd probably take beauty over intellect, I suspect, so there goes my chances." "You seem awfully certain of your intellect, Mr. Chalfin." "Shouldn't I be? I am terribly clever, you know." Joyce just kept looking at them, thinking, who relies on whom? Who teaches whom? Who improves whom? Who pollinates and who nurtures? "Well, it's great to have another Iqbal around the table, isn't it, Josh?" "I'm a Begum, not an Iqbal," said Nina. "I can't help thinking," said Marcus, unheeding, "that a Chalfin man and an Iqbal woman would be a hell of a mix. Like Fred and Ginger. You'd give us sex and we'd give you sensibility or something, hey? You'd keep a Chalfin on his toes. You're as fiery as an Iqbal. Indian passion. Funny thing about your family, first generation are all Looney Tunes, but the second generation have got heads just about straight on their shoulders." Look. No one calls my family loony, okay? Even if they are, I'll call them loony. Now, you see, try to use the language properly. You can say, "No one calls my family loony," but that's not a correct statement, because people do and will. By all means say, "I don't want people to," etc. It's a small thing, but we can all understand each other better when we don't abuse terms and phrases. Then, just as Marcus was reaching into the oven to pull out the main course, chicken hot pot, Joyce's mouth opened, and for some inexplicable reason this came out. "Do you use each other's breasts as pillows?" Nina's fork, which was heading for her mouth, stopped just as it reached the tip of her nose. Millat choked on a piece of cucumber. Iris struggled to bring her lower jaw back into alliance with the upper. Maxime began to giggle. But Joyce wasn't going to go purple. Joyce was descended from the kind of bloody-minded women who continued through the African swamps, even after the bag-carrying natives had dropped their load and turned back, even when the white men were leaning on their guns and shaking their heads. She was cut of the same cloth as the frontier ladies who, armed with only a Bible, a shotgun and a net curtain, coolly took out the brown men moving forward from the horizon toward the plains.
Joyce didn't know the meaning of backing down. She was going to stand her ground. It's just, in a lot of Indian poetry, they talk about using breasts for pillows. Downy breasts, pillow breasts. I just wondered if white sleeps on brown, or, as one might expect, brown sleeps on white. Extending the pillow metaphor, you see. I was just wondering which way. The silence was long, broad, and malingering. Nina shook her head in disgust and dropped her cutlery onto her plate with a clatter. Maxine tapped her fingers on the tablecloth, marking out a nervous William Tell. Josh looked like he might cry. Finally, Marcus threw his head back, clapped his hands, and let out an enormous Chalfin guffaw. I've been wanting to ask that all night. Well done, Mother Chalfin. And so, for the first time in her life, Nina had to admit that her auntie was absolutely right. You wanted a report, so here's a full report. Crazy, nutso, racing, short of a fruitcake, rubber walls, screaming mad basket cases, every bloody one of them. Arsana nodded, open-mouthed, and asked Nina to repeat for the third time the bit during dessert, when Joyce, serving up a trifle, had inquired whether it was difficult for Muslim women to bake while wearing those long black sheets. Didn't the armpits get covered in cake mixture? Wasn't there a danger of setting yourself alight on the gas burners? Bouncing off the walls, concluded Nina. But, as is the way with these things, once confirmation had arrived, nobody knew quite what to do with the information. Irie and Millat were 16 and never tired of telling their respective mothers that they were now of the legal age for various activities and could do whatever, whenever. Short of putting locks on the doors and bars on the windows, Clara and Alsana were powerless. If anything, things got worse. Irie spent more time than ever immersing herself in Chalfinism. Clara noticed her wincing at her own father's conversation and frowning at the middle-brow tabloid Clara curled up with in bed. Millat disappeared from home for weeks at a time, returning with money that was not his, and an accent that modulated wildly between the rounded tones of the Chalfins and the street talk of the Kevin clan. He infuriated Samad beyond all reason. No, that's wrong. There was a reason. Millat was neither one thing nor the other, this or that, Muslim or Christian, Englishman or Bengali. He lived for the in-between. He lived up to his middle name, Zulfikar, the clashing of two swords. How many times, Samad growled, after watching his son purchase the autobiography of Malcolm X, is it necessary to say thank you in a single transaction? Thank you when you hand the book over. Thank you when she receives it. Thank you when she tells you the price. Thank you when you sign the check. Thank you when she takes it. They call it English politeness, when it is simply arrogance. The only being who deserves this kind of thanks is Allah himself. And Alsana was once again caught between the two of them, trying desperately to find the middle ground. If Magid was here, he'd sort you two out. A lawyer's mind. He'd make things straight. But Magid wasn't here. He was there. And there was still not enough money to change the situation. Then the summer came, and with it exams. Irie came in just behind Chalfin the chubster, and Millat did far better than anyone, including he, had expected. It could only be the Chalfin influence, and Clara, for one, felt a little ashamed of herself.
Alsana just said, "Iqbal brains. In the end, they triumph," and decided to mark the occasion with a joint Iqbal-Jones celebration barbecue to be held on Samad's lawn. Nina, Maxine, Ardashir, Shiva, Joshua, aunties, cousins, Irie's friends, Millat's friends, Kevin's friends, and the headmaster all came and made merry, except for Kevin, who formed a circle in one corner, with paper cups filled with cheap Spanish bubbly. It was going well enough until Samad spotted the ring of folded arms and green bow ties. "What are they doing here? Who let in the infidels?" "Well, you're here, aren't you?" sniped Alsana, looking at the 3 empty cans of Guinness Samad had already got through, the hot dog juice dribbling down his chin. "Who's casting the first stone at a barbecue?" Samad glared and lurched away with Archie to admire their shared handiwork on the reconstructed shed. Clara took the opportunity to pull Alsana aside and ask her a question. Alsana stamped her foot in her own coriander. "No, no way at all. What should I thank her for? If he did well, it was because of his own brains. Iqbal brains. Not once has that long-toothed chaffinch even condescended to telephone me. Wild horses will have to drag my dead body, lady. But I just think it would be a nice idea to go and thank her for all the time she spent with the children. I think maybe we misjudged her." "By all means go, Lady Jones, go if you like," said Alsana scornfully. "But as for me, wild horses could not do it." And that's Dr. Solomon Chalfin, Marcus's grandfather. He was one of the few men who would listen to Freud when everybody in Vienna thought they had a sexual deviant on their hands. An incredible face he has, don't you think? There's so much wisdom in it. The first time Marcus showed me that picture, I knew I wanted to marry him. I thought, if my Marcus looks like that at 80, I'll be a very lucky girl. Clara smiled and admired the daguerreotype. She had so far admired 8 along the mantelpiece, with Irie trailing sullenly behind her, and there were at least as many left to go. It's a grand old family, and if you don't find it too presumptuous, is Clara all right? Clara's fine, Mrs. Chalfin. Irie waited for Joyce to ask Clara to call her Joyce. Well, as I was saying, it's a grand old family, and if you don't find it too presumptuous, I like to think of Irie as a kind of addition to it, in a way. She's just such a remarkable girl. We've so enjoyed having her around. She's enjoyed being around, I think. And she really owes you a lot. We all do. Oh, no. I believe in the responsibility of intellectuals. Besides which, it's been a joy, really. I hope we'll still see her, even though the exams are over. There's still A-levels, if nothing else. Oh, I'm sure she'd come anyway. She talks about you all the time. The Chalfins this, the Chalfins that. Joyce clasped Clara's hands in her own. Oh, Clara, I am pleased, and I'm pleased we've finally met as well. Oh, now, I hadn't finished. Where were we? Oh, yes. Well, here are Charles and Anna, great-uncles and aunts long buried, sadly. He was a psychiatrist. Yes, another one. And she was a plant biologist, woman after my own heart.
Joyce stood back for a minute like an art critic in a gallery and put her hands on her hips. I mean, after a while, you've got to suspect it's in the genes, haven't you? All these brains, I mean, nurture just won't explain it. I mean, will it? No, agreed Clara. I guess not. Now, out of interest, I mean, I really am curious, which side do you think Irene gets it from, the Jamaican or the English? Clara looked up and down the line of dead white men in starched collars, some monocled, some uniformed, some sitting in the bosom of their family, each member manacled into position so the camera could do its slow business. They all reminded her a little of someone, of her own grandfather, the dashing Captain Charlie Durham, in his one extant photograph, pinched and pale, looking defiantly at the camera, not so much having his picture taken as forcing his image upon the plate. What they used to call a muscular Christian. The Bowden family called him Whitey. Damn fool boy thought he owned everything he touched. My side, said Clara tentatively. I guess the English in my side. My grandfather was an Englishman, quite la-di-da, I've been told. His child, my mother, was born during the Kingston earthquake, 1907. I used to think maybe the rumble knocked the Bowden brain cells into place, 'cause we've been doing pretty well since then. Joyce saw that Clara was expecting a laugh and quickly supplied one. But seriously, it was probably Captain Charlie Durham. He taught my grandmother all she knew. A good English education, Lord knows, I can't think who else it could be. Wow, how fascinating. It's what I say to Marcus. It is the genes, whatever he says. He says I'm a simplifier, but he's just too theoretical. I'm proven right all the time. As the front door closed behind her, Clara bit her own lip once more, this time in frustration and anger. Why had she said Captain Charlie Durham? That was a downright lie, false as her own white teeth. Clara was smarter than Captain Charlie Durham. Hortense was smarter than Captain Charlie Durham. Probably even Grandma Ambrosia was smarter than Captain Charlie Durham. Captain Charlie Durham wasn't smart. He had thought he was, but he wasn't. He sacrificed 1,000 people because he wanted to save one woman he never really knew. Captain Charlie Durham was a no-good, gem-full boy. Chapter 13. The Root Canals of Hortense Bowden. A little English education can be a dangerous thing. Alsana's favourite example of this was the old tale of Lord Ellenborough, who, upon taking the Sindh province from India, sent a telegram of only one word to Delhi. Peccavi, a conjugated Latin verb meaning I have sinned. The English are the only people, she would say with distaste, who want to teach you and steal from you at the same time. Alsana's mistrust of the Chalfins was no more or less than that. Clara agreed, but for reasons that were closer to home. A family memory, an unforgotten trace of bad blood in the Bowdens. Her own mother, when inside her mother,
For if this story is to be told, we will have to put them all back inside each other like Russian dolls. Irie back in Clara, Clara back in Hortense, Hortense back in Ambrosia. Was silent witness to what happens when all of a sudden an Englishman decides you need an education. For it had not been enough for Captain Charlie Durham, recently posted to Jamaica, to impregnate his landlady's adolescent daughter one drunken evening in the Bowden larder, May 1906. He was not satisfied with simply taking her maidenhood. He had to teach her something as well. Me? He won't teach me? Ambrosia Bowden had placed her hand over the tiny bump that was Hortense and tried to look as innocent as possible. Why he won't teach me? 3 times a week, replied her mother, and don't ask me why. But Lord knows you could do with some improving. Be thankful for generosity. There is not required whys and wherefores when a handsome, upright English gentleman like Mr. Durham won't be generous. Even Ambrosia Bowden, a capricious, long-legged, mager village child who had not seen a schoolroom in all of her 14 years, knew this advice was mistaken. When an Englishman wants to be generous, the first thing you ask is why, because there is always a reason. You still here, Pickney? He won't see you. Don't let me spit upon the floor and make you get up there before it dry. So Ambrosia Bowden, with Hortense inside her, had dashed up to the captain's room and returned there 3 times a week thereafter for instruction. Letters, numbers, the Bible, English history, trigonometry, and when that was finished, when Ambrosia's mother was safely out of the house, anatomy, which was a longer lesson, given on top of the student as she lay on her back, giggling. Captain Durham told her not to worry about the baby. He would do no damage to it. Captain Durham told her that their secret child would be the cleverest Negro boy in Jamaica. As the months flicked by, Ambrosia learned a lot of wonderful things from the handsome captain. He taught her how to read the trials of Job and study the warnings of Revelation, to swing a cricket bat, to sing Jerusalem, how to add up a column of numbers, how to decline a Latin noun, how to kiss a man's ear until he wept like a child. But mostly he taught her that she was no longer a maidservant, that her education had elevated her, that in her heart she was a lady, though her daily chores remained unchanged. In here, he liked to say, pointing to somewhere beneath her breastbone, the exact spot, in fact, where she routinely rested her broom. A maid no more, Ambrosia, a maid no more, he liked to say, enjoying the pun. And then one afternoon, when Hortense was 5 months unborn, Ambrosia sprinted up the stairs in a very loose, disingenuous gingham dress, rapped on the door with one hand, and hid a bunch of English marigolds behind her back with the other. She wanted to surprise her lover with flowers she knew would remind him of home. She banged and banged and called. But he was gone. "Don't ask me why," said Ambrosia's mother, eyeing her daughter's stomach with suspicion. "Him just get up and go, and is sudden. But him leave a message that he want you to be looked after still. He want you to go over to the estate quick time and present yourself to Mr. Glenard, a good Christian gentleman. Lord knows you could do with some improving. You still here, Pickney? Don't let me spit upon the floor and..." But Ambrosia was out the door before the words hit the ground. It seemed Durham had gone to control the situation in a printing company in Kingston, where a young man called Garvey was staging a printer's strike for higher wages. And then he intended to be away for 3 further months to train His Majesty's Trinidadian soldiers, show them what's what. The English are experts at relinquishing one responsibility and taking up another. But they also like to think of themselves as men of good conscience. So in the interim, Durham entrusted the continued education of Ambrosia Bowden to his good friend Sir Edmund Flecker Glenard, who was, like Durham, of the opinion that the natives required instruction, Christian faith, and moral guidance. Glenard was charmed to have her. Who wouldn't be? A pretty, obedient girl, willing and able round the house. But 2 weeks into her stay, and the pregnancy became obvious. People began to talk. It simply wouldn't do.
"Don't ask me why," said Ambrosia's mother, grabbing Glenard's letter of regret from her weeping daughter. "Maybe you can be improved. Maybe him don't want sin around the house. You back here now. There's nothing to be done now."
But in the letter, so it turned out, there was a consolatory suggestion.
"It say here, him want you to go and see a Christian lady called Mrs. Brenton. Him say you can stay with her."
Now Durham had left instructions that Ambrosia be introduced to the English Anglican Church, and Glenard had suggested the Jamaican Methodist Church. But Mrs. Brenton, a fiery Scottish spinster who specialised in lost souls, had her own ideas.
"We are going to the truth,"
she said decisively when Sunday came, because she did not care for the word church.
"You and I and the wee innocent,"
she said, tapping Ambrosia's belly just inches from Hortense's head,
"are going to hear the words of Jehovah."
For it was Mrs. Brenton who introduced the Bowdens to the witnesses, the Russellites, the Watchtower, the Bible Tract Society. In those days they went under many names. Mrs. Brenton had met Charles Taze Russell himself in Pittsburgh as the last century turned, and was struck by the knowledge of the man, his dedication, his mighty beard. It was his influence that made her a convert from Protestantism, and like any convert, Mrs. Brenton took great pleasure in the conversion of others. She found 2 easy, willing subjects in Ambrosia and the child in her belly, for they had nothing to convert from. The truth entered the Bowdens that winter of 1906 and flowed through the bloodstream directly from Ambrosia to Hortense. It was Hortense's belief that at the moment her mother recognized Jehovah, Hortense herself became conscious, though still inside the womb. In later years, she would swear on any Bible you put in front of her that even in her mother's stomach each word of Mr. Russell's Millennial Dawn, as it was read to Ambrosia night after night, passed as if by osmosis into Hortense's soul. Only this would explain why it felt like a remembrance to read the 6 volumes years later in adult life. Why she could cover pages with her hand and quote them from memory, though she'd never read them before. It is for this reason that any root canal of Hortense must go right to the very beginning, because she was there. She remembers. The events of January the 14th, 1907, the day of the terrible Jamaican earthquake, are not hidden from her, but bright and clear as a bell. "Early will I seek thee. My soul thirsteth for thee, my flesh longeth for thee in a dry and thirsty land where no water is." So sang Ambrosia as her pregnancy reached full term, and she bounced with her huge bulge down King Street, praying for the return of Christ or the return of Charlie Durham, the two men who could save her. So alike in her mind, she had the habit of mixing them up. She was halfway through the third verse, or so Hortense told it, when that rambunctious old rumpot, Sir Edmund Flecker Glenard, flushed from one snifter too many at the Jamaica Club, stepped into their path. "Captain Durham's maid," Hortense recalled him saying by way of a greeting, and receiving nothing from Ambrosia but a glare. "Fine day for it, eh?" Ambrosia tried to sidestep him, but he moved his bulk in front of her once more. "So are you a good girl these days, my dear? Gossip informs me Mrs. Brenton has introduced you to her church. Very interesting, these witness people. But are they prepared, I wonder, for this new mulatto member of their flock?" Hortense remembered well the feel of that fat hand landing hot against her mother. She remembered kicking out at it with all her might. "Oh, it's all right, child. The captain told me your little secret. But naturally, secrets have a price, Ambrosia. Just as yams and pimento and my tobacco cost something. Now, have you seen the old Spanish church, Santa Antonia? Have you been inside? It's just here. It's quite a marvel inside from the aesthetic rather than religious point of view. It'll only take a moment, my dear. One should never pass up the opportunity of a little education, after all." Every moment happens twice, inside and outside, and they are two different histories. Outside of Ambrosia there was much white stone, no people, an altar peeling gold, little light, smoking candles, Spanish names engraved in the floor, and a large marble Madonna, her head bowed, standing high upon a plinth. All was preternaturally calm as Glenard began to touch her. But inside there was a galloping heartbeat, the crush of 1,000,000 muscles that wanted desperately to repel Glenard's attempts at an education, the clammy fingers that even now were at her breast, slipping between thin cotton and squeezing nipples already heavy with milk never intended for such a rough mouth. Inside, she was already running down King Street. But outside, Ambrosia was frozen, rooted to the spot, as feminine a stone as any Madonna. And then the world began to shake. Inside Ambrosia, waters broke. Outside Ambrosia, the floor cracked. The far wall crumbled, the stained glass exploded, and the Madonna fell from a great height like a swooning angel. Ambrosia stumbled from the scene, making it only as far as the confessionals before the ground split once more, a mighty crack, and she fell down in sight of Glenard himself, who lay crushed underneath his angel, his teeth scattered on the floor, trousers round his ankles. And the ground continued to vibrate. A second crack came, and a third. The pillars fell, half the roof disappeared. Any other afternoon in Jamaica, the screams of Ambrosia, the screams that followed each contraction of her womb as Hortense pushed out, would have caught somebody's attention, brought somebody to her aid. But the world was ending that afternoon in Kingston. Everybody was screaming. If this were a fairy tale, it would now be time for Captain Durham to play hero. He does not seem to lack the necessary credentials. It isn't that he isn't handsome or tall or strong, or that he doesn't want to help her, or that he doesn't love her. Oh, he loves her, just as the English loved India and Africa and Ireland. It is the love that is the problem. People treat their lovers badly. All those things are true. But maybe it is just the scenery that is wrong.
Maybe nothing that happens upon stolen ground can expect a happy ending. For when Durham returns the day after the initial tremors, he finds an island destroyed, 2,000 already dead, fire in the hills, parts of Kingston fallen into the sea, starvation, terror, whole streets swallowed up by the earth, and none of this horrifies him as much as the realization that he might never see her again. Now he understands what love means. He stands in the parade ground, lonely and distraught, surrounded by 1,000 black faces he does not recognize. The only other white figure is the statue of Victoria, 5 aftershocks having turned her round by degrees until she appears to have her back to the people. This is not far from the truth. It is the Americans, not the British, who have the resources to pledge serious aid. 3 warships full of provisions presently snaking down the coast from Cuba. It is an American publicity coup that the British government does not relish, and like his fellow Englishmen, Durham cannot help but feel a certain wounded pride. He still thinks of the land as his to help or his to hurt, even now when it has proved itself to have a mind all of its own. He still retains enough of his English education to feel slighted when he spots 2 American soldiers who have docked without permission. All landings must go through Durham or his superiors, standing outside their consulate building, insolently chewing their tobacco. It's a strange feeling, this powerlessness. To discover there is another country more equipped to save this little island than the English. It's a strange feeling, looking out onto an ocean of ebony skins, unable to find the one he loves, the one he thinks he owns. For Durham has orders to stand here and call out the names of the handful of servants, butlers and maids, the chosen few the English will be taking with them to Cuba until the fires die down. If he knew her last name, God knows he would call it out. But in all that teaching, he never learned it. He never asked. Yet it was not for this oversight that Captain Durham, the great educator, was remembered as a fool boy in the annals of the Bowden clan. He found out soon enough where she was. He found little cousin Marlene among the throng and sent her off with a note to the church hall where she had seen Ambrosia last, singing with the witnesses, offering thanks for the judgment day. While Marlene ran as fast as her ashen legs would carry her, Durham walked calmly, thinking the last act was done, to King's House, the residence of Sir James Swettenham, Governor of Jamaica. There he asked him to make an exception for Ambrosia, an educated negress he wished to marry. She was not like the others. She must have a place with him on the next outgoing ship. But if you are to rule a land that is not yours, you get used to ignoring exceptions. Swettenham told him frankly there were no spaces on his boats for black whores or livestock. Durham, hurt and vengeful, inferred that Swettenham had no power of his own, that the arrival of American ships was proof of that, and then, as a parting shot, mentioned the 2 American soldiers he had seen on British soil without permission, presumptuous upstarts on land they didn't own. "Does the baby go out with the bath water?" demanded Durham, face red as a pillar box, resorting back to the religion of possession that was his birthright. "Is this not still our country? Is our authority so easily toppled by a few rumbles in the ground?" The rest is that terrible thing, history. As Swettenham ordered the American boats to return to Cuba, Marlene came running back with Ambrosia's reply. one sentence torn from Job. I will fetch my knowledge from afar. Hortense kept the Bible it was ripped from, and liked to say that from that day forth no Bowden woman took lessons from anyone but the Lord. Marlene handed the sentence to Durham and ran off into the parade ground, happy as a clam, in search of her mother and father, who were injured and weak, on their last legs and waiting for the boats like thousands of others. She wanted to tell them the good news, what Ambrosia had told her. It soon come. It soon come. The boats? Marlene had asked, and Ambrosia had nodded, though she was too busy with prayer, too ecstatic to hear the question. It soon come. It soon come, she said, repeating what she had learned from Revelation, what Durham, and then Glenard, and then Mrs. Brenton had taught her in their different ways, what the fire and earth cracks and thunder attested to. It soon come, she told Marlene, who took her word for gospel. A little English education can be a dangerous thing. Chapter 14. More English than the English. In the great tradition of English education, Marcus and Magid became pen pals. How they became pen pals was a matter of fierce debate. Alsana blamed Millat, Millat claimed Irie had slipped Marcus the address. Irie said Joyce had sneaked a peek in her address book. The Joyce explanation was correct, but either way they were, and from March 91 onward, letters passed between them with a frequency belied only by the chronic inadequacies of the Bengali postal system. Their combined output was incredible. Within 2 months they had filled a volume at least as thick as Keats, and by 4 were fast approaching the length and quantity of the true epistophiles, St. Paul, Clarissa, disgruntled from Tunbridge Wells. Because Marcus made copies of all his own letters, Irie had to rearrange her filing system to provide a drawer solely devoted to their correspondence. She split the filing system in 2, choosing to file by author primarily, then chronologically, rather than let simple dates rule the roost, because this was all about people. People making a connection across continents, across seas. She made 2 stickers to separate the wads of material. The first said, "From Marcus to Magid." The second said, "From Magid to Marcus." An unpleasant mixture of jealousy and animosity led Irie to abuse her secretarial role. She pinched small collections of letters that wouldn't be missed, took them home, slipped them from their sheaths, and then, after close readings that would have shamed F.R. Leavis, carefully returned them to their file. What she found in those brightly stamped airmail envelopes brought her no joy. Her mentor had a new protégé. Marcus and Magid. Magid and Marcus. It even sounded better. The way Watson and Crick sounded better than Watson, Crick and Wilkins. John Donne said, "More than kisses, letters mingle souls." And so they do. Irie was alarmed to find such a commingling as this, such a successful merging of 2 people from ink and paper, despite the distance between them. No love letters could have been more ardent, no passion more fully returned, right from the very start. The first few letters were filled with the boundless joy of mutual recognition, tedious for the sneaky mail-room boys of Dhaka, bewildering to Irie, fascinating to the writers themselves. "It is as if I had always known you," If I were a Hindu, I would suspect we met in some former life. Magid.
You think like me. You're precise. I like that.
Marcus. You put it so well and speak my thoughts better than I ever could. In my desire to study the law, in my longing to improve the lot of my poor country, which is victim to every passing whim of God, every hurricane and flood, in these aims, what instinct is fundamental? What is the root, the dream that ties these ambitions together? To make sense of the world, to eliminate the random. Magid. And then there was the mutual admiration. That lasted a good few months. What you are working on, Marcus, these remarkable mice, it is nothing less than revolutionary. When you delve into the mysteries of inherited characteristics, surely you go straight to the soul of the human condition as dramatically and fundamentally as any poet, except you are armed with something essential the poet does not have, the truth. I am in awe of visionary ideas and visionaries. I am in awe of such a man as Marcus Chalfin. I call it an honor to be able to call him friend. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking such an inexplicable and glorious interest in my family's welfare. Magid.
It's incredible to me, the bloody fuss people make about an idea like cloning. Cloning when it happens, and I can tell you it will be sooner rather than later, is simply delayed twinning. And never in my life have I come across a couple of twins who prove more decidedly the argument against genetic determinism than Millat and yourself. In every area in which he lacks, you excel. I wish I could turn that sentence around for a vice versa effect. But the hard truth is, he excels in nothing apart from charming the elastic waistband off my wife's panties. Marcus.
And finally, there were the plans for the future. Plans made blindly and with amorous speed, like the English nerd who married a 266-pound Mormon from Minnesota because she sounded sexy on the chat line.
You must get to England as soon as possible, early 93 at the very latest. I'll stump up some of the cash myself if I have to. Then we can enroll you in the local school, get the exams over and done with, and send you off post-haste to whichever of the dreaming spires tickles your fancy, though obviously there's only one real choice. And while you're at it, you can hurry up and get older, get to the bar and provide me with the kind of lawyer I need to fight in my corner. My future mouse needs a staunch defender. Hurry up, old chap. I haven't got all millennium.
Marcus. The last letter. Not the last letter they wrote, but the last one Irie could stomach, included this final paragraph from Marcus.
Well, things are the same round here, except my files are in excellent order, thanks to Irie. You'll like her. She's a bright girl, and she has the most tremendous breasts. Sadly, I don't hold out much hope for her aspirations in the field of hard science, more specifically in my own biotechnology, which she appears to have her heart set on. She's sharp in a way, but it's the menial work, the hard grafting, that she's good at. She'd make a lab assistant, maybe, but she hasn't any head for the concepts, no head at all. She could try medicine, I suppose, but even there you need a little bit more chutzpah than she's got. So it might have to be dentistry for our Irie. She could fix her own teeth, at least. An honest profession, no doubt, but one I hope you'll be avoiding.
In the end, Irie wasn't offended. She had the sniffles for a while, but they soon passed. She was like her mother, like her father, a great reinventor of herself, a great make-doer.
Can't be a war correspondent? Be a cyclist. Can't be a cyclist? Fold paper. Can't sit next to Jesus with the 144,000? Join the great crowd. Can't stand the great crowd? Marry Archie. Irene wasn't so upset. She just thought, right, dentistry. I'll be a dentist. Dentistry. Right. And meanwhile, Joyce was below deck trying to sort out Millat's problems with white women, which were numerous. All women of every shade, from midnight black to albino, were Millats. They slipped him phone numbers. They gave him blowjobs in public places. They crossed crowded bars to buy him a drink. They pulled him into taxis. They followed him home. Whatever it was, the Roman nose, the eyes like a dark sea, the skin like chocolate, the hair like curtains of black silk, or maybe just his pure, simple stink. It sure as hell worked. Now don't be jealous. There's no point. There have always been, and always will be, people who simply exude sex, who breathe it, who sweat it. A few examples from thin air. The young Brando, Madonna, Cleopatra, Pam Grier, Valentino, a girl called Tamara who lives opposite the London Hippodrome, right slap in the middle of town, Imran Khan, Michelangelo's David. You can't fight that kind of marvellous, indiscriminate power, for it is not always symmetry or beauty per se that does it. Tamara's nose is ever so slightly bent, and there are no means by which you can gain it. Surely the oldest American sentence is relevant here, pertinent to matters economic, politic, and romantic. You either got it or you don't. And Millat had it. In spades. He had the choice of the known world of every luscious female from a size 8 to a 28, Thai or Tongan from Zanzibar to Zurich. His vistas of available and willing pussy extending in every direction as far as the eye could see. One might reasonably expect a man with such a natural gift to dip into the tundishes of a great variety of women, to experiment far and wide. And yet, Millat Iqbal's main squeezes were almost all exclusively size 10 white Protestant women aged 15 to 28 living in and around the immediate vicinity of West Hampstead. Initially, this neither bothered Millat nor felt unusual to him. His school was full of girls who fitted the general description. By the law of averages, as he was the only guy worth shagging in Glenard Oak, he was going to end up shagging a large proportion of them. And with Karina Kane, the present amour, things were really quite pleasant. He was only cheating on her with 3 other women, Alexandra Androuzier, Polly Houghton, Rosie Dew, and this was a personal record. Besides which, Karina Kane was different. It wasn't just sex with Karina Kane. He liked her, and she liked him, and she had a great sense of humour, which felt like a miracle, and she looked after him when he was down, and he looked after her too, in his own way, bringing her flowers and stuff. It was both the law of averages and a lucky random thing that had made him happier than he usually was. So that was that. Except Kevin didn't see it that way. One evening after Karina had dropped him off at a Kevin meeting in her mother's Renault, Brother Ifan and Brother Tyrone crossed Kilburn Town Hall like 2-man mountains, determined to deliver themselves at the feet of Muhammad. They loomed large. "Hey, Ifan, my speed. Tyrone, my man, why the long faces?" But brothers Ifan and Tyrone wouldn't tell him why the long faces. Instead, they gave him a leaflet. It was called, "Who is Truly Free? The Sisters of Kevin or the Sisters of Soho?" Millat thanked them cordially for it. Then he stuffed it in the bottom of his bag. "How was that?" they asked him the following week. "Was it a good read, Brother Millat?" Truth was, Brother Millat hadn't got round to reading it, and to be honest, he preferred leaflets called things like "The Big American Devil, How the United States Mafia Rules the World," or "Science versus the Creator, No Contest." But he could see it seemed to matter to Brother Tyrone and Brother Ifan, so he said he had. They looked pleased and gave him another one. This one was called "Lycra Liberation, Rape and the Western World."
This ends Disc 13. White Teeth, Disc 14.
"Is light broaching your darkness, Brother Millat?" asked Brother Tyrone eagerly at the following Wednesday's meeting. "Are things becoming clearer?" Clearer didn't seem to Millat to be exactly the right adjective. Earlier in the week he had set aside some time, read both leaflets, and felt peculiar ever since. In 3 short days, Karina Kane, a darling of a girl, a truly good sort, who never really irritated him, on the contrary, who made him feel happy, chuffed, had irritated him more than she had managed in the whole year they'd been shagging. And no ordinary irritation. A deep, unsettlable, unsolvable irritation, like an itch on a phantom limb. And it wasn't clear to him why. "Yeah, man, Tyrone," said Millat with a nod and a wide grin. "Crystal, mate, crystal." Brother Tyrone nodded back. Millat was pleased to see he looked pleased. It was like being in the real-life mafia or a Bond movie or something. Them both in their black and white suits nodding at each other. I understand we understand each other. "This is Sister Aisha," said Brother Tyrone, straightening Millat's green bow tie and pushing him toward a tiny, beautiful black girl with almond eyes and high cheekbones. "She's an African goddess." "Really?" said Millat, impressed. "Whereabouts you from?" "Clapham North," said Sister Aisha with a shy smile. Millat clapped his hands together and stamped his foot. "Oh, man, you must know the Red Back Cafe." Sister Aisha, the African goddess, lit up. "Yeah, man, that was my place from way back when. You go there?" "All the time. Wicked place. Well, maybe I'll see you around them gates sometime. It was nice to meet you, sister. Brother Tyrone, I got a chip, man. My girl's waiting for me." Brother Tyrone looked disappointed. Just before Millat left, he pressed another leaflet into his hand and continued holding his hand until the paper got damp between their 2 palms. "You could be a great leader of men, Millat," said Brother Tyrone. Why did everybody keep telling him that? Looking first at him, then at Karina Kane, the curve of her breast peeping over the car door, beeping her car horn in the street. But at the moment, you are half the man. We need the whole man. "Yeah. Wicked. Thanks. You too, brother," said Millat, looking briefly at the leaflet and pushing open the doors. "Later,"
"What's that?" asked Karina Kane, reaching over to open the passenger door and spotting the slightly soggy paper in his hand. Instinctively, Millat put the leaflet straight in his pocket, which was weird. He usually showed Karina everything. Now just her asking him grated somehow. And what was she wearing? Same top she always wore, except wasn't it shorter? Weren't the nipples clearer, more deliberate? He said, "Nothing," grumpily. But it wasn't nothing. It was the final leaflet in the Kevin series on Western women. The Right to Bear, the Naked Truth about Western Sexuality. Now, while we're on the subject of nakedness, Karina Kane had a nice little body, all creamy chub and slender extremities, and come the weekend, she liked to wear something to show it off. First time Millat noticed her was at some local party, when he saw a flash of silver pants, a silver boob tube, and a bare mound of slightly protruding belly rising up between the two with another bit of silver in the navel. There was something welcoming about Karina Kane's little belly. She hated it, but Millat loved it. He loved it when she wore things that revealed it. But now the leaflets were making things clearer. He started noticing what she wore, and the way other men looked at her. And when he mentioned it, she said, "Oh, I hate that. All those leery old men." But it seemed to Millat that she was encouraging it, that she positively wanted men to look at her, that she was, as the Right to Bear suggested, prostituting herself to the male gaze, particularly white males, because that's how it worked between Western men and Western women, wasn't it? They liked to do it all in public. The more he thought about it, the more it pissed him off. Why couldn't she cover up? Who was she trying to impress? African goddesses from Clapham North respected themselves. Why couldn't Karina Kane? "I can't respect you," explained Millat carefully, making sure he repeated the words just as he had read them, "until you respect yourself." Karina Kane said she did respect herself, but Millat couldn't believe her, which was odd, because he'd never known Karina Kane to lie. She wasn't the type. When they got ready to go out somewhere, he said, "You're not dressing for me, you're dressing for everybody." Karina said she didn't dress for him or anybody, she dressed for herself. When she sang Sexual Healing at the pub karaoke, he said, "Sex is a private thing between you and me, it's not for everybody." Karina said she was singing, not having sex in front of the rat and carrot regulars. When they made love, he said, "Don't do that. Don't offer it to me like a whore. Haven't you heard of our natural acts? Besides, I'll take it if I want it. And why can't you be a lady? Don't make all that noise." Karina Kane slapped him and cried a lot. She said she didn't know what was happening to him. Problem is, thought Millat as he slammed a door off its hinges, neither do I. And after that row, they didn't talk for a while. About 2 weeks later, he was doing a shift in the palace for a little extra money, and he brought the matter up with Shiva, a newish convert to Kevin, and a rising star within the organisation. "Don't talk to me about white women," groaned Shiva, wondering how many generations of Iqbals he'd have to give the same advice to. "It's got to the point in the West where the women are men. I mean, they've got the same desires and urges as men. They want it all the fucking time. And they dress like they want everyone to know they want it. Now, is that right? Is it?" But before the debate could progress,
Samad came through the double doors looking for some mango chutney, and Millat returned to his chopping. That evening after work, Millat saw a moon-faced, demure-looking Indian woman through the window of a Piccadilly cafe who looked, in profile, not unlike youthful pictures of his mother. She was dressed in a black turtleneck and long black trousers, and her eyes were partly veiled by long black hair, her only decoration the red patterns of mehndi on the palms of her hands. She was sitting alone. With the same thoughtless balls he used when chatting up dolly birds and disco brains, with the guts of a man who had no qualms about talking to strangers, Millat went in and started giving her the back page of The Right to Bear pretty much verbatim, in the hope that she'd understand. All about soulmates, about self-respect, about women who seek to bring visual pleasure only to the men who love them. He explained, "It's the liberation of the veil, innit? Look, like here. Free from the shackles of male scrutiny and the standards of attractiveness, the woman is free to be who she is inside, immune from being portrayed as sex symbol and lusted after, as if she were meat on the shelf to be picked at and looked over. That's what we think," he said, uncertain if that was what he thought. "That's our opinion," he said, uncertain whether it was his opinion. "You see, I'm from this group." The lady screwed up her face and put her forefinger delicately across his lip. "Oh, darling," she murmured sadly, admiring his beauty. "If I give you money, will you go away?" And then her boyfriend turned up, a surprisingly tall Chinese guy in a leather jacket. Deep in a blue funk, Millat resolved to walk the 8 miles home, beginning in Soho, glaring at the leggy whores and the crotchless pants and the feather boas. By the time he reached Marble Arch, he had worked himself into such a rage he called Karina Kane from a phone booth plastered with tits and ass, "Whores, whores, whores," and dumped her unceremoniously. He didn't mind about the other girls he was shagging, Alexandra Androusier, Polly Houghton, Rosie Dew, because they were straight-up, posh totty slags. But he minded about Karina Kane, because she was his love, and his love should be his love, and nobody else's. Protected like Liotta's wife in Goodfellas or Pacino's sister in Scarface. Treated like a princess, behaving like a princess, in a tower, covered up. Walking slower now, dragging his heels, there being nobody to go home to, he got waylaid in the Edgware Road, the old fat guys calling him over. "Look, it's Millat, little Millat, the ladies' man. Millat, the prince of pussy pokers. Too big to have a smoke, is he now?" And gave in, with a rueful smile, hookah pipes, halal fried chicken, and illegally imported absinthe consumed around wobbling outdoor tables, watching the women hurry by in full purdah like busy black ghosts haunting the streets, late-night shopping, looking for their errant husbands. Millat liked to watch them go, the animated talk, the exquisite colours of the communicative eyes, the bursts of laughter from invisible lips. He remembered something his father once told him, back when they used to speak to each other. "You do not know the meaning of the erotic, Millat. You do not know the meaning of desire, my second son, until you have sat on the Edgware Road with a bubbling pipe, using all the powers of your imagination to visualize what is beyond the 4 inches of skin hijab reveals, what is under those great sable sheets." About 6 hours later, Millat turned up at the Chalfin kitchen table very, very drunk, weepy, and violent. He destroyed Oscar's Lego fire station and threw the coffee machine across the room. Then he did what Joyce had been waiting for these 12 months. He asked her advice. It seemed like months had been spent across that kitchen table since then. Joyce shooing people out of the room, going through her reading material, wringing her hands, the smell of dope mingling with the steam that rose off endless cups of strawberry tea. For Joyce truly loved him and wanted to help him, but her advice was long and complex. She had read up on the subject, and it appeared Millat was filled with self-revulsion and hatred of his own kind, that he had possibly a slave mentality, or maybe a colour complex centred around his mother, he was far darker than she, or a wish for his own annihilation by means of dilution in a white gene pool, or an inability to reconcile two opposing cultures. And it emerged that 60% of Asian men did this, and 90% of Muslims felt that. It was a known fact that Asian families were orphan, and hormonally boys were more likely to. And the therapist she'd found him was really very nice, 3 days a week, and don't worry about the money. And don't worry about Joshua, he's just sulking. And. Way back when, in the fuddle of the hash and the talk, Millat remembered a girl called Karina something or another whom he had liked, and she liked him. And she had a great sense of humour that felt like a miracle. And she looked after him when he was down, and he looked after her too, in his own way, bringing her flowers and stuff. She seemed distant now, like conquer fights in childhood. And that was that. There was trouble at the Joneses. Irene was about to become the first Bowden or Jones, possibly, maybe, all things willing, by the grace of God, fingers crossed, to enter a university. Her A-levels were chemistry, biology, and religious studies. She wanted to study dentistry, white collar, £20,000 plus, which everyone was very pleased about. But she also wanted to take a year off in the subcontinent and Africa, malaria, poverty, tapeworm, which led to 3 months of open warfare between her and Clara. One side wanted finance and permission, the other side was resolved to concede neither. The conflict was protracted and bitter, and all mediators were sent home empty-handed. She has made up her mind. There are no arguments to be had with the woman. Samad. Or else embroiled in the war of words. Why can't she go to Bangladesh if she wants to? Are you saying my country is not good enough for your daughter? Alsana. The stalemate was so pronounced that land had been divided and allocated. Irene claimed her bedroom and the attic. Archie, a conscientious objector, asked only for the spare room, a television, and a satellite state dish, and Clara took everything else, with the bathroom acting as shared territory. Doors were slammed. The time for talking was over. On October the 25th, 1991, 0100 hours, Irene embarked upon a late-night attack. She knew from experience that her mother was most vulnerable when in bed. Late at night, she spoke softly like a child. Her fatigue gave her a pronounced lisp. It was at this point that you were most likely to get whatever it was you'd been pining for: pocket money, a new bike, a later curfew. It was such a well-worn tactic that until now, Irene had not considered it worthy of this, her fiercest and longest dispute with her mother. but she hadn't any better ideas.
I really want it's the middle of the night. Go back to bed.
Irie opened the door further, letting yet more hall light flood the bedroom. Archie submerged his head in a pillow.
Bloody hell, love. It's 1 a.m. Some of us have got work tomorrow.
I want to talk to Mum, said Irie firmly, walking to the end of the bed. She won't talk to me during the day, so I'm reduced to this.
Irie, please. I'm exhausted. I'm trying to get some sleep.
I don't just want to have a year off. I need one. It's essential. I'm young. I want some experiences. I've lived in this bloody suburb all my life. Everyone's the same here. I want to go and see the people of the world. That's what Joshua's doing, and his parents support him.
Well, we can't bloody afford it,
grumbled Archie, emerging from the eider-down.
We haven't all got posh jobs in science now, have we?
I don't care about the money. I'll get a job, somehow, or something, but I do want your permission, both of you. I don't want to spend 6 months away and spend every day thinking you're angry.
Well, it's not up to me, love, is it? It's your mother, really.
Yes, Dad. Thanks for stating the bloody obvious.
Oh, right, said Archie huffily, turning to the wall. I'll keep my comments to myself, then.
Oh, Dad, I didn't mean... Mum? Can you please sit up and speak properly? I'm trying to talk to you. Seems like I'm talking to myself here, said Irie with absurd intonations. For this was the year Antipodean soap operas were teaching a generation of English kids to phrase everything as a question. Look, I want your permission, yeah? Even in the darkness, Irie could see Clara scowl.
Permission for what? Could go share an ogle of poor black folk, Dr. Livingstone, I presume. Is that what you learned from the Schaffens? Because if that's what you want, you can do that here. Just sit and look at me for 6 months.
It's nothing to do with that. I just want to see how other people live.
And get yourself killed in the process? Why don't you go next door, dear? Other people there. Go see how they live.
Infuriated, Irie grabbed the bed knob and marched round Clara's side of the bed. Why can't you just sit up properly and talk to me properly and drop the ridiculous little girl voice? In the darkness, Irie kicked over a glass and sucked in a sharp breath as the cold water seeped between her toes and into the carpet. Then, as the last of the water ran away, Irie had the strange and horrid sensation that she was being bitten. Ow!
Oh, for God's sake,
said Archie, reaching over to the side lamp and switching it on. What now? Irie looked down to where the pain was. In any war, this was too low a blow. The front set of some false teeth with no mouth attached to it was bearing down upon her right foot. Fucking hell, what the fuck are they? But the question was unnecessary. Even as the words formed in her mouth, Irie had already put 2 and 2 together. The midnight voice, the perfect daytime straightness and whiteness. Clara hurriedly stretched to the floor and pried her teeth from Irie's foot, and, as it was too late for disguise now, placed them directly on the bedside table.
Satisfied?
Asked Clara wearily. It wasn't that she had deliberately not told her. There just never seemed a good time. But Irie was 16 and everything feels deliberate at that age. To her, this was yet another item in a long list of parental hypocrisies and untruths. This was another example of the Jones-Bowden gift for secret histories, stories you never got told, history you never entirely uncovered, rumour you never unravelled, which would be fine if every day was not littered with clues and suggestions. Shrapnel in Archie's leg, photo of strange white Grandpa Durham, the name Ophelia and the word madhouse, a cycling helmet and an ancient mudguard, smell of fried food from O'Connell's, faint memory of a late-night car journey waving to a boy on a plane, letters with Swedish stamps, Horst Ibbelgaufts, if not delivered, returned to sender. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. Millat was right. These parents were damaged people, missing hands, missing teeth. These parents were full of information you wanted to know but were too scared to hear. But she didn't want it anymore. She was tired of it. She was sick of never getting the whole truth. She was returning to sender. Well, don't look so shocked, love, said Archie amicably. It's just some bloody teeth. So now you know, it's not the end of the world. But it was, in a way. She'd had enough. She walked back into her room, packed her schoolwork and essential clothes into a big rucksack, and put a heavy coat over her nightie. She thought about the Chalfins for half a second, but she knew already there were no answers there, only more places to escape. Besides, there was only one spare room, and Millat had it. Irene knew where she had to go, deep into the heart of it, where only the number 17 would take her at this time of night, sitting on the top deck, seats decorated with puke, rumbling through 47 bus stops before it reached its destination. But she got there in the end. Lord Jesus, mumbled Hortense, iron curlers unmoved, bleary-eyed on the doorstep. Irene Ambrosia Jones, is that you? Chapter 15. Chalfinism versus Bowdenism. It was Irene Jones, all right. 6 years older than the last time they met. Taller, wider, with breasts and no hair, and slippers just visible underneath a long duffel coat. And it was Hortense Bowden. 6 years older, shorter, wider, with breasts on her belly and no hair, though she took the peculiar step of putting her wig in curlers, and slippers just visible underneath a long, quilted baby-pink housecoat. But the real difference was Hortense was 84. Not a little old woman by any means. She was a round, robust one, her fat so taut against her skin the epidermis was having a hard time wrinkling. Still, 84 is not 77 or 63. At 84 there is nothing but death ahead, tedious in its insistence. It was there in her face as Irene had never seen it before. The waiting, and the fear, and the blessed relief. Yet though there were differences, as Irene walked down the steps and into Hortense's basement flat, she was struck by the shock of sameness. Way back when, she had been a fairly regular visitor at her grandmother's. Sneaky visits with Archie while her mother was at college, and always leaving with something unusual. A pickled fish head, chili dumplings, the lyrics of a stray but persistent psalm. Then at Darcus's funeral in 1985, 10-year-old Irene had let slip about these social calls, and Clara had put a stop to them altogether. They still called each other on the phone, on occasion, and to this day Irene received short letters on notebook paper with a copy of the watchtower slipped inside. Sometimes Irene looked at her mother's face and saw her grandmother. Those majestic cheekbones, those feline eyes. But they had not been face to face for 6 years. As far as the house was concerned, 6 seconds seemed to have passed. Still dark, still dank, still underground, still decorated with hundreds of secular figurines. Cinderella on her way to the ball, Mrs. Tiddlytum shows the little squirrels the way to the picnic. All balanced on their separate doilies and laughing gaily among themselves, amused that anyone would pay £150 in 15 instalments for such inferior pieces of china and glass as they. A huge tripartite tapestry, which Irene remembered the sewing of, now hung on the wall above the fireplace, depicting in its first strip the anointed sitting in judgment with Jesus in heaven. The anointed were all blonde and blue-eyed and appeared as serene as Hortense's cheap wool would allow, and were looking down at the great crowd, who were happy-looking, but not as happy as the anointed, frolicking in eternal paradise on earth. The great crowd were in turn looking piteously at the heathens, by far the largest group, dead in their graves and packed on top of each other like sardines. The only thing missing was Darkus, whom Irene only faintly remembered as a mixture of smell and texture, naphthalene and damp wool. There was his huge empty chair, still fetid, and there was his television still on. Irene, look at you. Pickney not even got a Gansey on. Child must be freezing, shivering like a Mexico bean. Let me feel you. Fever. You bringing fever into my house. It was important, in Hortense's presence, never to admit to illness. The cure, as in most Jamaican households, was always more painful than the symptoms. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with... Oh, really? Hortense put Irene's hand on her own forehead. That's fever, as sure as fever is fever. You feel it. Irene felt it. She was hot as hell. Come here. Hortense grabbed a rug from Darkus's chair and wrapped it around Irene's shoulders. Now come into the kitchen and cease and circle. Running round on a night like this wearing flimsy nonsense. You're having a hot drink of Ceres and then gonna bed quicker than you ever did in your life. Irene accepted the smelly wrap and followed Hortense into the tiny kitchen, where they both sat down. Let me look at you. Hortense leaned against the oven with hands on hips. You look like Mr. Death, your new lover. How you get here? Once again, one had to be careful in answering. Hortense's contempt for London transport was a great comfort to her in her old age. She could take one word, like train, and draw a melody out of it, Northern Line, which expanded into an aria, the Underground, and blossomed into a theme, the Overground, and then grew exponentially into an operetta, the evils and inequities of British rail. Bus. Number 17. It was cold on the top deck. Maybe I caught a chill. I don't think there's any maybes about it, young lady. And I'm sure I don't know why you come pon the bus. When it take 3 hours to arrive and leave you waiting in the cold, and then when you get pon it, the windows are open anyway and you freeze half to death. Hortense poured a colourless liquid from a small plastic container into her hand. Come here. Why? Demanded Irene, immediately suspicious. What's that? Nothing. Come here. Take off your spectacles.
Hortense approached with a cupped hand. Not in my eye. There's nothing wrong with my eye.
Stop fussing. I'm not putting nothing in your eye.
Just tell me what it is, pleaded Irene, trying to work out for which orifice it was intended, and screaming as the cupped hand reached her face, spreading the liquid from forehead to chin.
Ah! It burns!
Be rum, said Hortense, matter-of-factly.
Burns the fever away. No, don't wash it off. Just leave it to do its business.
Irene gritted her teeth as the torture of 1,000 pinpricks faded to 500, then 25, until finally it was just a warm flush of the kind delivered by a slap.
So,
said Hortense, entirely awake now and somewhat triumphant.
You finally dashed from that godless woman, I see, and caught a flu while you doing it well. There are those who wouldn't blame you, no, not at all. No one knows better than me what that woman be like. Never at home, learning all her isms and schisms in the university, leaving husband and picnic at home, hungry and mager. Lord, naturally you flee. Well,
she sighed and put a copper kettle on the stove.
It is written, and ye shall flee to the valley of the mountains, for the valley of the mountains shall reach into Azal. Yea, ye shall flee, like as ye fled from before the earthquake, in the days of Uzziah king of Judah, and the Lord my God shall come, and all the saints with thee. Zechariah, chapter 14, verse 5. In the end, the good ones will flee from the evil. Oh, Irene Ambrosia, I knew you would come in the end. All God's children return in the end.
Gran, I haven't come to find God. I just want to do some quiet study here and get my head together. I need to stay a few months, at least till the new year. Oh, ugh. I feel a bit woozy. Can I have an orange?
Yes. They all return to the Lord Jesus in the end,
continued Hortense to herself, placing the bitter root of ceres into a kettle.
That's not a real orange, dear. All the fruit is plasticated. The flowers are plasticated also. I don't believe the Lord meant me to spend the little housekeeping money I possess on perishable goods. Have some dates.
Irene grimaced at the shriveled fruit plunked in front of her.
So you left Archibald with that woman, poor thing. Me always like Archibald,
said Hortense sadly, scrubbing the brown scum from a teacup with two soapy fingers.
Him was never my objection as such. He always been a level-headed sort of fellow. Blessed are the peacekeepers. He always strike me as a peacekeeper. But it more the principle of the thing, you know. Black and white never come to no good. The Lord Jesus never meant us to mix it up. That's why he made a whole heap of fuss about the children of men building the Tower of Babel. He want everybody to keep things separate. The Lord did there confound the language of all the earth, and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. Genesis, chapter 11, verse 9. When you mix it up, nothing good can come. It wasn't intended, except you, she added,
as an afterthought.
You're about the only good thing to come out of that. Boy, sometime it like looking in a mirror glass,
she said, lifting Iree's chin with her wrinkled digits.
You built like me, big, you know. Hip and thigh and Ross and titties. My mother was the same way. You're even named after my mother.
Iree? Asked Iree, trying hard to listen, but feeling the damp smog of her fever pulling her under.
No, dear. Ambrosia. The stuff that make you live forever.
No, she said, clapping her hands together, catching Iree's next question between them.
You sleeping in the living room. I'll get a blanket and pillows, and then we talk in the morning. I'm up at 6 'cause I got witness business, so don't think you sleeping none after 8, Pickney. You'll hear me?
But what about Mum's old room? Can't I just sleep in there? Hortense took Iree's weight half on her shoulder and led her into the living room.
No, that's not possible. There is a certain situation, said Hortense mysteriously. That can wait till the sun is up to be explained. Fear them not therefore, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, she intoned quietly, turning to go. And nothing hid that shall not be known. That is Matthew, chapter 10, verse 26.
A winter morning was the only time worth spending in that basement flat. Between 5 and 6 a.m., when the sun was still low, light shot through the front window, bathed the living room in yellow, dappled the long, thin allotment 7 feet by 30 feet, and gave a healthy veneer to the tomatoes. You could almost convince yourself at 6 a.m. that you were downstairs in some continental cabana, or at least street level in Torquay, rather than below ground in Lambeth. The glare was such that you couldn't make out the railway sidings where the strip of green ended, or the busy everyday feet that passed by the window, kicking dust through the grating at the glass. It was all white light and clever shade at 6 in the morning. Hugging a cup of tea at the kitchen table, squinting at the grass, Iree saw vineyards out there. She saw Florentine scenes instead of the uneven higgledy-piggledy of Lambeth rooftops. She saw a muscular, shadowy Italian plucking full berries and crushing them underfoot. Then the mirage, sun-reliant as it was, disappeared, the whole scene swallowed by a devouring cloud, leaving only some crumbling Edwardian housing, railway sidings named after a careless child, a long narrow strip of allotment where next to nothing would grow, and a bleached-out, bandy-legged, red-headed man with terrible posture and Wellington boots, stamping away in the frosty mulch, trying to shake the remnants of a squashed tomato from his heel.
"That is Mr. Topps," said Hortense, hurrying across the kitchen in a dark maroon dress, the eyes and hooks undone, and a hat in her hand with plastic flowers askew. "He has been such a help to me since Darcus died. He soothes away my vexation and calms my mind."
She waved to him, and he straightened up and waved back. Iree watched him pick up 2 plastic bags filled with tomatoes and walk in his strange pigeon-footed manner up the garden toward the back kitchen door.
"And the only man who made a solitary thing grow out there. Such a crop of tomatoes as you never did see, Henri Ambrosia. Stop staring and come and do up this dress. Quick, before your goggle eye fall out."
"Does he live here?" whispered Iree in amazement, struggling to join the two sides of Hortense's dress over her substantial flank. I mean, with you.
Not in the sense you're meaning, sniffed Hortense. It's just a great help to me in my old age. He's been with me these 6 years. God bless him and keep his soul. Now pass me that pin.
Irie passed her the long hat pin that was sitting on top of a butter dish. Hortense set the plastic carnations straight on her hat and stabbed them fiercely, then brought the pin back up through the felt, leaving 2 inches of exposed silver sticking up from the hat like a German pickelhaube.
Well, don't look so shocked. It is a very satisfactory arrangement. Woman need a man about the house, otherwise ting and ting get messy. Mr. Tops and I, we old soldiers fighting the battle of the Lord. Some time ago he converted to the Witness Church, and his rise has been quick and sure. I've waited 50 years to do something else in the Kingdom Hall except clean, said Hortense sadly. But they don't want women interfering with real church business. But Mr. Tops do a great deal, and him let me help on occasion. He's very good man, but him family are nasty, she murmured confidentially. The father is a terrible man, gambler and whoremonger. So after a while I asked him to come and live with me, seeing how the room empty and Dacus gone. Him a very civilized boy. Never married, though. Married to the church, yes, sir. And him call me Mrs. Bowden these 6 years, never anything else. Hortense sighed ever so slightly. Don't know the meaning of being improper. The only thing he want in life is to become one of the anointed. I have the greatest admiration for him. He improved so much. He talks so posh now, you know. And him very good with the piping and plumbing also. How's your fever?
Not great. Last hook. There. That's done.
Hortense fairly bounced away from her and walked into the hall to open the back door to Ryan.
But, Gran, why does he live?
Well, you're going to have to eat up this morning, feed a fever, starve a cold. These tomatoes fried with plantain and some of last night's fish. I'll fry it up and then pop it into microwave.
I thought it was starve a
Good morning, Mr. Tops. Good morning, Mrs. Bowden, said Mr. Tops, closing the door behind him and peeling off a protective anorak to reveal a cheap blue suit with a tiny gold cross pendant on the collar. I trust you is almost of a readiness. We've got to be at the hall on the dot of 7. As yet, Ryan had not spotted Irie. He was bent over, shaking the mud from his boots, and he did it formidably slowly, just as he spoke, and with his translucent eyelids fluttering like a man in a coma. Irie could only see half of him from where she stood. Red bangs, a bent knee, and the shirt cuff of one hand. But the voice was a visual in itself. Cockney, yet refined. A voice that had had much work done upon it, missing key consonants and adding others where they were never meant to be, and all delivered through the nose with only the slightest help from the mouth. Fine morning, Mrs. B. Fine morning. Something to thank the Lord for. Hortense seemed terribly nervous about the imminent likelihood that he should raise his head and spot the girl standing by the stove. She kept beckoning Irie forward and then shooing her back, uncertain whether they should meet at all. Oh, yes, Mr. Tops, it is, and I am ready as ready can be. Might give me a little trouble, you know, but I just got a pin and... But the Lord ain't interested in the vanities of the flesh now, is he, Mrs. B?" said Ryan, slowly and painfully, enunciating each word while crouching awkwardly and removing his left boot. "Jehovah is in need of your soul." "Oh, yes, surely that is the holy truth," said Hortense anxiously, fingering her plasticated carnations. "But at the same time, surely a witness lady don't want to look like a burger yaga in the house of the Lord." Ryan frowned. "My point is, you must avoid interpreting scripture by yourself, Mrs. Bowden. In future, discuss it with myself and my colleagues. Ask us, is pleasant clothing a concern of the Lord's? And myself and my colleagues among the anointed will look up the necessary chapter and verse." Ryan's sentence faded into a general, a sound he was prone to making. It began in his arched nostrils and reverberated through his slight, elongated, misshapen limbs like the final shiver of a hanged man. "I don't know why I do it, Mr. Topps," said Hortense, shaking her head. "Sometime I think I could be one of them that teach, you know. Even though I am a woman, I feel like the Lord talked to me in a special way. It's just a bad habit. But so much in the church changed recently, sometimes me can't keep up with all the rules and regulations." Ryan looked out through the storm windows. His face was pained. "Nothing changes about the word of God, Mrs. B. Only people are mistaken. The best thing you can do for the truth is just pray that the Brooklyn Hall will soon deliver us with the final date." "Oh, yes, Mr. Topps. I do it day and night." Ryan clapped his hands together in a pale imitation of enthusiasm. "Now, did I hear you say plantain for breakfast, Mrs. B?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Topps, and them tomatoes, if you will be kind enough to hand them over to the chef." As Hortense had hoped, the passing of the tomatoes coincided with the spotting of Irie. "Now this is my granddaughter Irie Ambrosia Jones, and this is Mr. Ryan Topps. Say hello, Irie dear." Irie did so, stepping forward nervously and reaching out her hand to shake his. But there was no response from Ryan Topps, and the inequality was only increased when on a sudden he seemed to recognize her. There was a pulse of familiarity as his eyes moved over her, whereas Irie saw nothing, not even a type, not even a genre of face in his. The monstrosity of him was quite unique. Redder than any redhead, more freckled than the freckled, more blue-veined than a lobster. She's Clara's daughter," said Hortense tentatively. "Mr. Topps knew your mother long time. But it all right, Mr. Topps. She come to live with us now." "Only for a little time," Irie corrected hurriedly, noting the look of vague horror on Mr. Topps' face. "Just for a few months, maybe. Through the winter, while I study. I've got exams in June." Mr. Topps did not move. Moreover, nothing on him moved. Like one of China's terracotta army, he seemed poised for battle, yet unable to move. "Clara's daughter," repeated Hortense in a tearful whisper.
She might have been yours.
Nothing surprised Irie about this final whispered aside. She just added it to the list. Ambrosia Bowden gave birth in an earthquake. Captain Charlie Durham was a no-good gem fool boy. False teeth and a glass. She might have been yours. Half-heartedly, with no expectation of an answer, Irie asked, "What?"
"Oh, nothing, Irie dear, nothing. Let me start frying, I can hear bellies rumbling. You remember Clara, don't you, Mr. Topps? You and she were quite good friends, Mr. Topps."
For 2 minutes now, Ryan had been fixing Irie with an unwavering stare, his body held absolutely straight, his mouth slightly open. At the question, he seemed to compose himself, closed his mouth, and took his seat at the unlaid table.
"Clara's daughter, is it?"
He removed what looked like a small policeman's pad from his breast pocket and poised a pen upon it, as if this would kick-start his memory.
"You see, many of the episodes, people and events from my earlier life have been, as it were, severed from myself by the almighty sword that cut me from my past when the Lord Jehovah saw fit to enlighten me with the truth. And as he has chosen me for a new role, I must, as Paul so wisely recommended in his epistle to the Corinthians, put away childish things, allowing earlier incarnations of myself to be enveloped into a great smog, in which," said Ryan Topps, taking only the smallest breath and his cutlery from Hortense, "it appears that your mother and any memory I might have of her have disappeared."
"She never mentioned you either," said Irie.
"Well, it was all a long time ago now," said Hortense, with forced joviality. "But you did try your best with her, Mr. Topps. She was my miracle child, Clara. I was 48. I thought she was God's child, but Clara was bound for evil. She never was a godly child, and in the end there was nothing to be done."
"He will send down his vengeance, Mrs. B," said Ryan, with more cheerful animation than Irie had yet seen him display.
"He will send terrible torture to those who have earned it. 3 plantain for me, if you please."
Hortense set all 3 plates down, and Irie, realizing she hadn't eaten since the previous morning, scraped a mountain of plantain onto her plate.
"Ah, it's hot." "Better hot than lukewarm," said Hortense grimly with a meaningful shudder. "Ever so, amen."
"Amen," echoed Ryan, braving the red-hot plantain. "Amen. So, what exactly is it that you are studying?" he asked, looking so intently past Irie that it took a moment before she realized he was addressing her. "Chemistry, biology, and religious studies." Irie blew on a hot piece of plantain. "I want to be a dentist." Ryan perked up.
"Religious studies? And do they acquaint you with the only true church?"
Irie shifted in her seat. I guess it's more the big 3, Jews, Christians, Muslims. We did a month on Catholicism." Ryan grimaced.
"And do you have any other interests?"
Irie considered. "Music. I like music. Concerts, clubs, that kind of thing."
"Yes,
I used to go in for all that myself at one time, until the good news was delivered unto me. Large gatherings of youth of the kind that frequent popular concerts are commonly breeding grounds for devil worship. A girl of your physical assets might find herself lured into the lascivious arms of a sexualist, said Ryan, standing up from the table and looking at his watch. Now that I think about it, in a certain light, you look a lot like your mother. Similar cheekbones. Ryan wiped a pearly line of sweat from his forehead. There was a silence in which Hortense stood motionless, clinging nervously to a dishcloth, and Irene had to physically cross the room for a glass of water to remove herself from Mr. Top's stare. "Well, that's 20 minutes and counting, Mrs. B. I'll get the gear, shall I?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Tops," said Hortense, beaming. But the moment Ryan left the room, the beam turned to a scowl. "Why must you go and say things like that, huh? You want him to think you some devilish heathen girl? Why can't you say stamp collecting or something? Come on. I got to clean these plates. Finish up." Irene looked at the pile of food left on her plate and guiltily tapped her stomach. "Sure, just as I suspect. Your eyes see more than your belly can hold. Give it here." Hortense leaned against the sink and began popping bits of plantain into her mouth. "Now you don't backchap Mr. Tops while you here. You got study to do and he got study too," said Hortense, lowering her voice. "He's in consultation with the Brooklyn gentleman at the moment, fixing the final date. No mistakes this time. You just have to look at the trouble going on in the world to know we're not far from the appointed day." "I won't be any trouble," said Irene, approaching the washing up as a gesture of goodwill. "He just seems a little weird." "The ones who are chosen by the Lord always seem peculiar to the heathen. Mr. Tops is just misunderstood. He mean a lot to me. Me never have nobody before. Your mother don't like to tell you since she got all highty-tighty, but the Bowden family have had it hard long time. I was born during an earthquake, almost killed 'fore I was born, and then when me a fully grown woman, my own daughter run from me. Me never see my only grand picnic. I only have the Lord all them years. Mr. Tops the first human man who look upon me and take pity and care. Your mother was a fool to let him go through, sir." Irene gave it one last try. "What? What does that mean?" "Oh, nothing, dear Lord. I talking all over the place this morning. Oh, Mr. Tops, there you are. We're not going to be late now, are we?" Mr. Tops, who had just re-entered the room, was fully adorned in leather from head to toe, a huge motorcycle helmet on his head, a small red light attached to his left ankle, and a small white light strapped to his right. He flipped up the visor. "No, we're all right, by the grace of God. Where's your helmet, Mrs. B?" "Oh, I started keeping it in the oven. Keeps it warm and toasty on the cold mornings. Harry Ambrosia, fetch it for me, please." Sure enough, on the middle shelf of the oven, preheated to low, sat Hortense's helmet. Irene scooped it out and carefully fitted it over her grandmother's plasticated carnations. "You ride a motorbike?" said Irene by way of conversation. But Mr. Tops seemed defensive. "A GS Vespa, nothing fancy. I did think about giving it away at one point. It represented a life I'd rather forget, if you get my meaning. A motorbike is a sexual magnet, and God forgive me, but I misused it in that fashion. I was all set on getting rid of it, but then Mrs. B convinced me that what with all my public speaking, I need something quick to get around on, and Mrs. B don't want to be messing about with buses and trains at her age, do you, Mrs. B? No, indeed. He got me this little buggy. Sidecar, corrected Ryan tetchily. It's called a sidecar. Minato motorcycle combination 1973 model. Yes, of course, a sidecar. And it is comfortable as a bed. We go everywhere in it, Mr. Topps and I.
Hortense took down her overcoat from a hook on the door and reached in the pockets for 2 Velcro reflector bands which she strapped round each arm.
Now, I've got a great deal of business to be getting on with today, so you're going to have to cook for yourself, because I can't tell what time we'll be home. But don't worry, me soon come.
No problem.
Hortense sucked her teeth. No problem. That's what her name mean in patois. Irie, no problem. Now what kind of a name is that to...
Mr. Topps didn't answer.
He was already out on the pavement, revving up the Vespa.
First I have to keep her from those Chalfants, growls Clara over the phone, her voice a resonant tremolando of anger and fear. And now you people again. On the other end, her mother takes the washing out of the machine and listens silently through the cordless that is tucked between ear and weary shoulder, biding her time. Hortense, I don't want you filling her head with a whole load of nonsense. You hear me? Your mother was fool to it, and then you were fool to it, but the buck stopped with me, and it ain't going no further. If Irie comes home spouting any of that claptrap, you can forget about the second coming, 'cause you'll be dead by the time it arrives. Big words. But how fragile is Clara's atheism? Like one of those tiny glass doves Hortense keeps in the living room cabinet. A breath would knock it over. Talking of which, Clara still holds hers when passing churches, the same way adolescent vegetarians scurry by butchers. She avoids Kilburn on a Saturday for fear of street-side preachers on their upturned apple crates. Hortense senses Clara's terror. Coolly cramming in another load of whites and measuring out the liquid with a thrifty woman's eye, she is short and decided. Don't you worry about Irie Ambrosia. She's in a good place now. She'll tell you herself. As if she had ascended with the heavenly host rather than entombed herself below ground in the borough of Lambeth with Ryan Topps. Clara hears her daughter getting on the extension. An initial crackle, and then a voice as clear as a carillon. Look, I'm not coming home, all right? So don't bother. I'll be back when I'm back. Just don't worry about me. And there should be nothing to worry about, and there is nothing to worry about, except maybe that outside in the streets it is cold, packed on cold. Even the dog shit has crystallized. There is the first suggestion of ice on the windscreens, and Clara has been in that house through the winters. She knows what it means. Oh, wonderfully bright at 6 a.m., yes, wonderfully clear, for an hour. But the shorter the days, the longer the nights, the darker the house, the easier it is, the easier it is, the easier it is to mistake a shadow for the writing on the wall. The sound of overland footsteps for the distant crack of thunder, and the midnight chime of a New Year clock for the bell that tolls the end of the world.
But Clara needn't have feared. Iree's atheism was robust. It was Chalfonist in its confidence, and she approached her stay with Hortense with detached amusement. She was intrigued by the Bowden household. It was a place of endgames and after-times, full stops and finales, where to count on the arrival of tomorrow was an indulgence, and every service in the house from the milkman to the electricity was paid for on a strictly daily basis, so as not to spend money on utilities or goods that would be wasted should God turn up in all his holy vengeance the very next day. Bowdenism gave a whole new meaning to the phrase hand-to-mouth. This was living in the eternal instant, ceaselessly teetering on the precipice of total annihilation. There are people who take a great deal of drugs simply to experience something comparable to 84-year-old Hortense Bowden's day-to-day existence. So you've seen dwarfs rip open their bellies and show you their insides? You've been a television switched off without warning. You've experienced the whole world as one Krishna consciousness, free of individual ego, floating through the infinite cosmos of the soul? Big fucking deal. That's all bullshit, next to St. John's trip when Christ laid the 22 chapters of Revelation on him. It must have been a hell of a shock for the apostle, after that thorough spin job, the New Testament, all those sweet words and sublime sentiments, to discover Old Testament vengeance lurking round the corner after all. As many as I love, I rebuke and chasten. That must have been some eye-opener. Revelation is where all crazy people end up. It's the last stop on the Nutso Express, and Bowdenism, which was the witnesses plus Revelation and then some, was as left field as they come. Par exemple, Hortense Bowden interpreted Revelation chapter 3, verses 15 and 16, I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth, as a literal mandate. She understood lukewarm to be an evil property in and of itself. She kept a microwave on hand at all times, her sole concession to modern technology. For a long time it was a toss-up between pleasing the Lord and laying oneself open to the United States Mind Ray Control Program, as operated through high-frequency radio waves, in order to heat every meal to an impossible temperature. She kept whole buckets of ice to chill every glass of water colder than cold. She wore 2 pairs of panties at all times like a wary potential traffic victim. When Irene asked why, she sheepishly revealed that upon hearing the first signs of the Lord, approaching thunder, bellowing voice, Wagner's ring cycle, she intended to whip off the one closest to her and replace it with the outer pair, so that Jesus would find her fresh and odorless and ready for heaven. She kept a tub of black paint in the hallway, so when the time came she might daub the neighbours' doors with the sign of the beast, saving the Lord all that trouble of weeding out the baddies, separating sheep from goats. And you couldn't form any sentence in that house which included the words end, finished, done, etc., for these were like so many triggers setting off both Hortense and Ryan with the usual ghoulish relish. Irie, I finished the washing up. Ryan tops, shaking his head solemnly at the truth of it. As one day we all shall be finished, Irie, my dear. Be zealous, therefore, and repent. Or, Irie, it was such a good film. The end was great. Hortense Bowden, tearfully. And them that expect such an end to this world will be sorely disappointed. For he will come trailing terror, and lo, the generation that witnessed the events of 1914 shall now witness the third part of the trees burn, and the third part of the sea become as blood, and the third part of the...
This ends Disc 14. White Teeth. Disc 15.
And then there was Hortense's horror of weather reports. Whoever it was, however benign, honey-voiced, and inoffensively dressed, she cursed them bitterly for the 5 minutes they stood there, and then, out of what appeared to be sheer perversity, proceeded to take the opposite of whatever advice had been proffered. Light jacket and no umbrella for rain, long raincoat and rain hat for sun. It was several weeks before I understood that weathermen were the secular antithesis of Hortense's life work, which was essentially a kind of super-cosmic attempt to second-guess the Lord with one almighty biblical exegesis of a weather report. Next to that, weathermen were nothing but upstarts. And tomorrow, coming in from the east, we can expect a great furnace to rise up and envelop the area with flames that give no light but rather darkness visible, while I'm afraid the northern regions are advised to wrap up warm against thick-ribbed ice, and there's a fair likelihood that the coast will be beaten with perpetual storms of whirlwind and dire hail, which on firm land thaws not. Michael Fish and his ilk was stabbers in the dark, trusting to the tomfoolery of the Met Office, making a mockery of that precise science, eschatology, that Hortense had spent over 50 years in the study of. "Any news, Mr. Topps?" This question almost invariably asked over breakfast, and girlishly, breathlessly, like a child asking after Santa. "No, Mrs. B. We are still completing our studies. You must let my colleagues and myself deliberate thoroughly. In this life there are them that are teachers, and then there are them that are pupils. There are 8 million witnesses of Jehovah waiting for our decision, waiting for the judgment day, but you must learn to leave such things to them that have the direct line, Mrs. B, the direct line." After skipping class for a few weeks, in late January I returned to school, but it seemed so distant. Even the journey from south to north each morning felt like an almighty polar trek, and worse, one that stopped short of its goal and ended up instead in the tepid regions, a non-event compared with the boiling maelstrom of the Bowden home. "So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth." You become so used to extremity, suddenly nothing else will do. She saw Millat regularly, but their conversations were brief. He was green-tied now and otherwise engaged. She still did Marcus's filing twice a week, but avoided the rest of the family. She saw Josh fleetingly. He seemed to be avoiding the Chalfins as assiduously as she. Her parents she saw on weekends, icy occasions, when everybody called everybody by their first names. "Irie, can you pass the salt to Archie?" "Clara, Archie wants to know where the scissors are." And all parties felt deserted. She sensed that she was being whispered about in Northwest too, the way North Londoners will when they suspect someone of coming down with religion, that nasty disease. So she hurried back to number 28 Lindacre Road, Lambeth, relieved to be back in the darkness, for it was like hibernating or being cocooned, and she was as curious as everyone else to see what kind of Irie would emerge. It wasn't any kind of prison. That house was an adventure.
In cupboards and neglected drawers and in grimy frames were the secrets that had been hoarded for so long, as if secrets were going out of fashion. She found pictures of her great-grandmother Ambrosia, a bony, beautiful thing with huge almond eyes, and one of Charlie, Whitey, Durham, standing in a pile of rubble with a sepia print C behind him. She found a Bible with one line torn from it. She found photo booth snaps of Clara in school uniform, grinning maniacally, the true horror of the teeth revealed. She read alternately from Dental Anatomy by Gerald M. Cathy and the Good News Bible, and raced voraciously through Hortense's small and eclectic library, blowing the red dust of a Jamaican schoolhouse off the covers and often using a penknife to cut never-before-read pages. February's list was as follows. An account of a West Indian sanatorium by George J. H. Sutton Moxley, London, Sampson Low Marsden and Company, 1886. There was an inverse correlation between the length of the author's name and the poor quality of his book. Tom Cringle's Log by Michael Scott, Edinburgh, 1875. In Sugarcane Land by Eden Philpotts, London, McClure and Company, 1893. Dominica, Hints and Notes to Intending Settlers by His Honour H. Esketh Bell, CMG, London, A&C Black, 1906. The more she read, the more that picture of dashing Captain Durham aroused her natural curiosity. Handsome and melancholy, surveying the bricks of half a church, looking worldly wise despite his youth, looking every inch the Englishman, looking like he could tell someone or another a thing or two about something. Maybe Irie herself. Just in case, she kept him under her pillow. And in the mornings it wasn't Italianate vineyards out there anymore. It was sugar, sugar, sugar. And next door was nothing but tobacco, and she presumptuously fancied that the smell of plantain sent her back to somewhere quite fictional, for she'd never been there. Somewhere Columbus called St. Iago, but the Arawaks stubbornly renamed Shemaka, the name lasting longer than they did. Well-wooded and watered. Not that Irie had heard of those little sweet-tempered, pot-bellied victims of their own sweet tempers. Those were some other Jamaicans, fallen short of the attention span of history. She laid claim to the past, her version of the past, aggressively, as if retrieving misdirected mail. So this was where she came from. This all belonged to her, her birthright, like a pair of pearl earrings or a post office bond. X marks the spot, and Irie put an X on everything she found, collecting bits and pieces, birth certificates, maps, army reports, news articles, and storing them under the sofa, so that as if by osmosis, the richness of them would pass through the fabric while she was sleeping and seep right into her. As the buds came in January, so like any anchoress she was visited. First by voices, coming crackling over Hortense's Neolithic radio, Joyce Chalfin on Gardener's Question Time. Foreman. Another question from the audience, I think. Mrs. Sally Whittaker from Bournemouth has a question for the panel, I believe, Mrs. Whittaker? Mrs. Whittaker. Thank you, Brian. Well, I'm a new gardener, and this is my first frost, and in 2 short months my garden's gone from being a real colour explosion to a very bare thing indeed. Friends have advised flowers with a compact habit,
but that leaves me with lots of tiny auricular and double daisies, which looks silly because the garden's really quite large. Now, I'd really like to plant something a little more striking, around the height of a delphinium, but then the wind gets it and people look over their fences thinking, dear oh dear. Sympathetic laughter from the studio audience. So my question to the panel is, how do you keep up appearances in the bleak midwinter? Foreman.
Thank you, Mrs. Whittaker. Well, it's a common problem, and it doesn't necessarily get any easier for the seasoned gardener. Personally, I never get it quite right. Well, let's hand the question over to the panel, shall we? Joyce Chalfin, any answers or suggestions for the bleak midwinter?
Joyce Chalfin. Well, first, I must say your neighbours sound very nosy. I'd tell them to mind their own beeswax if I were you. Laughter from audience. But to be serious, I think this whole trend for round-the-clock bloom is actually very unhealthy for the garden and the gardener, and particularly the soil. I really do. I think the winter should be a time of rest, subdued colours, you know. And then when the late spring does finally arrive, the neighbours get a hell of a shock. Boom! There it is. This wonderful explosion of growth. I think the deep winter is really a time for nurturing the soil, turning it over, allowing it a rest and plotting its future all the better to surprise the nosy people next door. I always think of a garden soil like a woman's body, moving in cycles, you know, fertile at some times and not others, and that's really quite natural. But if you really are determined, then Lenten roses, Helleborus corsicus, do remarkably well in cold calcareous soil, even if they're quite in the... Irie switched Joyce off. It was quite therapeutic switching Joyce off. This was not entirely personal. It just seemed tiring and unnecessary all of a sudden, that struggle to force something out of the recalcitrant English soil. Why bother, when there was now this other place? For Jamaica appeared to Irie as if it were newly made. Like Columbus himself, just by discovering it, she had brought it into existence. This well-wooded and watered place, where things sprang from the soil riotously and without supervision, and a young white captain could meet a young black girl with no complications, both of them fresh and untainted, and without past or dictated future. A place where things simply were. No fictions, no myths, no lies, no tangled webs. This is how Irie imagined her homeland. Because homeland is one of the magical fantasy words like unicorn and soul and infinity that have now passed into the language, and the particular magic of homeland, its particular spell over Irie, was that it sounded like a beginning. The beginningest of beginnings. Like the first morning of Eden and the day after apocalypse. A blank page. But every time Irie felt herself closer to it, to the perfect blankness of the past, something of the present would ring the Bowden doorbell and intrude. Mothering Sunday brought a surprise visit from Joshua. Angry on the doorstep, at least 21 pounds lighter and much scruffier than usual. Before Irie had a chance to express either concern or shock, he had flounced into the room and slammed the door. "I'm sick of it! Sick to the back fucking teeth with it!"
The vibration of the door knocked Captain Durham from his perch on Iree's windowsill, and she carefully re-erected him.
Yeah. Nice to see you too, man. Why don't you sit down and slow down? Sick of what?
Them. They sicken me. They go on about rights and freedoms, and then they eat 50 chickens every fucking week, hypocrites.
Iree couldn't immediately see the connection. She took out a fag in preparation for a long story. To her surprise, Joshua took one too, and they went to kneel on the window seat, blowing smoke through the grate up into the street.
Do you know how battery chickens live?
Iree didn't. Joshua explained.
Cooped up for most of their poor chicken lives in total chicken darkness, packed together like chicken sardines in their chicken shit and fed the worst type of chicken grain. And this, according to Joshua, was apparently nothing on how pigs and cows and sheep spent their time. It's a fucking crime. But try telling Marcus that. Try getting him to give up his Sunday hogfest. He's so fucking ill-informed. Have you ever noticed that? He knows this enormous amount about one thing, but there's this whole other world that... Oh, before I forget, you should take a leaflet.
Iree never thought she would see the day when Joshua Chalfin handed her a leaflet. But here it was in her palm. It was called Meat is Murder, the Facts and the Fiction, a publication from the FATE organization. It stands for Fighting Animal Torture and Exploitation. They're like the hardcore end of Greenpeace or whatever. Read it. They're not just hippie freaks. They're coming from a solid scientific and academic background, and they're working from an anarchist perspective. I feel like I've really found my niche, you know. It's a really incredible group, dedicated to direct action. The deputy's an ex-Oxford fellow. How's Millat?
Joshua shook off the question. Oh, I don't know. Balmy, going balmy. And Joyce is still pandering to his every whim. Just don't ask me. They all sicken me. Everything's changed.
Josh ran his fingers anxiously through his hair, which just reached his shoulders now in what Wilsdeners affectionately call a Jew-fro mullet.
I just can't tell you how everything's changed.
I'm having these real moments of clarity.
Iree nodded.
She was sympathetic to moments of clarity. Her 17th year was proving chock-a-block with them. And she wasn't surprised by Joshua's metamorphosis. 4 months in the life of a 17-year-old is the stuff of swings and roundabouts. Stones fans into Beatles fans, Tories into Liberal Democrats and back again, vinyl junkies to CD freaks. Never again in your life do you possess the capacity for such total personality overhaul. I knew you'd understand. I wish I'd talked to you before, but I just can't bear to be in the house these days, and when I do see you, Millat always seems to be in the way. It's really good to see you. You too. You look different. Josh gestured dismissively at his clothes, which were distinctly less nerdy than they had been.
I guess you can't wear your father's old corduroys forever.
I guess not.
Joshua clapped his hands together. Well, I've booked my ticket for Glastonbury and I might not come back. I met these people from Fate and I'm going with them.
It's March. Not till the summer, surely. Jolie and Crispin, that's these people I met, say we might go up there early, camp out for a bit. And school?
If you can bunk, I can bunk. It's not as if I'm going to fall behind. I've still got a Chalfin head on my shoulders. I'll just come back for the exams and then fuck off again. Irie, you've just got to meet these people. They're just incredible. He's a Dadaist and she's an anarchist. A real one, not like Marcus. I told her about Marcus and his bloody future mouse. She thinks he's a dangerous individual, quite possibly psychopathic. Irie thought about this. I'd be surprised. Without stubbing out his fag, he threw it up onto the pavement. And I'm giving up all meat. I'm a pescatarian at the moment, but that's just half measures. I'm becoming a fucking vegetarian. Irie shrugged, not certain what the right response should be. There's a lot to be said for the old motto, Old motto? Fight fire with fire. It's only by really fucking extreme behaviour that you can get through to somebody like Marcus. He doesn't even know how out there he is. There's no point being reasonable with him because he thinks he owns reasonableness. How do you deal with people like that? Oh, and I'm giving up leather, wearing it, and all other animal byproducts, gelatin and stuff. After a while of watching the feet go by, leathers, sneakers, heels, Irie said, "That'll show 'em." On April Fool's Day, Samad turned up. He was all in white, on his way to the restaurant, crumpled and creased like a disappointed saint. He looked to be on the brink of tears. Irie let him in. "Hello, Miss Jones," said Samad, bowing ever so slightly. "And how is your father?" Irie smiled with recognition. "You see him more than we do. How's God?" "Perfectly fine, thank you. Have you seen my good-for-nothing son recently?" Before Irie had a chance to give her next line, Samad broke down in front of her and had to be led into the living room, sat in Darcus's chair, and brought a cup of tea before he could speak. "Mr. Iqbal, what's wrong?" "What is right?" "Has something happened to Dad?" "Oh, no. Archibald is fine. He is like the washing machine advert. He carries on and on as ever." "Then what?" "Millat. He has been missing these 3 weeks." "God! Well, have you tried the Chalfins?" "He's not with them. I know where he is. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. He is on some retreat with these lunatic green tie people in a sports centre in Chester." "Bloody hell." Irie sat down cross-legged and took out a fag. "I hadn't seen him in school, but I didn't realise how long it had been. But if you know where he is..." "I didn't come here to find him. I came to ask your advice, Irie. What can I do? You know him. How does one get through?" Irie bit her lip, her mother's old habit. "I mean, I don't know. We're not as close as we were. But I've always thought that maybe it's the Magid thing, missing him. I mean, he'd never admit it. But Magid's his twin, and maybe if he saw him..." No. I wish that were the solution. Allah knows how I pinned all my hopes on Magid. And now he says he is coming back to study the English law, paid for by these Chalfin people. He wants to enforce the laws of man rather than the laws of God. He has learned none of the lessons of Muhammad, peace be upon him. Of course his mother is delighted, but he is nothing but a disappointment to me. More English than the English. Believe me, Magid will do Millat no good, and Millat will do Magid no good. They have both lost their way, strayed so far from the life I had intended for them. No doubt they will both marry white women called Sheila and put me in an early grave. All I wanted was 2 good Muslim boys. Oh,
Samad took her free hand and patted it with sad affection.
I just don't understand where I have gone wrong. You teach them, but they do not listen because they have the Public Enemy music on at full blast. You show them the road, and they take the bloody path to the Inns of Court. You guide them, and they run from your grasp to a Chester sports centre. You try to plan everything, and nothing happens in the way that you expected.
But if you could begin again, thought Irie, if you could take them back to the source of the river, to the start of the story, to the homeland. But she didn't say that, because he felt it as she felt it, and both knew it was as useless as chasing your own shadow. Instead, she took her hand from underneath his and placed it on top, returning the stroke. Oh, Mr. Iqbal, I don't know what to say.
There are no words. The one I send home comes out a pukka Englishman, white-suited, silly-wig lawyer. The one I keep here is fully paid-up, green bow-tie-wearing fundamentalist terrorist. I sometimes wonder why I bother, said Samad bitterly, betraying the English inflections of 20 years in the country. I really do. These days it feels to me like you make a devil's pact when you walk into this country. You hand over your passport at the check-in. You get stamped. You want to make a little money, get yourself started. But you mean to go back. Who would want to stay? Cold, wet, miserable, terrible food, dreadful newspapers. Who would want to stay? In a place where you are never welcomed, only tolerated. Just tolerated. Like you are an animal finally housebroken. Who would want to stay? But you have made a devil's pact. It drags you in, and suddenly you are unsuitable to return. Your children are unrecognizable. You belong nowhere.
Oh, that's not true, surely.
And then you begin to give up the very idea of belonging. Suddenly this belonging, it seems like some long, dirty lie. And I begin to believe that birthplaces are accidents, that everything is an accident. But if you believe that, where do you go? What do you do? What does anything matter?
As Samad described this dystopia with a look of horror, Irie was ashamed to find that the land of accidents sounded like paradise to her, sounded like freedom.
Do you understand, child? I know you understand.
And what he really meant was,
do we speak the same language? Are we from the same place? Are we the same?
Irie squeezed his hand and nodded vigorously, trying to ward off his tears. What else could she tell him but what he wanted to hear? Yes, she said. Yes, yes, yes. When Hortense and Ryan came home that evening after a late-night prayer meeting, both were in a state of high excitement. Tonight was the night.
After giving Hortense a flurry of instructions as to the typesetting and layout of his latest Watchtower article, Ryan went into the hallway to make his telephone call to Brooklyn to get the news. But I thought he was in consultation with them.
Yes, he is. But the final confirmation, you understand, must come from Mr. Charles Wintry himself in Brooklyn, said Hortense breathlessly. What a day this is! What a day! Help me with lifting this typewriter now. I need it on the table.
Irie did as she was told, carrying the enormous old Remington to the kitchen and putting it down in front of Hortense. Hortense passed Irie a bundle of white paper covered in Ryan's tiny script.
Now, you read that to me, Irie Ambrosia, slowly now, and I'll get it down in type.
Irie read for half an hour or so, wincing at Ryan's horrible corkscrew prose, passing the whitening fluid when it was required, and gritting her teeth at the author's interruptions, as every 10 minutes he popped back into the room to adjust his syntax or rephrase a paragraph.
Mr. Tubbs, did you get through yet?
Not yet, Mrs. B, not yet. Very busy, Mr. Charles Wintry. I'm going to try again now. A sentence, some odd sentence, was passing through Irie's tired brain. Sometimes I wonder why I bother. And now that Ryan was out of the way, Irie saw her opportunity to ask it, though she phrased it carefully. Hortense leaned back in her chair and placed her hands in her lap.
I've been doing this a very long time, Irie Ambrosia. I've been waiting ever since I was a picnic in long socks.
But that's no reason.
What do you know for reasons? Nothing at all. The Witness Church is where my roots are. It's been good to me when nobody else has. It was the good thing my mother gave me, and I'm not going to let it go now. We're so close to the end.
But, Gram, it's not. You won't ever.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like them witnesses just scared of dying, just scared. Them want everybody to die except them. That's not a reason to dedicate your life to Jesus Christ. I got very different aims. I still hope to be one of the anointed, if I am a woman. I want it all my life. I want to be there with the Lord, making the laws and the decisions.
Hortense sucked her teeth long and loud.
I got so tired with the church always telling me I'm a woman or I'm not educated enough. Everybody always trying to educate you about this or educate you about that. That's always been the problem with the women in this family. Somebody always trying to educate them about something, pretending it all about learning, when it all about a battle of the wills. But if I were one of the 144, no one gone tried to educate me. That would be my job. I'd make my own laws and I wouldn't be wanting anybody else's opinions. My mother was strong-willed deep down, and I'm the same. Lord knows, your mother was the same, and you the same.
Tell me about Ambrosia, said Irie, spotting a chink in Hortense's armour that one might squeeze through. Please. But Hortense remained solid.
You know enough already. The past is done with. Nobody learned nothing from it. Top of page 5, please. I think that's where we were.
At that moment, Ryan returned to the room, face redder than ever.
What, Mr. Tubbs, is it? Do you know?
God help the heathen, Mrs. B, for the day is indeed at hand. It is as the Lord laid out clearly in his book of Revelation. He never intended a third millennium. Now I'll need that article typed up and then another one that I'll dictate to you off the cuff. You'll need to telephone all the Lambeth members and leaflet the... Oh, yes, Mr. Topps, but just let me take it in just a minute. It couldn't be any other date, could it, Mr. Topps? I told you I felt it in my bones. I'm not sure as to how much your bones are to do with it, Mrs. B. Surely more credit is due to the thorough scriptural study done by myself and my colleagues. And God, presumably, said Irie, cutting him a sharp glare, going over to hold Hortense, who was shaking with sobs. Hortense kissed Irie on both cheeks, and Irie smiled at the hot wetness. Oh, Irie Ambrosia, I'm so glad you're here to share this. I lived this century. I came into this world in an earthquake at the very beginning, and I shall see the evil and sinful pollution be erased in a mighty rumbling earthquake once more. Praise the Lord. It is as he promised after all. I knew I'd make it. I got just 7 years to wait. 92. Hortense sucked her teeth contemptuously. Pshaw! My grandmother lived to see 103, and the woman could skip rope till the day she keel over and drop coal. Me gwan make it. I make it this far. My mother suffered to get me here, but she knew the true church, and she make effort to push me out in the most difficult circumstances so I could live to see that glory day. Amen. Oh, amen, Mr. Topps. Put on the complete suit of armor of God. Now, Irie Ambrosia, witness me as I said. I'm going to be there. And I'm going to be in Jamaica to see it. I'm going home that year of our Lord, and you can come there too if you learn from me and listen. You won't come Jamaica in the year 2000. Irie let out a little scream and rushed to give her grandmother another hug. Hortense wiped her tears with her apron. Lord Jesus, I lived this century. Well and truly I lived this terrible century with all its troubles and vexations. And thanks to you, Lord, I'm gonna feel a rumble at both ends. Magid, Millat, and Marcus. 1992, 1999. Fundamental. Adjective. 1. Of or pertaining to the basis or groundwork, going to the root of the matter. 2. Serving as the base or foundation, essential or indispensable. Also primary, original, from which others are derived. 3. Of or pertaining to the foundation or foundations of a building. 4. Of a stratum, lowest, lying at the bottom. Fundamentalism. Noun. The strict maintenance of traditional orthodox religious beliefs or doctrines, especially belief in the inerrancy of religious texts. The New Shorter Oxford English Dictionary. You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. Hermann Hupfeld,
As Time Goes By, 1931 song. Chapter 16. The Return of Magid, Mahfooz, Murshed, Mubtasim, Iqbal. Excuse me. You're not going to smoke that, are you? Marcus closed his eyes. He hated the construction. He always wanted to reply with equal grammatical perversity. Yes, I'm not going to smoke that. No, I am going to smoke that. Excuse me? I said you're... Yes, I heard you the first time, said Marcus softly, turning to his right to see the speaker with whom he shared a single armrest, each 2 chairs being assigned only one between them in the long line of moulded plastic. Is there a reason why I shouldn't? Irritation vanished at the sight of his interlocutor. A slim, pretty Asian girl with an alluring gap between her front teeth, army trousers and a high ponytail, who was holding in her lap, of all things, a copy of his collaborative pop science book of last spring with the novelist, Surrey T. Banks, Time, Bombs and Body Clocks, Adventures in Our Genetic Future. Yes, there's a reason, arsehole. You can't smoke in Heathrow. Not in this bit of it. And you certainly can't smoke a fucking pipe. And these chairs are welded to each other, and I've got asthma. Enough reasons. Marcus shrugged amiably. Yes, more than. Good book. This was a new experience for Marcus, meeting one of his readers. Meeting one of his readers in the waiting lounge of an airport. He had been a writer of academic texts all his life, texts whose audience was tiny and select, whose members he more often than not knew personally. He had never sent his work off into the world like a party popper, unsure where the different strands would land. Pardon? Don't worry, I won't smoke if you don't want me to. I was just wondering, is it a good book? The girl screwed up her face, which was not as pretty as Marcus had first thought, the jawline a tad too severe. She closed the book, she was halfway through, and looked at its cover as if she'd forgotten which book it was. Oh, it's all right, I suppose. Bit bloody weird, bit of a head fuck. Marcus frowned. The book had been his agent's idea. A split-level, high-low culture book, whereby Marcus wrote a hard science chapter on one particular development in genetics, and then the novelist wrote a twin chapter exploring these ideas from a futuristic, fictional, what if this led to this point of view, and so on for 8 chapters each. Marcus had university-bound sons, plus Magid's law schooling to think about, and he had agreed to the project for pecuniary reasons. To that end, the book had not been the hit that was hoped for or required, and Marcus, when he thought of it at all, thought it was a failure. But weird? A head fuck? In what way weird? The girl looked suddenly suspicious. What is this? An interrogation? Marcus shrank back a little. His Chalfonist confidence was always less evident when he strayed abroad, away from the bosom of his family. He was a direct man who saw no point in asking anything other than direct questions, but in recent years he had become aware that this directness did not always garner direct answers from strangers, as it did in his own small circle. In the outside world, outside of his college and home, one had to add things to speech, particularly if one was somewhat strange-looking, as Marcus gathered he was. If one was a little old, with eccentric curly hair and spectacles missing their lower rims, you had to add things to your speech to make it more palatable, niceties,
Throwaway phrases, pleases and thank yous. No, not an interrogation. I was just thinking of reading it myself, you see. I heard it was quite good, you know. And I was wondering why you thought it was weird. The girl, deciding at that moment that Marcus was neither mass murderer nor rapist, let her muscles relax and slid back in her chair. Oh, I don't know. Not so much weird, I guess. More scary. Scary? How? Well, it's scary, isn't it? All this genetic engineering. Is it? Yeah, you know, messing about with the body. They reckon there's a gene for intelligence, sexuality, practically everything, you know. Recombinant DNA technology, said the girl, using the term cautiously, as if testing the water to see how much Marcus knew. Seeing no recognition in his face, she continued with more confidence. Once you know the restriction enzyme for a particular, bit of DNA, you can switch anything on or off like a bloody stereo. That's what they're doing to those poor mice. It's pretty fucking scary. Not to mention, the pathogenic, i.e. disease-producing organisms they've got sitting in petri dishes all over the place. I mean, I'm a politics student, yeah? And I'm like, what are they creating and who do they want to wipe out? You've got to be seriously naive if you don't think the West intend to use this shit in the East on the Arabs. Quick way to deal with the fundamentalist Muslims. No, seriously, man, said the girl in response to a raised eyebrow from Marcus. Things are getting scary. I mean, reading this shit, you just realise how close science is to science fiction. As far as Marcus could see, science and science fiction were like ships in the night passing each other in the fog. A science fiction robot, for example, even his son Oscar's expectation of a robot, was 1,000 years ahead of anything either robotics or artificial intelligence could yet achieve. While the robots in Oscar's mind were singing, dancing and empathising with his every joy and fear, over at MIT some poor bastard was slowly and painstakingly trying to get a machine to recreate the movements of a single human thumb. On the flip side of the coin, the simplest biological facts, the structure of animal cells, for instance, were a mystery to all but 14-year-old children and scientists like himself. The former spending their time drawing them in class, the latter injecting them with foreign DNA. In between, or so it appeared to Marcus, flowed a great ocean of idiots, conspiracists, religious lunatics, presumptuous novelists, animal rights activists, students of politics, and all the other breeds of fundamentalists who professed strange objections to his life's work. In the past few months, since his future mouse had gained some public attention, he had been forced to believe in these people, believe they actually existed en masse, and this was as hard for him as being taken to the bottom of the garden and told that here lived fairies. I mean, they talk about progress, said the girl shrilly, becoming somewhat excited. They talk about leaps and bounds in the fields of medicine, yada, 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 but bottom line, if somebody knows how to eliminate undesirable qualities in people, do you think some government's not going to do it? I mean, what's undesirable? There's just something a little fascist about the whole deal. I guess it's a good book, but at points you do think, where are we going here? Millions of blondes with blue eyes, mail-order babies. I mean, if you're Indian like me, you've got something to worry about, yeah? And then they're planting cancers in poor creatures like, who are you to mess with the makeup of a mouse? Actually creating an animal just so it can die, it's like being God. I mean, personally, I'm a Hindu, yeah? I'm not religious or nothing. But you know, I believe in the sanctity of life, yeah? And these people, program the mouse, plot its every move, yeah, when it's going to have kids, when it's going to die. It's just unnatural.
Marcus nodded and tried to disguise his exhaustion. It was exhausting just to listen to her. Nowhere in the book did Marcus even touch upon human eugenics. It wasn't his field, and he had no particular interest in it. And yet this girl had managed to read a book almost entirely concerned with the more prosaic developments in recombinant DNA, gene therapy, proteins to dissolve blood clots, the cloning of insulin, and emerge from it full of the usual neo-fascist tabloid fantasies. Mindless human clones, genetic policing of sexual and racial characteristics, mutated diseases, etc. Only the chapter on his mouse could have prompted such a hysterical reaction. It was to his mouse that the title of the book referred, again the agent's idea, and it was his mouse upon which media attention had landed. Marcus saw clearly now what he had previously only suspected, that if it were not for the mouse, there would have been little interest in the book at all. No other work he had been involved with seemed to catch the public imagination like his mice. To determine a mouse's future stirred people up. Precisely because people saw it that way, it wasn't determining the future of a cancer or a reproductive cycle or the capacity to age. It was determining the future of the mouse. People focused on the mouse in a manner that never failed to surprise him. They seemed unable to think of the animal as a site, a biological site for experimentation into heredity, into disease, into mortality. The mouseness of the mouse seemed inescapable. A picture from Marcus's laboratory of one of his transgenic mice, along with an article about the struggle for a patent, had appeared in the Times. Both he and the paper received a ton of hate mail from factions as disparate as the Conservative Ladies Association, the Anti-Vivisection Lobby, the Nation of Islam, the rector of St. Agnes's Church, Berkshire, and the editorial board of the far-left Schnews. Nina Begum phoned to inform him that he would be reincarnated as a cockroach. Glenard Oak, always acute to a turning media tide, retracted its invitation for Marcus to come to school during National Science Week. His own son, his Joshua, still refused to speak to him. The insanity of all of it genuinely shook him. The fear he had unwittingly provoked, and all because the public were 3 steps ahead of him like Oscar's robot. They had already played out their endgames, already concluded what the result of his research would be, something he did not presume to imagine, full of their clones, zombies, designer children, gay genes. Of course, he understood the work he did involved some element of moral luck. So it is for all men of science. You work partly in the dark, uncertain of future ramifications, unsure what blackness your name might yet carry, what bodies will be laid at your door. No one working in a new field doing truly visionary work can be certain of getting through his century or the next without blood on his palms. But stop the work, gag Einstein, tie Heisenberg's hands. What can you hope to achieve? But surely, Marcus began, more rattled than he expected himself to be, surely that's rather the point. All animals are, in a sense, programmed to die. It's perfectly natural. If it appears random, that's only because we don't clearly understand it, you see. We don't properly understand why some people seem predisposed to cancer. We don't properly understand why some people die of natural causes at 63 and some at 97. Surely it would be interesting to know a little more about these things. Surely the point of something like an oncomouse is that we're given the opportunity to see a life and death stage by stage under the micro... Yeah, well, said the girl, putting the book in her bag. Whatever.
I've got to get to gate 52. It was nice talking to you. But yeah, you should definitely give it a read. I'm a big fan of Surrey T. Banks. He writes some freaky shit. Marcus watched the girl and her bouncing ponytail progress down the wide walkway until she merged with other dark-haired girls and was lost. Instantly he felt relieved and remembered with pleasure his own appointment with gate 32 and Magid Iqbal, who was a different kettle of fish. Or a blacker kettle. Or whatever the phrase was. With 15 minutes to spare, he abandoned his coffee, which had gone rapidly from scalding to lukewarm, and began to walk in the direction of the lower 50s. The phrase, "a meeting of minds," was running through his head. He knew this was an absurd thing to think of a 17-year-old boy, but still he thought it, felt it, a certain elation, maybe equal to the feeling his own mentor experienced when the 17-year-old Marcus Chalfin first walked into his poky college office. A certain satisfaction. Marcus was familiar with the mutually beneficial smugness that runs from mentor to protégé and back again. "Ah, but you are brilliant and deign to spend your time with me. Ah, but I am brilliant and catch your attention above all others." Still, he indulged himself. And he was glad to be meeting Magid for the first time alone, though he hoped he was not guilty of planning it that way. It was more a series of fortunate accidents. The Iqbal's car had broken down, and Marcus's hatchback was not large. He had persuaded Samad and Alsana that there would not be enough room for Magid's luggage if they came with him. Millat was in Chester with Kevin, and had been quoted as saying, in language reminiscent of his mafia video days, "I have no brother." Irie had an exam in the morning. Joshua refused to get in any car if Marcus was in it. In fact, he generally eschewed cars at present, opting for the environmentally ethical option of 2 wheels. As far as Josh's decision went, Marcus felt as he did about all human decisions of this kind. One could neither agree nor disagree with them as ideas. There was no rhyme nor reason for so much of what people did. And in his present estrangement from Joshua, he felt more powerless than ever. It hurt him that even his own son was not as Chalvinist as he'd hoped. And over the past few months, he had built up great expectations of Magid, and this would explain why his pace quickened gate 28, gate 29, gate 30. Maybe he had begun to hope, begun to believe, that Magid would be a beacon for right-thinking Chalfinism, even as it died a death here in the wilderness. They would save each other. This couldn't be faith, could it, Marcus? He questioned himself directly on this point as he scurried along. For a gate and a half the question unnerved him. Then it passed, and the answer was reassuring. Not faith? No, Marcus, not the kind with no eyes. Something stronger, something firmer. Intellectual faith. So, gate 32. It would be just the 2 of them then, meeting at last, having conquered the gap between continents, the teacher, the willing pupil, and then that first historic handshake. Marcus did not think for a second it could or would go badly. He was no student of history, and science had taught him that the past was where we did things through a glass darkly, whereas the future was always brighter, a place where we did things right, or at least righter. He had no stories to scare him concerning a dark man meeting a white man, both with heavy expectations, but only one with the power. He had brought no piece of white cardboard either, some large banner with a name upon it like the rest of his fellow waiters, and as he looked around Gate 32, that concerned him. How would they know each other? Then he remembered he was meeting a twin, and remembering that made him laugh out loud. It was incredible and sublime, even to him, that a boy should walk out of that tunnel with precisely the same genetic code as a boy he already knew, and yet, in every conceivable way, be different. He would see him, and yet not see him. He would recognize him, and yet that recognition would be false. Before he had a chance to think what this meant, whether it meant anything, they were coming toward him, the passengers of BA Flight 261, a talkative but exhausted brown mob who rushed toward him like a river, turning off at the last minute as if he were the edge of a waterfall. Namaskar. Salam alaikum. Come on, Archo. This is what they said to each other. And their friends, on the other side of the barrier, some women in full purdah, some in saris, men in strange mixtures of fabrics, leather, tweed, wool and nylon, with little boat hats that reminded Marcus of Nehru, children in sweaters made by the Taiwanese and rucksacks of bright reds and yellows, pushing through the doors to the concourse of Gate 32, meeting aunts, meeting drivers, meeting children, meeting officials, meeting sun-tanned, white-toothed airline representatives. You are Mr. Chalfant. Meeting minds. Marcus lifted his head to look at the tall young man standing in front of him. It was Millat's face, certainly, but it was cleaner cut and somewhat younger in appearance. The eyes were not so violet, or at least not so violently violet. The hair was floppy in the English public school style and brushed forward. The form was ever so thickly set and healthy. Marcus was no good on clothes, but he could say at least that they were entirely white, and that the overall impression was of good materials, well made and soft. And he was handsome. Even Marcus could see that. What he lacked in the Byronic charisma of his brother, he seemed to gain in nobility, with a sturdier chin and a dignified jaw. These were all needles in haystacks, however. These were the differences you notice only because the similarity is so striking. They were twins from their broken noses to their huge, ungainly feet. Marcus was conscious of a very faint feeling of disappointment that this was so. But superficial exteriors aside, there was no doubting, Marcus thought, who this boy Magid truly resembled. Hadn't Magid spotted Marcus from a crowd of many? Hadn't they recognized each other just now at a far deeper fundamental level? Not twinned like cities or the two halves of a randomly split ovum, but twinned like each side of an equation, logically, essentially, inevitably. As rationalists are wont, Marcus abandoned rationalism for a moment in the face of the sheer wonder of the thing. This instinctive meeting at Gate 32. Magid had strode across the floor and walked directly to him. Finding each other like this in a great swell of people, 500 at least. What were the chances? It seemed as unlikely as the feat of the sperm who conquer the blind passage toward the egg. As magical as that egg splitting in two. Magid and Marcus, Marcus and Magid. Yes, Magid. We finally meet. I feel as if I know you already. Well, I do, but then again I don't. But bloody hell, how did you know it was me?"
Magid's face grew radiant and revealed a lopsided smile of much angelic charm.
"Well, Marcus, my dear man, you are the only white fellow at gate 32.
The return of Magid, Mahfooz, Murshed, Mubtasim shook the houses of Iqbal, Jones and Chalfin considerably. "I don't recognize him," said Alsana to Clara in confidence, after he'd spent a few days at home. "There is something peculiar about him. When I told him Millat was in Chester, he did not say a word, just a stiff upper lip. He hasn't seen his brother in 8 years. But not a little squeak, not a whisperoo. Samad says this is some clone, this is not an Iqbal. One hardly likes to touch him. His teeth, he brushes them 6 times a day. His underwear, he irons them. It is like sitting down to breakfast with David Niven." Joyce and Irene viewed the new arrival with equal suspicion. They had loved the one brother so well and thoroughly for so many years, and now suddenly this new yet familiar face, like switching on your favourite TV soap only to find a beloved character slyly replaced by another actor with a similar haircut. For the first few weeks, they simply did not know what to make of him. As for Samad, if he had had his way, he would have hidden the boy forever, locked him under the stairs or sent him to Greenland. He dreaded the inevitable visits of all his relatives, the ones he had boasted to, all the tribes who had worshipped at the altar of the framed photograph. When they caught an eye-load of this Iqbal the younger, with his bow ties and his Adam Smith and his E.M. Bloody Forster and his atheism. The only upside was the change in Alsana. "The A to Z. Yes, Samad Mia, it is in the top right-hand drawer. Yes, that is where it is. Yes." The first time she did it, he almost jumped out of his skin. The curse was lifted. No more, "Maybe, Samad Mia." No more, "Possibly, Samad Mia." Yes, 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 no, no, no. The fundamentals. It was a blessed relief, but it wasn't enough. His sons had failed him. The pain was excruciating. He shuffled through the restaurant with his eyes to the ground. If aunts and uncles phoned, he deflected questions or simply lied. "Millat, he is in Birmingham, working in the mosque. Yes, renewing his faith. Magid, yes, he is marrying soon. Yes, a very good young man wants a lovely Bengali girl. Yes, upholder of traditions. Yes." So, first came the musical chair's living arrangements, as everybody shifted one place to the right or left. Millat returned at the beginning of October, thinner, fully bearded, and quietly determined not to see his twin on political, religious and personal grounds. "If Magid stays," said Millat, Danira this time, "I go." And because Millat looked thin and tired and wild-eyed, Samad said Millat could stay, which left no other option but for Magid to stay with the Chalfins, much to Alsana's chagrin, until the situation could be resolved. Joshua, furious at being displaced in his parents' affections by yet another Iqbal, went to the Joneses, while Irene, though ostensibly having returned to her family home on the concession of a year off, spent all her time at the Chalfins, organising Marcus's affairs, so as to earn money for her 2 bank accounts, Amazon Jungle Summer 93 and Jamaica 2000, often working deep into the night and sleeping on the couch. "The children have left us. They are abroad,"
said Samad over the phone to Archie in so melancholy a fashion that Archie suspected he was quoting poetry. "They are strangers in strange lands." "They've run to the bloody hills, more like," replied Archie grimly. "I tell you, if I had a penny for every time I've seen Irene in the past few months—" He'd have about 10pence. She was never home. Irene was stuck between a rock and a hard place, like Ireland, like Israel, like India. A no-win situation. If she stayed home, there was Joshua berating her about her involvement with Marcus's mice. Arguments she had no answer for, nor any stomach. Should living organisms be patented? Is it right to plant pathogens in animals? Irene didn't know, and so, with her father's instincts, shut her mouth and kept her distance. But if she was at the Chalfins working away at what had become a full-time summer job, she had to deal with Magid. Here the situation was impossible. Her work for Marcus, which had begun 9 months earlier as a little light filing, had increased 7-fold. The recent interest in Marcus's work meant she was required to deal with the calls of the media, sackfuls of post, organise appointments. Her pay had likewise increased to that of a secretary, but that was the problem. She was a secretary, whereas Magid was a confidant, an apprentice and disciple, accompanying Marcus on trips, observing him in the laboratory. The golden child, the chosen one. Not only was he brilliant, but he was charming. Not only was he charming, but he was generous. For Marcus, he was an answer to prayers. Here was a boy who could weave the most beautiful moral defences with a professionalism that belied his years, who helped Marcus formulate arguments he would not have had the patience to do alone. It was Magid who encouraged him out of the laboratory, taking him by the hand, squinting into the sunlit world where people were calling for him. People wanted Marcus and his mouse, and Magid knew how to give it to them. If the New Statesman needed 2,000 words on the patent debate, Magid would write while Marcus spoke, translating his words into elegant English, turning the bold statements of a scientist uninterested in moral debates into the polished arguments of a philosopher. If Channel 4 News wanted an interview, Magid explained how to sit, how to move one's hands, how to incline one's head. All this from a boy who had spent the greater proportion of his life in the Chittagong Hills without television or newspaper. Marcus, even though he had a lifelong hatred of the word, even though he hadn't used it since his own father clipped his ear for it when he was 3, was tempted to call it a miracle. Or at the very least, extremely fortuitous. The boy was changing his life, and that was extremely fortuitous. For the first time in his life, Marcus was prepared to concede faults in himself, small ones, mind, but still, faults. He had been too insular, perhaps. Perhaps. He had been aggressive toward public interest in his work, perhaps. Perhaps. He saw room for change. And the genius of it, the master stroke, was that Magid never for a moment let Marcus feel that Chalfinism was being compromised in any way whatsoever. He expressed his undying affection and admiration for it every day. All Magid wanted to do, he explained to Marcus, was bring Chalfinism to the people, and you had to give the people what they wanted in a form they could understand. There was something so sublime in the way he said it, so soothing, so true, that Marcus, who would have spat on such an argument 6 months before, gave in without protest.
This ends Disc 15. White Teeth, Disc 16.
"There's room for one more chap this century," Magid told him. This guy was a master in flattery. Freud, Einstein, Crick and Watson. There is an empty seat, Marcus. The bus is not quite full capacity. Ding, ding. Room for one more. And you can't beat that for an offer. You can't fight it. Marcus and Magid. Magid and Marcus. Nothing else mattered. The two of them were oblivious to the upset they caused Irie, or to the widespread displacement, the strange seismic ripples that their friendship had set off in everyone else. Marcus had pulled out, like Mountbatten from India, or a satiated teenage boy from his latest mate. He abrogated responsibility for everything and everybody. Chalfins, Iqbals and Joneses. Everything and everyone bar Magid and his mice. All others were fanatics. And Irie bit her tongue because Magid was good and Magid was kind and Magid walked through the house in white. But like all manifestations of the second coming, all saints, saviours and gurus, Magid Iqbal was also, in Nina's eloquent words, a first-class, 100% bona fide, total and utter pain in the arse. A typical conversation. Irie, I am confused. Not right now, Magid. I'm on the phone. I don't wish to take from your valuable time, but it is a matter of some urgency. I am confused. Magid, could you just... You see, Joyce very kindly bought me these jeans. They are called Levi's. Look, could I call you back? Right, okay. Bye. What, Magid? That was an important call. What is it? So you see, I have these beautiful American Levi jeans, white jeans, that Joyce's sister brought back from a holiday in Chicago. The Windy City, they call it, though I don't believe there is anything particularly unusual about its climate, considering its proximity to Canada. My Chicago jeans. Such a thoughtful gift. I was overwhelmed to receive them. But then I was confused by this label in the inner lining that states that the jeans are apparently shrink to fit. I asked myself, what can this mean, shrink to fit? They shrink until they fit, Magid. That would be my guess. But Joyce was percipient enough to buy them in precisely the right size, you see, 32-34. All right, Magid. I don't want to see them, I believe you. So don't shrink them. That was my original conclusion also. But it appears there is no separate procedure for shrinking them. If one washes the jeans, they will simply shrink. Fascinating. And you appreciate at some juncture the jeans will require washing. What's your point, Magid? Well, do they shrink by some pre-calculated amount, and if so, by how much? If the amount was not correct, they would open themselves up to a great deal of litigation, no? It is no good if they shrink to fit, after all, if they do not shrink to fit me. There is another possibility, as Jack suggested, that they shrink to the contours of the body. Yet how can such a thing be possible? Well, why don't you get in the fucking bath with the fucking jeans on and see what happens? But you couldn't upset Magid with words. He turned the other cheek. Sometimes hundreds of times a day, like a lollipop lady on ecstasy. He had this way of smiling at you, neither wounded nor angry, and then inclining his head to the exact same angle his father did when taking an order for curried prawns, in a gesture of total forgiveness. He had absolute empathy for everybody, Magid, and it was an unbelievable pain in the arse. I didn't mean to... Oh, shit. Sorry. Look, I don't know, you're just so... Have you heard from Millat? "My brother shuns me," said Magid, that same expression of universal calm and forgiveness unchanged. "He mocks me like Cain because I am a non-believer. At least, not in his God or any others with a name. Because of this, he refuses to meet me, even to talk on the telephone." "Oh, you know he'll probably come round. He always was a stubborn bastard." "Of course, yes, you love him," continued Magid, not giving Irie a chance to protest. "So you know his habits, his manners. You will understand, then, how fiercely he takes my conversion. I have converted to life. I see his God in the millionth position of pi, in the arguments of the Phaedrus, in a perfect paradox. But that is not enough for Millat." Irie looked him square in the face. There was something in there she had been unable to put her finger on these 4 months, because it was obscured by his youth, his looks, his clean clothes, and his personal hygiene. Now she saw it clearly. He was touched by it. The same as Mad Mary, the Indian with the white face and the blue lips, and the guy who carried his wig around on a piece of string. The same as those people who walked the Willesden streets with no intention of buying Black Label beer or stealing a stereo, collecting the dole or pissing in an alleyway. The ones with a wholly different business. Prophecy. And Magid had it in his face. He wanted to tell you and tell you and tell you. "Millat demands complete surrender." Sounds typical. "He wants me to join Keepers of the Eternal and..." "Yeah, Kevin, I know them. So you have spoken to him." "I don't need to speak to him to know what he thinks. He is my twin. I don't wish to see him. I don't need to. Do you understand the nature of twins? Do you understand the meaning of the word cleave? Or rather, the double meaning that..." "Magid, no offence, but I've got work to do." Magid gave a little bow. "Naturally. You will excuse me. I have to go and submit my Chicago genes to the experiment you proposed." Irie gritted her teeth, picked up the phone, and redialed the number she had cut off. It was a journalist. It was always journalists these days, and she had something to read to him. She'd had a crash course in media relations since her exams, and dealing with them, it had taught her there was no point in trying to deal with each one separately. To give some unique point of view to the Financial Times, and then to the Mirror, and then to the Daily Mail, was impossible. It was their job, not yours, to get the angle, to write their separate book of the huge media Bible. Each to their own. Reporters were factional, fanatical, obsessively defending their own turf, propounding the same thing day after day. So it had always been. Who would have guessed that Luke and John would take such different angles on the scoop of the century, the death of the Lord? It just went to prove that you couldn't trust these guys. Irie's job, then, was to give the information as it stood, every time, verbatim, from a piece of paper written by Marcus and Magid, stapled to the wall. "All right," said the journo. "Tape's running." And here Irie stumbled at the first hurdle of PR. Believing in what you sell. It wasn't that she lacked the moral faith. It was more fundamental than that. She didn't believe in it as a physical fact. She didn't believe it existed. Future Mouse was now such an enormous, spectacular cartoon of an idea, in every paper's column, agonized over by journos. Should it get a patent? Eulogized by hacks. Greatest achievement of the century. One expected the damn mouse to stand up and speak by itself. Irie took a deep breath. Though she had repeated the words many times, they still seemed fantastical, absurd. Fiction on the wings of fantasy, with more than a dash of Surrey Tea Banks in them.
Press release, October the 15th, 1992. Subject, launch of Future Mouse. Professor Marcus Chalfin, writer, celebrated scientist, and leading figure of a group of research geneticists from St. Jude's College, intends to launch his latest design in a public space to increase understanding of transgenics and to raise interest and further investment in his work. The design will demonstrate the sophistication of the work being done on gene manipulation and demystify this much maligned branch of biological research. It will be accompanied by a full exhibition, a lecture hall, a multimedia area, and interactive games for children. It will be funded in part by the government's Millennial Science Commission, with additional monies from business and industry. A 2-week-old Future Mouse is to be put on display at the Perrett Institute in London on December the 31st, 1992. There it will remain on public display until December the 31st, 1999. This mouse is genetically normal except for a select group of novel genes that are added to the genome. A DNA clone of these genes is injected into the fertilized mouse egg, thus linking them to the chromosomal DNA in the zygote, which is subsequently inherited by cells of the resulting embryo. Before injection into the germ line, these genes are custom designed so they can be turned on and expressed only in specific mouse tissue and along a predictable timetable. The mouse will be the site for an experiment into the aging of cells, the progression of cancer within cells, and a few other matters that will serve as surprises along the way. The journalist laughed.
Jesus, what the fuck does that mean?
I don't know, said Irie. Surprises, I guess. She continued. The mouse will live the 7 years it is on display, roughly double the normal life expectancy of a mouse. The mouse development is retarded, therefore, at a ratio of 2 years for every one. At the end of the first year, the SV40 large T oncogene, which the mouse carries in the insulin-producing pancreas cells, will express itself in pancreatic carcinomas that will continue to develop at a retarded pace throughout its life. At the end of the second year, the HRAS oncogene in its skin cells will begin to express itself in multiple benign papillomas that an observer will be able to see clearly 3 months later with the naked eye. 4 years into the experiment, the mouse will begin to lose its ability to produce melanin by means of a slow, programmed eradication of the enzyme tyrosinase. At this point, the mouse will lose all its pigmentation and become albino, a white mouse. If no external or unexpected interference occurs, the mouse will live until December the 31st, 1999, dying within the month after that date. The Future Mouse experiment offers the public a unique opportunity to see a life and death in close-up. The opportunity to witness for themselves a technology that might yet slow the progress of disease, control the process of aging, and eliminate genetic defect. The Future Mouse holds out the tantalizing promise of a new phase in human history, where we are not victims of the random, but instead directors and arbitrators of our own fate.
Bloody hell, said the journo. Scary shit.
Yeah, I guess, said Irie vacantly. She had 10 more calls to make this morning. Do you want me to post on some of the photographic material?
Yeah, go on, save me going through the archive. Cheers.
Just as Irie put down the phone, Joyce flew into the room like a hippie comet, a great stream of black-fringed velvet, caftan and multiple silk scarves. Don't use the phone. I've told you before. We've got to keep the phone free. Millat might be trying to ring.
4 days earlier, Millat had missed a psychiatrist's appointment Joyce had arranged for him. He'd not been seen since. Everyone knew he was with Kevin, and everyone knew he had no intention of ringing Joyce, everyone except Joyce. It's simply essential that I talk with him if he rings. We're so close to a breakthrough. Marjorie's almost certain it's attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And how come you know all this? I thought Marjorie was a doctor. What the fuck happened to doctor-patient privilege? Oh, Irie, don't be silly. She's a friend, too. She's just trying to keep me informed. Middle-class mafia, more like. Oh, really? Don't be so hysterical. You're getting more hysterical by the day. Look, I need you to keep off the phone. I know, you said. Because if Marjorie's right, and it is ADHD, he really needs to get to a doctor and some methylphenidate. It's a very debilitative condition. Joyce, he hasn't got a disorder, he's just a Muslim. There are 1 billion of them. They can't all have ADHD. Joyce took in a little gasp of air. I think you're being very cruel. That's exactly the kind of comment that isn't helpful. She stalked over to the breadboard, tearfully cut off a huge lump of cheese and said, Look, the most important thing is that I get the two of them to face each other. It's time. Irie looked dubious. Why is it time? Joyce popped the lump of cheese into her mouth. It's time because they need each other. But if they don't want to, they don't want to. Sometimes people don't know what they want. They don't know what they need. Those boys need each other like... Joyce thought for a moment. She was bad with metaphor. In a garden, you never planted something where something else was meant to be. They need each other like Laurel and Hardy, like Crick needed Watson. Like East Pakistan needed West Pakistan? Well, I don't think that's very funny, Irie. I'm not laughing, Joyce. Joyce cut more cheese from the block, tore 2 hunks of bread from a loaf and sandwiched the 3 together. The fact is, both these boys have serious emotional problems, and it's not helped by Millat refusing to see Magid. It upsets him so much. They've been split by their religions, by their cultures. Can you imagine the trauma? Irie wished at that moment she had allowed Magid to tell her. She would at least have had information. She would have had something to use against Joyce. Because if you listen to prophets, they give you ammunition. The nature of twins. The millionth position of pi. Do infinite numbers have beginnings? And most of all, the double meaning of the word cleave. Did he know which was worse, which more traumatic, pulling together or tearing apart? Joyce, why don't you worry about your own family for once? Just for a change. What about Josh? When's the last time you saw Josh? Joyce's upper lip stiffened. Josh is in Glastonbury. Right. Glastonbury's been over 2 months, Joyce. He's doing a little travelling. He said he might. And who's he with? You don't know anything about those people. Why don't you worry about that for a while and keep the fuck out of everybody else's business? Joyce didn't even flinch at this. It's hard to explain just how familiar teenage abuse was to Joyce. She got it so regularly these days from her own children and other people's that a swear word or a cruel comment just couldn't affect her. She simply weeded them out. The reason I don't worry about Josh, as you well know, said Joyce, smiling broadly and speaking in her Chalfin Guide to Parenting voice, is because he's just trying to get a little bit of attention. Rather like you are at this moment.
It's perfectly natural for well-educated, middle-class children to act up at his age. Unlike many others around this time, Joyce felt no shame about using the term middle class. In the Chalfont lexicon, the middle classes were the inheritors of the Enlightenment, the creators of the welfare state, the intellectual elite, and the source of all culture. Where they got this idea, it's hard to say. But they soon come back into the fold. I'm perfectly confident about Joshua. He's just acting up against his father, and it will pass. But Magid has some real problems. I've been doing my research, Irie, and there are just so many signs I can read them. Well, you must be misreading them, Irie shot back. Because a battle was about to begin, she could sense it. Magid's fine. I was just talking to him as a Zen master. He's the most fucking serene individual I ever met in my life. He's working with Marcus, which is what he wants to do, and he's happy. How about we all try a policy of non-involvement for once, a little laissez-faire? Magid's fine. Irie, darling, said Joyce, moving Irie along one chair and positioning herself next to the phone. What you never understand is that people are extreme. It would be wonderful if everyone was like your father, carrying on as normal, even if the ceiling's coming down around his ears. But a lot of people can't do that. Magid and Millat display extreme behaviour. It's all very well saying laissez-faire and being terribly clever about it, but the bottom line is Millat's going to get himself into terrible trouble with these fundamentalist people. Terrible trouble. I hardly sleep for worrying about him. You read about these groups in the news, and it's putting a terrible mental strain on Magid. Now, am I meant to just sit back and watch them tear themselves apart just because their parents... No, I will say it, because it's true, just because their parents don't seem concerned. I've only ever had those boys' welfare at heart. You, of all people, should know that. They need help. I just walked past the bathroom, and Magid is sitting in the bath with his jeans on. Yes. All right. Now, said Joyce, serene as a bovine, I should think I know a traumatized child when I see one. Chapter 17. Crisis Talks and 11th-Hour Tactics. Mrs. Iqbal, it's Joyce Chalfin. Mrs. Iqbal? I can see you quite clearly. It's Joyce. I really think we should talk. Could you, open the door? Yes, she could. Theoretically, she could. But in this atmosphere of extremity with warring suns and disparate factions, Alsana needed a tactic of her own. She'd done silence and word strikes and food consumption, the opposite of a hunger strike. One gets bigger in order to intimidate the enemy. And now she was attempting a sit-down protest. Mrs. Iqbal, just 5 minutes of your time. Magid's really very upset about all of this. He's worried about Millat, and so am I. Just 5 minutes, Mrs. Iqbal, please. Alsana didn't rise from her seat. She simply continued along the hem, keeping her eye on the black thread as it shuttled from one cog to the next and down into the PVC, pressing the pedal of the Singer furiously, as if kicking the flank of a horse she wished to ride into the sunset. Well, you may as well let her in, said Samad wearily, emerging from the living room, where Joyce's persistence had disturbed his appreciation of the Antiques Roadshow. Aside from The Equalizer, starring that great moral arbiter Edward Woodward, it was Samad's favourite programme. He had spent 15 long televisual years waiting for some Cockney housewife to pull a trinket of mango pandies out of her handbag. "Oh, Mrs. Winterbottom, now this is very exciting. What we have here is the barrel of the musket belonging to—" He sat with the phone under his right hand, so that in the event of such a scenario he could phone the BBC and demand the said Winterbottom's address and asking price. So far only mutiny medals and a pocket watch belonging to Havelock, but still he watched. He peered down the hallway at the shadowy form of Joyce through the glass and scratched his testicles sadly. Samad was in his television mode. Garish v-neck, stomach swelling like a tight hot water bottle beneath it, long moth-eaten dressing gown, and a pair of paisley boxer shorts from which 2 stick legs, the legacy of his youth, protruded. In his television mode, action escaped him. The box in the corner of the room, which he liked to think of as an antique of its kind, encased in wood and on 4 legs like some Victorian robot, sucked him in and sapped all energy. "Well, why don't you do something, Mr. Iqbal? Make her go away, instead of standing there with your flabby gut and your tiny willy on display." Samad grunted and tucked the cause of all his troubles, 2 huge hairy balls and a defeated-looking limp prick, back into the inner lining of his shorts. "She won't go away," he murmured, "and if she does, she will only return with reinforcements." "But why? Hasn't she caused enough trouble?" said Alsana loudly, loud enough for Joyce. "She has her own family, no? Why does she not go and for a change mess them up? She has boys, 4 boys. How many boys does she want? How bloody many?" Samad shrugged, went into the kitchen drawer and fished out the earphones that could be plugged into the television and thus short-circuit the outside world. He, like Marcus, had disengaged. Leave them, was his feeling. Leave them to their battles. "Oh, thank you," said Alsana caustically, as her husband retreated to his pots and guns. "Thank you, Samad Mia, for your oh-so-valuable contribution. This is what the men do. They make the mess, the sentry ends, and they leave the women to clear up the shit. Thank you, husband." She increased the speed of her sewing, dashing out the seam, progressing down the inner leg while the sphinx of the mailbox continued to ask unanswerable questions. "Mrs. Iqbal, please can we talk? Is there any reason why we shouldn't talk? Do we have to behave like children?" Alsana began to sing. "Mrs. Iqbal, please, what can this possibly achieve?" Alsana sang louder. "I must tell you," said Joyce, strident as ever, even through 3 panels of wood and glass, "I'm not here for my health. Whether you want me to be involved or not, I am, you see, I am." Involved. At least that was the right word, Alsana reflected, as she lifted her foot off the pedal and let the wheel spin a few times alone before coming to a squeaky halt. Sometimes here in England, especially at bus stops and on the daytime soaps, you heard people say, "We're involved with each other," as if this were a most wonderful state to be in, as if one chose it and enjoyed it. Alsana never thought of it that way. Involved happened over a long period of time, pulling you in like quicksand. Involved is what befell the moon-faced Alsana Begum and the handsome Samad Mia 1 week after they'd been pushed into a Delhi breakfast room together and informed they were to marry. Involved was the result when Clara Bowden met Archie Jones at the bottom of some stairs. Involved swallowed up a girl called Ambrosia and a boy called Charlie, Yes, Clara had told her that sorry tale, the second they kissed in the pantry of a guest house. Involved is neither good nor bad. It is just a consequence of living. A consequence of occupation and immigration, of empires and expansion, of living in each other's pockets. One becomes involved, and it is a long trek back to being uninvolved. And the woman was right, one didn't do it for one's health. Nothing this late in the century was done with health in mind. Alsana was no dummy when it came to the modern condition. She watched the talk shows. All day long she watched the talk shows. My wife slept with my brother. My mother won't stay out of my boyfriend's life. And the microphone holder, whether it be tanned man with white teeth or scary married couple, always asks the same damn silly question. But why do you feel the need? Wrong. Alsana had to explain it to them through the screen. You're blockhead. They are not wanting this. They are not willing it. They are just involved, see? They walk in, and they get trapped between the revolving doors of those two V's. Involved. The years pass, and the mess accumulates, and here we are. Your brother's sleeping with my ex-wife's niece, second cousin. Involved, just a tired, inevitable fact. Something in the way Joyce said it, involved, wearied, slightly acid, suggested to Alsana that the word meant the same thing to her. An enormous web you spin to catch yourself. Okay, lady. 5 minutes only. I have 3 jumpsuits to do this morning, come hell or high water. Alsana opened the door and Joyce walked into the hallway, and for a moment they surveyed their opposite number, guessing each other's weight like nervous prize fighters prior to mounting the scales. They were definitely a match for each other. What Joyce lacked in chest she made up in bottom. Where Alsana revealed a weakness in delicate features, a thin and pretty nose, light eyebrows, she compensated with the huge pudge of her arms, the dimples of maternal power, for, after all, she was the mother here, the mother of the boys in question. She held the trump card, should she be forced to play it. "Okie dokie, then," said Alsana, squeezing through the narrow kitchen door, beckoning Joyce to follow. "Is it tea or is it coffee?" "Tea," said Joyce firmly. "Fruit, if possible." "Fruit not possible. Not even Earl Grey is possible. I come from the land of tea to this god-awful country, and then I can't afford a proper cup of it. PG Tips is possible and nothing else." Joyce winced. "PG Tips, please, then." "As you wish." The mug of tea plonked in front of Joyce a few minutes later was grey, with a rim of scum and thousands of little microbes flitting through it. Less micro than one would have hoped. Alsana gave Joyce a moment to consider it. "Just leave it for a while," she explained gaily. "My husband hit a water pipe when digging a trench for some onions. Our water is a little funny ever since. It may give you the running shits, or it may not. But give it a minute and it clears. See?" Alsana gave it an unconvincing stir, sending yet larger chunks of unidentified matter bubbling up to the surface. "You see? Fit for Shah Jahan himself." Joyce took a tentative sip and then pushed it to one side. "Mrs. Iqbal, I know we haven't been on the best of terms in the past, but—" "Mrs. Chalfont," said Alsana, putting up her long forefinger to stop Joyce speaking. "There are 2 rules that everybody knows, from PM to jinrickshaw walla. The first is, never let your country become a trading post. Very important. If my ancestors had followed this advice, my situation presently would be very different, but such is life. The second is,
Don't interfere in other people's family business. Milk?
No, thank you. A little sugar.
Alsana dumped a huge heaped tablespoon into Joyce's cup.
You think I am interfering?
I think you have interfered.
But I just want the twins to see each other.
You are the reason they are apart.
But Magid is only living with us because Millat won't live with him here. And Magid tells me your husband can hardly stand the sight of him.
Alsana, little pressure cooker that she was, blew. And why can't he? Because you and your husband have involved Magid in something so contrary to our culture, to our beliefs, that we barely recognize him. You have done that. He is at odds with his brother now. Impossible conflict. Those green bow-tied bastards. Millat is high up with them now, very involved. He doesn't tell me, but I hear. They call themselves followers of Islam, but they are nothing but thugs in a gang roaming Kilburn like all the other lunatics. And now they are sending out the, what are they called, folded paper trouble.
Leaflets?
Leaflets! Leaflets about your husband and his ungodly mouse. Trouble brewing. Yes, sir, I found them, hundreds of them, under his bed.
Alsana stood up, drew a key out of her apron pocket, and opened a kitchen cupboard stacked full of green leaflets which cascaded onto the floor.
He's disappeared again 3 days. I have to put them back before he finds out they are gone. Take some. Go on, lady, take them, go. And read them to Magid. Show him what you have done. 2 boys driven to different ends of the world. You have made a war between my sons. You are splitting them apart.
A minute earlier, Millat had turned the key ever so softly in the front door. Since then he had been standing in the hallway, listening to the conversation and smoking a fag. It was great. It was like listening to 2 big Italian matriarchs from opposing clans battle it out. Millat loved clans. He had joined Kevin because he loved clans, and the outfit, and the bow tie. And he loved clans at war. Marjorie the analyst had suggested that this desire to be part of a clan was a result of being effectively half a twin. Marjorie the analyst suggested that Millat's religious conversion was more likely born out of a need for sameness within a group than out of any intellectually formulated belief in the existence of an all-powerful creator. Maybe. Whatever. As far as he was concerned, you could analyse it until the cows came home. But nothing beat being all dressed in black, smoking a fag, listening to 2 mamas battle it over you in operatic style. You claim to want to help my boys, but you have done nothing but drive a wedge between them. It is too late now. I have lost my family. Why don't you go back to yours and leave us alone? You think it's paradise over at my house? My family has been split by this too. Joshua isn't speaking to Marcus, did you know that? And those 2 were so close. Joyce looked a bit weepy, and Alsana reluctantly passed her the kitchen towel. I'm trying to help all of us, and the best way to start is to get Magid and Millat talking before this escalates any further than it has. I think we can both agree on that. If we could find some neutral place, some ground where they both felt no pressures or outside influence. But there are no neutral places anymore. I agree they should meet, but where and how? You and your husband have made everything impossible. Mrs. Iqbal, with all due respect, the problems in your family began long before either my husband or I had any involvement. Maybe, Mrs. Chalfin, but you are the salt in the wound, yes.
You're the one extra chili pepper in the hot sauce.
Millat heard Joyce draw her breath in sharply. Again, with respect, I can't believe that it is the case. I think this has been going on for a very long time. Millat told me that some years ago you burned all his things. I mean, it's just an example, but I don't think you understand the trauma that kind of thing has inflicted on Millat. He's very damaged.
Oh, we are going to play the tit for the tat, I see. And I am to be the tit. Not that it is any of your big-nose business, but I burned those things to teach him a lesson, to respect other people's lives. A strange way of showing it, if you don't mind me saying. I do mind. What do you know of it?
Only what I see. And I see that Millat has a lot of mental scars. You may not be aware, but I've been funding sessions for Millat with my analyst, and I can tell you, Millat's inner life, his karma, I suppose you might call it in Bengali, the whole world of his subconscious shows serious illness. In fact, the problem with Millat's subconscious, and he didn't need Marjorie to tell him this, was that it was basically split level. On the one hand, he was trying real hard to live as Ifan and the others suggested. This involved getting his head around 4 main criteria. 1, to be ascetic in one's habits, cut down on the booze, the weed, the women. 2, to remember always the glory of Muhammad, peace be upon him, and the might of the Creator. 3, to grasp a full intellectual understanding of Kevin and the Quran. 4, to purge oneself of the taint of the West. He knew that he was Kevin's big experiment, and he wanted to give it his best shot. In the first 3 areas, he was doing fine. He smoked the odd fag and put away a Guinness on occasion, can't say fairer than that, but he was very successful with both the evil weed and the temptations of the flesh. He no longer saw Alexandra Androusier, Polly Houghton, or Rosie Dew, though he paid occasional visits to one Tanya Chapman-Jones, a very small redhead who understood the delicate nature of his dilemma and would give him a thorough blowjob without requiring Millat to touch her at all. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. She was the daughter of a judge and delighted in horrifying the old goat, and Millat needed ejaculation with no actual active participation on his side. On the scriptural side of things, he thought Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a right geezer, a great bloke, and he was in awe of the Creator, in the original meaning of that word. Dread, fear, really shit scared. And Ifan said that was correct, that was how it should be. He understood this idea that his religion was not one based on faith, not like the Christians, the Jews et al., but one that could be intellectually proved by the best minds. He understood the idea. But sadly, Millat was far from possessing one of the best minds, or even a reasonable mind. Intellectual proof or disproof was beyond him. Still, he understood that to rely on faith, as his own father did, was contemptible. And no one could say he didn't give 100% to the cause. That seemed enough for Kevin. They were more than happy with his real forte, which was the delivery of the thing, the presentation. For instance, if a nervous-looking woman came up to the Kevin stall in Willesden Library and asked about the faith, Millat would lean over the desk, grab her hand, press it, and say, "Not faith, sister. We do not deal in faith here. Spend 5 minutes with my brother Rakesh and he will intellectually prove to you the existence of the Creator. The Quran is a document of science, a document of rational thought.
Spend 5 minutes, sister, if you care for your future beyond this earth. And to top it off, he could usually sell her a few tapes. Ideological Warfare or Let the Scholars Beware, 2 quid each. Or even some of their literature, if he was on top form. Everyone at Kevin was mightily impressed. So far, so good. As for Kevin's more unorthodox programmes of direct action, Millat was right in there. He was their greatest asset. He was in the forefront, the first into battle, come jihad. Cool as fuck in a crisis, a man of action, like Brando, like Pacino, like Liotta. But even as Millat proudly reflected on this, while in his mother's hallway, his heart sank, for therein lay the problem. Number 4, purging oneself of the West. Now he knew that if you wanted an example of the moribund, decadent, degenerate, oversexed, violent state of Western capitalist culture and the logical endpoint of its obsession with personal freedoms, leaflet Way Out West, you couldn't do much better than Hollywood cinema. And he knew, how many times had he been through it with Ifan, that the gangster movie, the mafia genre, was the worst example of that. And yet, it was the hardest thing to let go. He would give every spliff he'd ever smoked and every woman he'd ever fucked to retrieve the films his mother had burned, or even the few he had purchased more recently that Ifan had confiscated. He had torn up his Rocky Video membership and thrown away the Iqbal VCR to distance himself from direct temptation. But was it his fault if Channel 4 ran a De Niro season? Could he help it if Tony Bennett's rags to riches floated out of a clothes shop and entered his soul? It was his most shameful secret that whenever he opened a door, a car door, a car trunk, the door of Kevin's meeting hall, or the door of his own house just now, the opening of Goodfellas ran through his head, and he found this sentence rolling around in what he presumed was his subconscious. As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster. He even saw it like that, in that font like on the movie poster. And when he found himself doing it, he tried desperately not to. He tried to fix it. But Millat's mind was a mess, and more often than not, he'd end up pushing open the door, head back, shoulders forward, Liotta style, thinking, as far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a Muslim. He knew in a way this was worse, but he just couldn't help it. He kept a white handkerchief in his top pocket. He always carried dice, even though he had no idea what a crap game actually was. He loved long camel jackets, and he could cook a killer seafood linguine, though a lamb curry was completely beyond him. It was all haram, he knew that. Worst of all was the anger inside him. Not the righteous anger of a man of God, but the seething, violent anger of a gangster, a juvenile delinquent, determined to prove himself, determined to run the clan, determined to beat the rest. And if the game was God, if the game was a fight against the West, against the presumptions of Western science, against his brother or Marcus Chalfin, he was determined to win it. Millat stubbed his fag out against the banister. It pissed him off that these were not pious thoughts. But they were in the right ballpark, weren't they? He had the fundamentals, didn't he? Clean living, praying 5 times a day without fail, fasting, working for the cause, spreading the message. And that was enough, wasn't it? Maybe. Whatever. Either way, there was no going back now. Yeah. He'd meet Magid. He'd meet him. They'd have a good face-off. He'd come out of it the stronger. He'd call his brother a little cockroach and walk out of that tete-a-tete even more determined to fulfill his destiny.
Millat straightened his green bow tie and slunk forward like Leota, all menace and charm, and pushed open the kitchen door. Ever since I can remember. Waiting for two pairs of eyes, like two of Scorsese's cameras, to pan onto his face and focus. Millat! Armour. Millat. Joyce. Great. Superb. So we all know each other, went Millat's inner monologue, in Paul Savino's voice. Now let's get down to business. All right, gentlemen. There is no reason to be alarmed. It is simply my son, Magid. Mickey, Magid. O'Connell's once more. Because Alsana had eventually conceded Joyce's point, but did not care to dirty her hands. Instead, she demanded Samad take Magid out somewhere and spend an evening persuading him into meeting with Millat. But the only out Samad understood was O'Connell's, and the prospect of taking his son there was repellent. He and his wife had a thorough wrestle in the garden to settle the point, and he was confident of success until Alsana fooled him with a dummy trip, then an arm-lock knee-groin combination. So here he was, O'Connell's, and it was as bad a choice as he'd suspected. When he, Archie, and Magid walked in trying to make a low-key entrance, there had been widespread consternation among both staff and clientele. The last stranger anybody remembered arriving with Arch and Sam was Samad's accountant, a small, rat-faced man who tried to talk to people about their savings, as if people in O'Connell's had savings, and asked not once but twice for blood pudding, though it had been explained to him that pig was unavailable. That had been around 1987, and nobody had enjoyed it. And now what was this? A mere 5 years later, and here comes another one, this time all dressed in white, insultingly clean for a Friday evening in O'Connell's, and way below the unspoken minimum age requirement, 36. What was Samad trying to do? "What are you trying to do to us, Sammy?" asked Johnny, a mournful-looking stick of an ex-orangeman, who was leaning over the hot plate to collect some bubble and squeak. "Over on us? I hear something." "Oh, him," demanded Denzel, who had not yet died. "You betty, boy," inquired Clarence, who was also, by God's grace, hanging on in there. "All right, gentlemen. There is no reason to be alarmed. It is simply my son, Magid Mickey. Mickey Magid." Mickey looked a little dumbfounded by this introduction and just stood there for a minute, a soggy fried egg hanging off his spatula. "Magid Mahfooz Murshed Mubtasim Iqbal," said Magid serenely. "It is a great honor to meet you, Michael. I have heard such a great deal about you." Which was odd, because Samad had never told him a thing. Mickey continued to look over Magid's shoulder to Samad for confirmation. "You what? You mean the one you, sent back home? This is Magid?" Yes, this is Magid," replied Samad rapidly, pissed off by all the attention the boy was getting. "Now Archibald and I will have our usuals and—" "Magid Iqbal," repeated Mickey slowly. "Well, I bloody never. You know, you'd never guess you was an Iqbal. You've got a very trusting, well, kind of sympathetic face, if you get me." "And yet I am an Iqbal, Michael," said Magid, laying that look of total empathy on Mickey and the other dregs of humanity huddled around the hot counter. "Though I have been gone a long time." "Say that again? Well, this is a turn-up for the books. I've got your... Wait a minute, let me get this right. Your great-great-grandfather up there, see? I noticed it the moment I came in, and I can assure you, Michael, my soul is very grateful for it. said Magid, beaming like an angel. "It makes me feel at home. And as this place is dear to my father and his friend Archibald Jones, I feel certain it shall also be dear to me. They have brought me here, I think, to discuss important matters, and I, for one, can think of no better place for them, despite your clearly debilitating skin condition." Mickey was simply bowled over by that, and could not conceal his pleasure, addressing his reply to both Magid and the rest of O'Connell's. "Speaks fucking nice, don't he? Sounds like a right fucking Olivier. Queen's fucking English, no mistake, what a nice fella. You're the kind of clientele I could do with in here, Magid, let me tell you. Civilised and that. And don't you worry about my skin. It don't go anywhere near the food, and it don't give me much trouble. Cool, what a gentleman. You do feel like you should watch your mouth around him, don't you?" "Mine and Archibald's usual then, please, Mickey," said Samad. "I'll leave my son to make up his mind. We will be over by the pinball." Yeah, said Mickey, not bothering or able to turn his gaze from Magid's dark eyes. "That a lovely suit you got there," murmured Denzel, stroking the white linen wistfully. "That's what the Englishmen used to wear back home in Jamaica. Remember that, Clarence?" Clarence nodded slowly, dribbling a little, struck by the beatific. "Go on, get out of it, the pair of you," grumbled Mickey, shooing them away. "I'll bring it over, all right? I want to talk to Magid here. Growing boys, got to eat. So what is it I can get you, Magid?" Mickey leaned over the counter, all concerned, like an over-attentive shop girl. "Eggs, mushrooms, beans, fried slice?" "I think," replied Magid, slowly surveying the dusty chalkboard menus on the wall, and then turning back to Mickey, his face illumined. "I should like a bacon sandwich. Yes, that is it. I would love a juicy yet well-done tomato ketchuped bacon sandwich on brown." Oh, the struggle that could be seen on Mickey's kisser at that moment. Oh, the gargoylean contortions. It was a battle between the favour of the most refined customer he had ever had and the most hallowed sacred rule of O'Connell's pool room. No pork. Mickey's left eye twitched. "Don't want a nice plate of scrambled? I do lovely scrambled eggs, don't I, Johnny?" "I'd be a liar if I said you didn't," said Johnny loyally from his table, even though Mickey's eggs were famously grey and stiff. "I'd be a terrible liar. On my mother's life I would." Magid wrinkled his nose and shook his head. "All right. What about mushrooms and beans? Omelette and chips? No better chips than the Finchley Road. Come on, son," he pleaded, desperate. "You're a Muslim, ain't ya? You don't want to break your father's heart with a bacon sandwich?" "My father's heart will not be broken by a bacon sandwich. It is far more likely that my father's heart will break from the result of a build-up of saturated fat, which is in turn a result of eating in your establishment for 15 years. One wonders," said Magid evenly, "if a case could be made, a legal case, you understand, against individuals in the food service industry who fail to label their meals with a clear fat content or general health warning. One wonders." All this was delivered in the sweetest, most melodious voice, and with no hint of threat. Poor Mickey didn't know what to make of it. "Well, of course," said Mickey nervously, "hypothetically, that is an interesting question, very interesting." "Yes, I think so. Yeah, definitely." Mickey fell silent and spent a minute elaborately polishing the top of the hot plate, an activity he indulged in about once every 10 years. "There, see your face in that now. Where were we?" "A bacon sandwich."
At the sound of the word bacon, a few ears began to twitch at the front tables. If you could keep your voice down a little. A bacon sandwich, whispered Magid. Bacon. Right. Well, I'll have to nip next door, 'cause I ain't got none at present, but you just sit down with your dad and I'll bring it over. It'll cost a bit more like, what with the extra effort, you know, but don't worry, I'll bring it over. And tell Archie not to worry if he ain't got the cash, a luncheon voucher will do. You are very kind, Michael. Take one of these. Magid reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of folded paper. Oh, fuck me, another leaflet. You can't fucking move, pardon me French, but you can't move for leaflets in North London these days. My brother Abdul Collins always loading me with them and all, but seeing as it's you, go on, hand it over. It's not a leaflet, said Magid, collecting his knife and fork from the tray. It is an invitation to a launch. You what? Said Mickey excitedly. In the grammar of his daily tabloid, launch meant lots of cameras, expensive-looking birds with huge tits, red carpets. Really? Magid passed him the invite. Incredible things are to be seen and heard there. Oh, said Mickey, disappointed, eyeing the expensive piece of card. I've heard about this bloke and his mouse. He had heard about this bloke and his mouse in this same tabloid. It was a kind of filler between the tits and the more tits, and it was underneath the headline, One Bloke and His Mouse. Seems a bit dodgy to me, messing with God and all that. Besides, I ain't that scientifically minded, you see, go right over my head. Oh, I don't think so. One just has to look at the thing from a perspective that interests you personally. Take your skin, for example. I wish somebody would fucking take it, joked Mickey amiably. I've had a fucking enough of it. Magid did not smile. You suffer from a serious endocrine disorder, by which I mean it is not simply adolescent acne caused by the over-excretion of sebum, but a condition that comes from a hormonal defect. I presume your family share it. Yeah, as it happens. All my brothers and my son Abdul Jimmy, all spotty bastards. But you would not like it if your son were to pass on the condition to his sons. Obviously, no. I had terrible trouble in school. I carry a knife to this day, Magid. But I can't see how that can be avoided, to be honest with you. Been going on for decades. But you see, said Magid, and what an expert he was at the personal interest angle, it can certainly be avoided. It would be perfectly simple, and much misery would be saved. That is the kind of thing we will be discussing at the launch. Oh, well, if that's the case, count me in. I thought it was just some bloody mutant mouse or something, you see. But if that's the case, 31st of December, said Magid before walking down the aisle to his father. It will be wonderful to see you there. You took your time, said Archie, as Magid approached their table. Did you come by way of the Ganges? Inquired Samad irritably, shifting up to make space for him. Pardon me, please. I was just speaking with your friend Michael, a very decent chap. Oh, before I forget, Archibald, he said that it would be perfectly acceptable to pay in luncheon vouchers this evening. Archie almost choked on a little toothpick he was chewing. He said what? Are you sure? Quite sure. Now, Abba, shall we begin? There's nothing to begin, growled Samad, refusing to look him in the eye. I am afraid we are already far into whatever diabolic plot fate has in store for me. And I want you to know that I am not here of my own volition, but because your mother begged me to do this, and because I have more respect for that poor woman than either you or your brother ever had.
Magid released a wry, gentle smile. I thought you were here because Amma beat you in the wrestling. Samad scowled. Oh, yes, ridicule me, my own son. Do you never read the Quran? Do you not know the duties a son owes to his father? You sicken me, Magid Mubtasim. Oi, Sammy, old man, said Archie, playing with the ketchup, trying to keep things light. Steady on. No, I will not steady on. This boy is a thorn in my foot. Surely sighed. Archibald, stay out of this. Archie returned his attention to the pepper and salt cellars, trying to pour the former into the latter. Right you are, Sam. I have a message to deliver, and I will deliver it and no more. Magid, your mother wants you to meet with Millat. The woman Chalfan will arrange it. It is their opinion that the two of you must talk. And what is your opinion, Abba? You don't want to hear my opinion. On the contrary, Abba, I would very much like to hear it. Simply, I think it is a mistake. I think you two can do no possible good for each other. I think you should go to opposite corners of the earth. I think I have been cursed with two sons more dysfunctional than Mr. Cain and Mr. Abel. I am perfectly willing to meet with him, Abba, if he will meet with me. Apparently he is willing. This is what I am told. I don't know. I don't talk with him any more than I talk with you. I am too busy at the moment trying to make my peace with God. Ah, said Archibald, crunching on his toothpick out of hunger and nerves, and because Magid gave him the heebie-jeebies. I'll go and see if the food is ready, shall I? Yes, I'll do that. What am I picking up for you, Madge? A bacon sandwich, please, Archibald. But, right. Right you are. Samad's face blew up like one of Mickey's fried tomatoes. So you mean to mock me, is that it? In front of my face you wish to show me the kaffir that you are. Go on then, munch on your pig in front of me. You are so bloody clever, aren't you, Mr. Smarty Pants, Mr. White-trousered Englishman with his stiff upper lip and his big white teeth. You know everything, even enough to escape your own judgment day. I am not so clever, Abba. No, you are not. You are not half as clever as you think. I don't know why I bother to warn you, but I do. You are on a direct collision course with your brother, Magid. I keep my ear to the ground. I hear Shiva talking in the restaurant. And there are others. Mo Hussein Ismail, Mickey's brother Abdul Colin, and his son Abdul Jimmy. These are only a few. There are many more. And they are organizing against you. Millat is with them. Your Marcus Chalfan has stirred a great deal of anger. And there are some, these green ties, who are willing to act. Who are crazy enough to do what they believe is right. Crazy enough to start a war. There aren't many people like that. Most of us just follow along once war has been announced. But some people wish to bring things to a head. Some people march onto the parade ground and fire the first shot. Your brother is one of them. All through this, as Samad's face contorted from anger to despair to near hysterical grins, Magid had remained blank, his face an unwritten page. You have nothing to say? This news does not surprise you? Why don't you reason with them, Abba? Said Magid after a pause. Many of them respect you. You are respected in the community. Reason with them. Because I disapprove as strongly as they do for all their lunacies. Marcus Chalfan has no right,
no right to do as he does. It is not his business. It is God's business. If you meddle with a creature, the very nature of a creature, even if it is a mouse, you walk into the arena that is God's creation. You infer that the wonder of God's creation can be improved upon. It cannot. Marcus Chalfin presumes. He expects to be worshipped when the only thing in the universe that warrants worship is Allah. And you are wrong to help him. Even his own son has disowned him. And so, said Samad, unable to suppress the drama queen deep within his soul, I must disown you. Ah, now 1 chips, beans, egg and mushroom for you, Sammy, my good man, said Archibald, approaching the table and passing the plate. And 1 omelette and mushrooms for me. And 1 bacon sandwich, said Mickey, who had insisted on breaking 15 years of tradition in bringing this one dish over himself, for the young professor. He will not eat that at my table. Oh, come on, Sam, began Archie gingerly. Give the lad a break. I say he will not eat that at my table. Mickey scratched his forehead. Stow me. We're getting a bit fundamentalist in our old age, ain't we? I said... As you wish, Abba, said Magid, with that same infuriating smile of total forgiveness. He took his plate from Mickey and sat down at the adjacent table with Clarence and Denzel. Denzel welcomed him with a grin. Clarence, look, see. The young prince in white, him come to play domino. I just look in his eye, and I knew him play domino. Him an expert. Can I ask you a question? Said Magid. Definitely, go on. Do you think I should meet with my brother? I don't think me can say, replied Denzel, after a spell of thought in which he laid down a 5-domino set. I would say you look like a young fellow can make up his own mind, said Clarence cautiously. Do I? Magid turned back to his previous table, where his father was trying studiously to ignore him, and Archie was toying with his omelette. Archibald, shall I meet with my brother, or not? Archie looked guiltily at Samad and then back at his plate. Archibald, this is a very significant question for me. Should I, or not? Go on, said Samad sourly. Answer him. If he'd rather take advice from 2 old fools and a man he barely knows than from his own father, then let him have it. Well, should he? Archie squirmed. Well, I can't... I mean, it's not for me to say. I suppose if he wants... But then again, if you don't think... Samad thrust his fist into Archie's mushroom so hard the omelette slithered off the plate altogether and slipped to the floor. Make a decision, Archibald. For once in your pathetic little life, make a decision. Heads, yes, gasped Archie, reaching into his pocket for a 20-pence piece. Tails, no. Ready?
This ends Disc 16. White Teeth, Disc 17.
The coin rose and flipped as a coin would rise and flip every time in a perfect world, flashing its light and then revealing its dark, enough times to mesmerize a man. Then at some point in its triumphant ascension, it began to arc, and the arc went wrong, and Archibald realized that it was not coming back to him at all, but going behind him, a fair way behind him, and he turned with the others to watch it complete an elegant swoop toward the pinball machine and somersault straight into the slot.
Immediately, the huge old beast lit up, the ball shot off and began its chaotic, noisy course around a labyrinth of swinging doors, automatic bats, tubes, and ringing bells, until, with no one to assist it, no one to direct it, it gave up the ghost and dropped back into the swallowing hole. "Bloody hell," said Archibald, visibly chuffed. "What are the chances of that, eh?" "A neutral place. The chances of finding one these days are slim, maybe even slimmer than Archie's pinball trick. The sheer quantity of shit that must be wiped off the slate if we are to start again as new. Race, land, ownership, faith, theft, blood, and more. And not only must the place be neutral, but the messenger who takes you to the place, and the messenger who sends the messenger. There are no people or places like that left in North London. But Joyce did her best with what she had. First, she went to Clara. In Clara's present seat of learning, a red brick university southwest by the Thames, there was a room she used for study on Friday afternoons. A thoughtful teacher had loaned her the key. Always empty between 3 and 6. Contents: 1 blackboard, several tables, some chairs, 2 angle poise lamps, an overhead projector, a filing cabinet, a computer. Nothing older than 12 years. Clara could guarantee that. The university itself was only 12 years old. Built on empty wasteland. No Indian burial grounds. No Roman viaducts. No interred alien spacecraft. No foundations of a long-gone church. Just Earth. As neutral a place as anywhere. Clara gave Joyce the key and Joyce gave it to Irene. "But why me? I'm not involved." "Exactly, dear. And I'm too involved, but you are perfect. Because you know him, but you don't know him," said Joyce cryptically. She passed Irene her long winter coat, some gloves, and a hat of Marcus's with a ludicrous bobble on the top. "And because you love him, though he doesn't love you." "Yeah, thanks, Joyce. Thanks for reminding me. Love is the reason, Irene." "No, Joyce, love's not the fucking reason." Irene was standing on the Chalfont doorstep, watching her own substantial breath in the freezing night air. "It's a 4-letter word that sells life insurance and hair conditioner. It's fucking cold out here. You owe me one." "Everybody owes everybody," agreed Joyce, and closed the door. Irene stepped out into streets she'd known her whole life, along a route she'd walked 1,000,000 times over. If someone asked her just then what memory was, what the purest definition of memory was, she would say this: "The street you were on when you first jumped in a pile of dead leaves." She was walking it right now. With every fresh crunch came the memory of previous crunches. She was permeated by familiar smells. Wet wood chip and gravel around the base of the tree, newly laid turd underneath the cover of soggy leaves. She was moved by these sensations. Despite opting for a life of dentistry, she had not yet lost all of the poetry in her soul. That is, she could still have the odd Proustian moment, note layers upon layers, though she often experienced them in periodontal terms. She got a twinge, as happens with a sensitive tooth or in a phantom tooth when the nerve is exposed. She felt a twinge walking past the garage where she and Millat, aged 13, had passed 150 pennies over the counter, stolen from an Iqbal jam jar in a desperate attempt to buy a packet of fags. She felt an ache,
like a severe malocclusion, the pressure of one tooth upon another, when she passed the park where they had cycled as children, where they smoked their first joint, where he had kissed her once in the middle of a storm. Irene wished she could give herself over to these past-present fictions, wallow in them, make them sweeter, longer, particularly the kiss. But she had in her hand a cold key, and surrounding her lives that were stranger than fiction, funnier than fiction, crueler than fiction, and with consequences fiction can never have. She didn't want to be involved in the long story of those lives, but she was, and she found herself dragged forward by the hair to their denouement through the high road, Mali's, kebabs, Mr. Chung's, Raj's, Markovich bakeries. She could reel them off blindfold, and then down under Pigeon Shit Bridge and that long wide road that drops into Gladstone Park, as if it's falling into a green ocean. You could drown in memories like these. But she tried to swim free of them. She jumped over the small wall that fringed the Iqbal house, as she had 1,000,000 times before, and rang the doorbell. Past tense, future imperfect. Upstairs in his bedroom, Millat had spent the past 15 minutes trying to get his head around Brother Irfan's written instructions concerning the act of prostration, leaflet, correct worship. Sajda, prostration. In the sajda, fingers must be closed, pointing toward the Qibla in line with the ears, and the head must be between hands. It is fard to put the forehead on something clean, such as a stone, some earth, wood, cloth, and it is said by savants that it is wajib to put the nose down too. It is not permissible to put only the nose on the ground without a good excuse. It is makruh to put only the forehead on the ground. In the sajda, you must say, Subhana Rabbil Allah, at least thrice. The Shis say that it is better to make the sajda on a brick made from the clay of Karbala. It is either fard or wajib to put 2 feet or at least 1 toe of each foot on the ground. There are also some savants who say that it is sunat. That is, if 2 feet are not put on the ground, namaz will either not be accepted or it will become mukruh. If, during the sajda, the forehead, nose or feet are raised from the ground for a short while, it will cause no harm. In the sajda, it is sunat to bend the toes and turn them toward the Qibla. It is written in Rad ul-Mukhtar that those who say, that's as far as he got, and there were 3 more pages. He was in a cold sweat from trying to recall all that was halal or haram, fard or sunat, makruh, takrima, prohibited with much stress, or makruh tanzihi, prohibited but to a lesser degree. At a loss, he had ripped off his T-shirt, tied a series of belts at angles over his spectacular upper body, stood in front of the mirror and practiced a different, easier routine, one he knew in intimate detail. "You're looking at me." "You're looking at me?" "Well, who the fuck else are you looking at, huh? I can't see anybody else in here." "You're looking at me." He was in the swing of it, revealing his invisible sliding guns and knives to the wardrobe door when Irene walked in. "Yes," said Irene, as he stood there sheepish. "I'm looking at you." Quickly and quietly, she explained to him about the neutral place, about the room, about the date, about the time. She made her own personal plea for compromise, peace, and caution. Everybody was doing it. and then she came up close and put the cold key in his warm hand. Almost without meaning to, she touched his chest, just at the point between two belts where his heart, constricted by the leather, beat so hard she felt it in her ear. Lacking experience in this field, it was natural that Irie should mistake the palpitations that come with blood restriction for smouldering passion. As for Millat, it had been a very long time since anybody had touched him, or he had touched anybody. Add to that the touch of memory, the touch of 10 years of love unreturned, the touch of a long, long history. The result was inevitable. Before long, their arms were involved, their legs were involved, their lips were involved, and they were tumbling onto the floor, involved at the groin. Hard to get more involved than that, making love on a prayer mat. But then, as suddenly and feverishly as it had begun, it was over. They released each other in horror for different reasons. Irie springing back into a naked huddle by the door, embarrassed and ashamed, because she could see how much he regretted it, and Millat grabbing his prayer mat and pointing it toward the Kaaba, ensuring the mat was no higher than floor level, resting on no books or shoes, his fingers closed and pointing to the Qibla in line with his ears, ensuring both forehead and nose touched the floor, with 2 feet firmly on the ground, but ensuring the toes were not bent, prostrating himself in the direction of the Kaaba, but not for the Kaaba, but for Allahu Ta'ala alone. He made sure he did all these things perfectly, while Irie wept and dressed and left. He made sure he did all these things perfectly because he believed he was being watched by the great camera in the sky. He made sure he did all these things perfectly because they were fard, and he who wants to change worships becomes a disbeliever. Leaflet, The Straight Path. Hell hath no fury, etc., etc. Irie walked hot-faced from the Iqbal house and headed straight for the Chalfins with revenge on her mind, but not against Millat, rather in defence of Millat, for she had always been his defender, his blacky-white knight. You see, Millat did not love her, and she thought Millat didn't love her because he couldn't. She thought he was so damaged he couldn't love anybody anymore. She wanted to find whoever had damaged him like this, damaged him so terribly. She wanted to find whoever had made him unable to love her. It's a funny thing about the modern world. You hear girls in the toilets of clubs saying, "Yeah, he fucked off and left me. He didn't love me. He just couldn't deal with love. He was too fucked up to know how to love me." Now, how did that happen? What was it about this unlovable century that convinced us we were, despite everything, eminently lovable as a people, as a species? What made us think that anyone who fails to love us is damaged, lacking, malfunctioning in some way? And particularly if they replace us with a god or a weeping Madonna or the face of Christ in a ciabatta roll, then we call them crazy, deluded, regressive. We are so convinced of the goodness of ourselves and the goodness of our love, we cannot bear to believe that there might be something more worthy of love than us, more worthy of worship. Greetings cards routinely tell us everybody deserves love. No. Everybody deserves clean water. Not everybody deserves love all the time. Millat didn't love Irie, and Irie was sure there must be somebody she could blame for that. Her brain started ticking over. What was the root cause? Millat's feelings of inadequacy. What was the root cause of Millat's feelings of inadequacy? Magid. He had been born second because of Magid. He was the lesser son because of Magid. Joyce opened the door to her, and Irene marched straight upstairs, maliciously determined to make Magid the second son for once, this time by 25 minutes. She grabbed him, kissed him, and made love to him angrily and furiously without conversation or affection. She rolled him around, tugged at his hair, dug what fingernails she had into his back, and when he came, she was gratified to note it was with a little sigh, as if something had been taken from him. But she was wrong to think this a victory. It was simply because he knew immediately where she'd been, why she was here, and it saddened him. For a long time they lay in silence together, naked, the autumn light disappearing from the room with every minute that passed. "It seems to me," said Magid finally, as the moon became clearer than the sun, "that you have tried to love a man as if he were an island and you were shipwrecked, and you could mark the land with an X. It seems to me it is too late in the day for all that." Then he gave her a kiss on the forehead that felt like a baptism, and she wept like a baby. "3 p.m., November the 5th, 1992. The brothers meet at last in a blank room after a gap of 8 years and find that their genes, those prophets of the future, have reached different conclusions. Millat is astounded by the differences. The nose, the line of the jaw, the eyes, the hair. His brother is a stranger to him, and he tells him so. "Only because you wish me to be," says Magid, with a crafty look. But Millat is blunt, not interested in riddles, and in a single shot asks and answers his own question. "So you're going through with it, yeah?" Magid shrugs. "It is not mine to stop or start, brother. But yes, I intend to help where I can. It is a great project." "It's an abomination." Leaflet the sanctity of creation. Millat pulls out a chair from one of the desks and sits on it backward like a crab in a trap, legs and arms splayed either side. "I see it rather as correcting the Creator's mistakes." "The Creator doesn't make mistakes." "So you mean to continue?" "You're damn right." "And so do I." "Well, that's it then, isn't it? It's already been decided. Kevin will do whatever is necessary to stop you and your kind, and that's the fucking end of it." But contrary to Millat's understanding, this is no movie, and there is no fucking end to it, just as there is no fucking beginning to it. The brothers begin to argue. It escalates in moments, and they make a mockery of that idea, a neutral place. Instead, they cover the room with history, past, present, and future history, for there is such a thing. They take what was blank and smear it with the stinking shit of the past, like excitable, excremental children. They cover this neutral room in themselves, every gripe, the earliest memories, every debated principle, every contested belief. Millat arranges the chairs to demonstrate the vision of the solar system, which is so clearly and remarkably described in the Quran, centuries before Western science. Leaflet, the Quran and the Cosmos. Magid draws Pandy's parade ground on one blackboard with a detailed reconstruction of the possible path of bullets, and on the other board a diagram depicting a restriction enzyme cutting neatly through a sequence of nucleotides. Millat uses the computer as television,
a chalk eraser as the picture of Magid and Goat, then single-handedly impersonate every dribbling babber, great-aunt and cousin's accountant who came that year for the blasphemous business of worshipping an icon. Magid utilizes the overhead projector to illuminate an article he has written, taking his brother point by point through his argument, defending the patents of genetically altered organisms. Millat uses the filing cabinet as a substitute for another one he despised, fills it with imaginary letters between a scientist Jew and an unbelieving Muslim. Magid puts 3 chairs together and shines 2 angle-poised lamps, and now there are 2 brothers in a car, shivering and huddled together. Only a few minutes later they are separated forever, and a paper plane takes off. It goes on and on and on. And it goes to prove what has been said of immigrants many times before now. They are resourceful. They make do. They use what they can when they can. Because we often imagine that immigrants are constantly on the move, footloose, able to change course at any moment, able to employ their legendary resourcefulness at every turn. We have been told of the resourcefulness of Mr. Schmutters or the footloosity of Mr. Barnagy, who sail into Ellis Island or Dover or Calais and step into their foreign lands as blank people, free of any kind of baggage, happy and willing to leave their difference at the docks and take their chances in this new place, merging with the oneness of this green and pleasant libertarian land of the free. Whatever road presents itself, they will take. And if it happens to lead to a dead end, well then, Mr. Schmutters and Mr. Barnagy will merrily set upon another, weaving their way through happy multicultural land. Well, good for them. But Magid and Millat couldn't manage it. They left that neutral room as they had entered it, weighed down, burdened, unable to waver from their course or in any way change their separate, dangerous trajectories. They seem to make no progress. The cynical might say they don't even move at all, that Magid and Millat are 2 of Zeno's headfuck arrows, occupying a space equal to themselves and, what is scarier, equal to Mangal Pandis, equal to Samad Iqbals. 2 brothers, trapped in the temporal instant. 2 brothers who pervert all attempts to put dates to this story, to track these guys, to offer times and days because there isn't, wasn't, and never will be any duration. In fact, nothing moves. Nothing changes. They are running at a standstill. Zeno's paradox. But what was Zeno's deal here? Everybody's got a deal. What was his angle? There is a body of opinion that argues his paradoxes are part of a more general spiritual program to A, first establish multiplicity, the many, as an illusion, and B, thus prove reality a seamless, flowing whole, a single, indivisible one. Because if you can divide reality inexhaustibly into parts, as the brothers did that day in that room, the result is insupportable paradox. You are always still, you move nowhere, there is no progress. But multiplicity is no illusion, nor is the speed with which those in the simmering melting pot are dashing toward it. Paradoxes aside, they are running, just as Achilles was running, and they will lap those who are in denial just as surely as Achilles would have made that tortoise eat his dust. Yeah, Zeno had an angle. He wanted the one, but the world is many, and yet still that paradox is alluring. The harder Achilles tries to catch the tortoise,
The more eloquently the tortoise expresses its advantage, likewise the brothers will race toward the future, only to find they more and more eloquently express their past, that place where they have just been. Because this is the other thing about immigrants, fugees, émigrés, travellers. They cannot escape their history any more than you yourself can lose your shadow. Chapter 18. The End of History versus the Last Man.
Look around you, and what do you see? What is the result of this so-called democracy, this so-called freedom, this so-called liberty, oppression, persecution, slaughter? Brothers, you can see it on national television every day, every evening, every night. Chaos, disorder, confusion. They are not ashamed or embarrassed or self-conscious. They don't try to hide, to conceal, to disguise. They know, as we know, the entire world is in a turmoil. Everywhere men indulge in prurience, promiscuity, profligacy, vice, corruption, and indulgence. The entire world is affected by a disease known as kufr, the state of rejection of the oneness of the Creator, refusing to acknowledge the infinite blessings of the Creator. And on this day, December the 1st, 1992, I bear witness that there is nothing worthy of worship besides the sole Creator, no partner unto Him. On this day, we should know that whosoever the Creator has guided cannot be misguided, and whosoever He has misguided from the straight path shall not return to the straight path until the Creator puts guidance in his heart and brings him to the light. I will now begin my third lecture, which I call Ideological Warfare, and that means I will explain for those that don't understand the war of these things, these ideologies, against the brothers of Kevin. Ideology means a kind of brainwashing, and we are being indoctrinated, fooled, and brainwashed, my brothers, so I will try to elucidate, explain, and expound.
No one in the hall was going to admit it, but Brother Ibrahim ad-Din Shukrala was no great speaker, when you got down to it. Even if you overlooked his habit of using 3 words where one would do, of emphasizing the last word of such triplets with his seesaw Caribbean inflections, even if you ignored these, as everybody tried to, he was still physically disappointing. He had a small, sketchy beard, a hunched demeanour, a repertoire of tense, inept gesticulations, and a vague look of Sidney Poitier about him that did not achieve quite the similitude to command any serious respect. And he was short. On this point, Millat felt most let down. There was a tangible dissatisfaction in the hall when Brother Ifan finished his fulsome introductory speech, and the famous but diminutive Brother Ibrahim ad-Din Shukrullah crossed the room to the podium. Not that anyone would require an alim of Islam to be a towering height, or indeed for a moment dare to suggest that the Creator had not made Brother Ibrahim ad-Din Shukrullah precisely the height that he, in all his holy omnipotence, had selected. Still, one couldn't help thinking, as Ifan awkwardly lowered the microphone and Brother Ibrahim awkwardly stretched to meet it. You couldn't help thinking, in the brother's very own style of third-word emphasis, 5'5". The other problem with Brother Ibrahim ad-Din Shukrola, the biggest problem perhaps, was his great affectation for tautology. Though he promised explanation, elucidation, and exposition, linguistically he put one in mind of a dog chasing its own tail. Now there are many types of warfare. I will name a few. Chemical warfare is the warfare where the men kill each other chemically with warfare. This can be a terrible warfare. Physical warfare. That is the warfare with physical weapons in which people kill each other physically. Then there is germ warfare in which a man, he knows that he is carrying the virus of HIV, and he goes to the country and spreads his germ on the loose women of that country and creates germ warfare. Psychological warfare. That is one of the most evil. The war where they try to psychologically defeat you. This is called psychological warfare. But ideological warfare, that is the sixth warfare, which is the worst warfare. And yet, Brother Ibrahim ad-Din Shukrola was no less than the founder of Kevin, an impressive man with a formidable reputation. Born Monty Clyde Benjamin in Barbados in 1960, the son of two poverty-stricken, barefoot Presbyterian dipsomaniacs. He converted to Islam after a vision at the age of 14. Aged 18, he fled the lush green of his homeland for the desert surrounding Riyadh and the books that line the walls of Al-Imam Muhammad ibn Saud Islamic University. There he studied Arabic for 5 years, became disillusioned with much of the Islamic clerical establishment, and first expressed his contempt for what he called religious secularists, those foolish ulama who attempt to separate politics from religion. It was his belief that many radical modern political movements were relevant to Islam and, moreover, were to be found in the Quran if one looked closely enough. He wrote several pamphlets on this matter, only to find that his own radical opinions were not welcome in Riyadh. He was considered a troublemaker, and his life threatened countless, innumerable times. So in 1984, wishing to continue his study, Brother Ibrahim came to England, locked himself in his aunt's Birmingham garage, and spent 5 more years in there with only the Quran and the fascicles of endless bliss for company. He took his food in through the cat door, deposited his shit and piss in a Coronation biscuit tin, and passed it back out the same way, and did a thorough routine of push-ups and sit-ups to prevent muscular atrophy. The Selly Oak Reporter wrote regular articles on him during this period, nicknaming him the Guru in the Garage. In view of the large Birmingham Muslim population, this was thought preferable to the press desk favoured suggestion, the loony in the lockup, and had their fun interviewing his bemused aunt, one Carleen Benjamin, a devoted member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. These articles, cruel, mocking, and offensive, had been written by one Norman Henschel and were now classics of their kind, distributed among Kevin members throughout England as an example, if example were needed, of the virulent anti-Kevin element that bred in the press from even this fetal stage of their movement. Note, Kevin members were advised how Henschel's articles end halfway through May 87, the very month that Brother Ibrahim ad-Din Shukrola succeeded in converting his Aunt Carleen through the cat door, using nothing else but the pure truth, as it was delivered by the final prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Note how Henschel fails to document the queues of people who came to speak with Brother Ibrahim ad-Din Shukrullah. So many they stretched 3 blocks round the centre of Selly Oak, from the cat door to the bingo hall. Note the failure of this same Mr. Henschel to publish the 637 separate rules and laws that the brother had spent 5 years gleaning from the Quran, listing them in order of severity and then in subgroups according to their nature, i.e., regarding cleanliness and specific genital and oral hygiene. Note all this, brothers and sisters, and then marvel at the power of word of mouth. Marvel at the dedication and commitment of the young people of Birmingham. Their eagerness and enthusiasm was so remarkable, extraordinary, outstanding, unprecedented, that almost before the brother emerged from his confinement and announced it himself, the idea of Kevin had been born within the Black and Asian community. A radical new movement, where politics and religion were 2 sides of the same coin. A group that took freely from Garveyism, the American Civil Rights Movement, and the thought of Elijah Muhammad, yet remained within the letter of the Quran. The keepers of the eternal and victorious Islamic nation. By 1992, they were a small but widespread body, with limbs as far-flung as Edinburgh and Land's End, a heart in Selly Oak and a soul in the Kilburn High Road. Kevin, an extremist faction dedicated to direct, often violent action, a splinter group frowned on by the rest of the Islamic community, popular with the 16 to 25 age group, feared and ridiculed in the press, and gathered tonight in the Kilburn Hall, standing on chairs and packed to the rafters, listening to the speech of their founder. "There are 3 things," continued Brother Ibrahim, looking briefly at his notes, "that the colonial powers wish to do to you, brothers of Kevin. Firstly, they wish to kill you spiritually. Oh, yes, they value nothing higher than your mental slavery. There are too many of you to fight hand to hand, but if they have your minds, then—" "Hi," went a fat man's attempt at a whisper. "Brother Millat." It was Muhammad Hussein Ismail, the butcher. He was sweating profusely as ever, and had forced his way through a long line of people, apparently to sit next to Millat. They were distantly related, and these past few months Mo had been rapidly nearing the inner circle of Kevin. Ifan, Millat, Tyrone, Shiva, Abdul Colin, and others, by virtue of the money he had put forward and his stated interest in the more active sides of the group. Personally, Millat was still a little suspicious of him and objected to his big slobbery face, the great quiff emerging from his tokey and his chicken breath. "Late. I have to close up shop. But I've been standing at the back for a while, listening. Brother Ibrahim is a very impressive man, Very impressive," repeated Mo, patting Millat's knee conspiratorially. "A very impressive brother." Mo Hussein was partly funding Brother Ibrahim's tour around England, so it was in his interest, or at least it made him feel better about donating 2,000 quid, to find the brother impressive. Mo was a recent convert to Kevin. He had been a reasonably good Muslim for 20 years, and his enthusiasm for the group was 2-pronged. Firstly, he was just flattered, downright flattered, that he should be considered a sufficiently successful Muslim businessman to leech money off. In normal circumstances, he would have shown them the door and where they could stuff a freshly bled chicken, but the truth was,
Mo was feeling a bit vulnerable at the time, his stringy-legged Irish wife Sheila having just left him for a publican. He was feeling a little emasculated. So when Kevin asked Ardashir for $5,000 and got it, and Nadir from the rival halal place put up 3, Mo came over all macho and put up his own stake. The second reason for Mo's conversion was more personal. Violence. Violence and theft. For 18 years, Mo had owned the most famous halal butchers in North London, so famous that he had been able to buy the next-door property and expand into a sweet shop butcher's. And in this period in which he ran the 2 establishments, he had been a victim of serious physical attacks and robbery without fail 3 times a year. Now that figure doesn't include the numerous punches to the head, quick smacks with the crowbar, shifty kicks in the groin, or anything else that failed to draw blood. Mo didn't even phone his wife, no matter the police, to report those. No, serious violence. Mo had been knifed a total of 5 times. Lost the tips of 3 fingers. Eesh. Had both legs and arms broken. Ew. His feet set on fire. Chee. His teeth kicked out. Katoof. And an air gun bullet, bing, embedded in his thankfully fleshy posterior. Boof. And Mo was a big man with attitude. The beatings had in no way humbled him, made him watch his mouth or walk with a stoop. He gave as good as he got. But this was one man against an army. There was nobody who could help. The very first time when he received a hammer blow to his ribs in January 1970, he naively reported it to the local constabulary and was rewarded by a late-night visit from 5 policemen who gave him a thorough kicking. Since then, violence and theft had become a regular part of his existence. A sad spectator sport watched by the old Muslim men and young Muslim mothers who came in to buy their chickens and hurried out shortly afterwards, scared they might be next. Violence and theft. The culprits ranged from secondary school children coming in the corner shop side to buy sweets, which is why Mo allowed only 1 child from Glenardoke in at a time. Of course it made no difference. They just took turns beating the shit out of him solo. Decrepit drunks, teenage thugs, the parents of teenage thugs, general fascists, specific neo-Nazis, the local snooker team, the darts team, the football team, and huge posses of mouthy, white-skirted secretaries in deadly heels. These various people had various objections to him. He was a packy. Try telling a huge drunk office superworld checkout boy that you're a Bangladeshi. He gave half his corner shop up to selling weird packy meat. He had a quiff. He liked Elvis. You like Elvis then, do you? Hey, Packy, do you? The price of his cigarettes. His distance from home. Why don't you go back to your own country? But then how will I serve you cigarettes? Boof! Or just the look on his face. But they all had one thing in common, these people. They were all white. And this simple fact had done more to politicize Mo over the years than all the party broadcasts, rallies and petitions the world could offer. It had brought him more securely within the fold of his faith than even a visitation from the angel Gabriel could have achieved. The last straw, if it could be called that, came a month before joining Kevin, when 3 white youths tied him up, kicked him down the cellar steps, stole all his money and set fire to his shop. Double-jointed hands, the result of many broken wrists, got him out of that one. But he was tired of almost dying. When Kevin gave Mo a leaflet that explained there was a war going on, he thought, no shit. At last someone was speaking his language. Mo had been in the front line of that war for 18 years, and Kevin seemed to understand that it wasn't enough. His kids doing well, going to a nice school, having tennis lessons, too pale-skinned to ever have a hand laid on them in their lives. Good, but not good enough. He wanted a little payback for himself. He wanted Brother Ibrahim to stand on that podium and dissect Christian culture and Western morals until it was dust in his hands. He wanted the degenerate nature of these people explained to him. He wanted to know the history of it and the politics of it and the root cause. He wanted to see their art exposed and their science exposed and their tastes exposed and their distastes. But words would never be enough. He'd heard so many words. If you could just file a report, if you wouldn't mind telling us precisely what the attacker looked like. And they were never as good as action. He wanted to know why these people kept on beating the shit out of him. And then he wanted to go and beat the shit out of some of these people.
Very impressive, Millat, eh? Everything we hoped for.
Yeah, said Millat, despondent. I suppose. Less talk, more action, though, if you ask me. The infidel are everywhere.
Mo nodded vigorously. Oh, definitely, brother. We are two birds from the same bush on that matter. I hear there are some others, said Mo, lowering his voice and putting his fat, sweaty lips by Millat's ear, who are very keen on action, immediate action. Brother Ifan spoke to me about the 31st of December, and Brother Shiva and Brother Tyrone.
Yes. I know who they are. They are the beating heart of Kevin.
And they say, you know the man himself, this scientist. You in good position. I hear you are his friend.
Was.
Brother Ifan says you have the tickets to get in, that you are organizing.
Shh, said Millat irritably. Not everyone can know. If you want to get near the centre, you've got to keep shtum. Millat looked Mo up and down. The Kurta pyjamas that he somehow managed to make look like a late 70s Elvis flared jumpsuit. The huge stomach he rested on his knee like a friend. Sharply he asked, "You're a bit old, aren't you?"
You rude little bastard. I'm strong as a bloody bull.
Yeah, well, we don't need strength, said Millat, tapping his temple. We need a little of the stuff upstairs. We've got to get in the place discreetly first, innit? The first evening, it'll be crawling. Mo blew his nose in his hand.
I can be discreet.
Yeah, but that means keeping shtum. And the third thing, said Brother Ibrahim ad-Din Shukrullah, interrupting them, suddenly louder and buzzing the PA system. The third thing they will try to do is to convince you that it is human intellect and not Allah that is omnipotent, unlimited, all-powerful. They will try to convince you that your minds are not to be used to pronounce the greater glory of the Creator, but to raise yourselves up equal to or beyond the Creator. And now we approach the most serious business of this evening. The greatest evil of the infidel is here in this very borough of Brent. I will tell you, and you will not believe it, brothers, but there is a man in this very community who believes that he can improve upon the creation of Allah. There is a man who presumes to change or just modify what has been decreed. He will take an animal,
an animal that Allah has created, and presume to change that creation, to create a new animal that has no name, but is simply an abomination. And when he has finished with that small animal, a mouse, brothers, when he has finished, he will move to sheep and cats and dogs. And who in this lawless society will stop him from one day creating a man born not of woman, but from a man's intellect alone? And he will tell you that it is medicine. But Kevin makes no complaint against medicine. We are a sophisticated community who count many doctors among us, my brothers. Don't be misled, deluded, fooled. This is not medicine. And my question to you, brothers of Kevin, is who will make the sacrifice and stop this man? Who will stand up alone in the name of the Creator and show the modernists that the Creator's laws still exist and are eternal? Because they will try and tell you, the modernists, the cynics, the Orientalists, that there are no more beliefs, that our history, our culture, our world is over. So thinks this scientist. That is why he so confidently presumes. But he will soon understand what is truly meant by last days. So who will show him? Yes, stumm. Yes, I understand, said Mo, speaking to Millat, but looking straight ahead as in a spy movie. Millat looked around the room and saw that Ifan was giving him the eye. So he gave it to Shiva, who gave it to Abdul Jimmy and Abdul Colin, to Tyrone and the rest of the Kilburn crew, who were stationed by the walls as stewards at particular points in the room. Ifan gave Millat the eye once more. Then he looked at the back room. Discreet movement began. Something is happening, whispered Mo, spotting the men with the green steward sashes, making their way through the crowds. Come into the office, said Millat. Okay, so I think the key thing here is to come at the issue from two sides. Because it is a matter of straight laboratory torture, and we can certainly play that to the gallery, but the central emphasis has to go to the anti-patent argument, because that's really an angle we can work. And if we lay our emphasis there, then there are a number of other groups we can call upon, the NCGA, the OHNO, etc. And Crispin's been in touch with them. Because, we haven't really dealt in this area extensively before, but it's clearly a key issue. I think Crispin's going to talk to us about that in more depth in a minute, but for now, I just want to talk about the public support we have here. I mean, particularly the recent press. Even the tabloid element have really come up trumps on this. There's a lot of bad feeling regarding the patenting of living organisms. I think people feel very uncomfortable, rightly, with that concept, and it's really up to fate to play on that and really get a comprehensive campaign together. So if... Jolie. Jolie. Joshua knew he should be listening, but looking was so good. Looking at Jolie was great. The way she sat, on a table, knees pulled up to chest. The way she looked up from her notes kittenishly. The way the air whistled between her gappy front teeth. The way she continually tucked her straggly blonde hair behind her ear with one hand and tapped out a rhythm on her huge Doc Martens with the other. Blonde hair aside, she looked a lot like his mother when young. Those fulsome English lips, ski-jump nose, big hazel eyes.
But the face, spectacular as it might be, was mere decoration to top off the most luxurious body in the world. Long in all its lines, muscular in the thigh and soft in the stomach, with breasts that had never known a bra but were an utter delight, and a bottom which was the platonic ideal of all English bottomry, flat yet peachy, wide but welcoming. Plus she was intelligent. Plus she was devoted to her cause. Plus she despised his father. Plus she was 10 years older, which suggested to Joshua all kinds of sexual expertise he couldn't even imagine without getting an enormous hard-on right now, right here in the middle of the meeting. Plus she was the most wonderful woman Joshua had ever met. Oh, Jolie. As I see it, what we have to impress upon people is this idea of setting a precedent. You know, the what next kind of argument. And I understand Kenny's POV, that's way too simplistic a take on it, but I have to argue. I think it's necessary, and we'll put it to a vote in a minute. Is that all right, Kenny? If I can just get on, right? Right. Where was I? Precedent. Because if it can be argued that the animal under experimentation is owned by any group of people, i.e. it is not a cat, but effectively an invention with cat-like qualities, then that very cleverly and very dangerously short-circuits the work of animal rights groups, and that leads to a pretty fucking scary vision of the future, I want to bring Crispin in here to talk a little more about that. Of course, the cunt of it was, Jolie was married to Crispin, and the double cunt of it was, theirs was a marriage of true love, total spiritual bonding and dedicated political union. Fan-fucking-tastic. Even worse, among the members of Fate, Jolie and Crispin's marriage served as a kind of cosmogony, an originating myth that explained succinctly what people could and should be, how the group began, and how it should proceed in the future. Though Jolie and Crispin didn't encourage ideas of leadership or any kind of icon worship, it had happened anyway. They were worshipped, and they were indivisible. When Joshua first joined the group, he had tried to sniff out a little information on the couple, get the lowdown on his chances. Were they wobbly? Had the harsh nature of their business driven them apart? Fat chance. He was told the whole depressing fable by two seasoned Fate activists over some pints in the Spotted Dog, a psychotic ex-postal worker called Kenny, who as a child had witnessed his father kill his puppy, and Paddy, a sensitive lifetime doll collector and pigeon fancier. Everyone begins wanting to shag Jolie, Kenny had explained sympathetically, but you get over it. You realise the best thing you can do for her is dedicate yourself to the struggle. And then the second thing you realise is that Crispin's just this incredible dude. Yeah? Yeah, go on with it. Kenny got on with it. It seemed Jolie and Crispin met and fell in love at the University of Leeds the winter of 1982. Two young student radicals with Che Guevara on their walls, idealism in their hearts and a mutual passion for all the creatures that fly, trot, crawl and slime across the earth. At the time, they were both active members of a great variety of far-left groups, but political infighting, backstabbing and endless factionalizing soon disillusioned them as far as the fate of Homo erectus was concerned. At some point, they grew tired of speaking up for this species of ours, which will so often organize a coup, bitch behind your back, choose another representative and throw it all in your face. Instead, they turned their attention to our mute animal friends.
Jolie and Crispin upgraded their vegetarianism to veganism, dropped out of college, got married, and formed Fate, Fighting Animal Torture and Exploitation in 1985. Crispin's magnetic personality and Jolie's natural charm attracted other political drifters, and soon they had become a commune of 25, plus 10 cats, 14 dogs, a garden full of wild rabbits, a sheep, 2 pigs, and a family of foxes, living and working from a Brixton bedsit that backed onto a large expanse of unused allotment. They were pioneers in many senses, recycling before it became the fashion, making a tropical biosphere of their sweaty bathroom, and dedicating themselves to organic food production. Politically, they were equally circumspect. From the very beginning, their extremist credentials were impeccable. Fate being to the RSPCA what Stalinism is to the Liberal Democrats. For 3 years, Fate conducted a terror campaign against animal testers, torturers, and exploiters, sending death threats to personnel at makeup firms, breaking into labs, kidnapping technicians, and chaining themselves to hospital gates. They also ruined fox hunts, filmed battery chickens, burned down farms, firebombed food outlets, and smashed up circus tents. Their brief being so broad and so fanatical, any animal in any level of discomfort, they were kept seriously busy, and life for Fate members was difficult, dangerous, and punctuated by frequent imprisonment. Through all of this, Jolie and Crispin's relationship grew stronger and served as an example to them all, a beacon in the storm, the ideal example of love between activists. Yada, 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 get on with it. Then in 1987, Crispin went to jail for 3 years for his part in firebombing a Welsh laboratory and releasing 40 cats, 350 rabbits and 1,000 rats from their captivity. Before being taken down to Wormwood Scrubs, Crispin generously informed Jolie that she had his permission to go to other Fate members if she was in need of sexual satisfaction while he was gone. "And did she?" asked Joshua. "Did she fuck?" replied Kenny sadly. During Crispin's captivity, Jolie devoted herself to transforming Fate from a small gang of high-strung friends to a viable underground political force. She began to put less emphasis on terror tactics and, after reading Guy Debord, grew interested in situationism as a political tactic, which she understood to mean the increased use of large banners, costumes, videos, and gruesome reenactments. By the time Crispin emerged from jail, Fate had grown fourfold, and Crispin's legend, lover, fighter, rebel, hero, had grown with it, fueled by Jolie's passionate interpretation of his life and works, and a carefully chosen photo of him circa 1980 in which he looked a bit like Nick Drake. But though his image had been airbrushed, Crispin appeared to have lost none of his radicalism. His first act as a free citizen was to mastermind the release of several hundred vols, an event that received widespread newspaper coverage, though Crispin delegated responsibility for the actual act to Kenny, who was sent down for 4 months of high security. Greatest moment of my life. And then in the summer of 91, Jolie persuaded Crispin to go to California with her to join the other groups fighting the patent on transgenic animals. Though courtrooms weren't Crispin's scene, Crispin's a front-line dude. He succeeded in sufficiently disrupting proceedings to officially warrant a mistrial. The couple flew back to England, elated, but with funds perilously low, to find they had been turfed out of their Brixton pad and, well, Joshua could take the narrative from here. He met them a week later, wandering up and down the Willesden High Road, looking for a suitable squat. They looked lost, and Joshua, emboldened by the summer vibe and Jolie's beauty, went to talk to them. They ended up going for a pint. They drank, as everybody in Willesden drank, in the aforementioned Spotted Dog, a famous Willesden landmark described in 1792 as being a well-accustomed public house, Willesden Post by Len Snow, which became a favourite resort for mid-Victorian Londoners wishing a day out in the country. Then the meeting point for the horse-drawn carriages. Later still, a watering hole for local Irish builders. By 1992, it had transformed again, this time into the focal point of the huge Australian immigrant population of Willesden, who for the last 5 years had been leaving their silky beaches and emerald seas and inexplicably arriving in Northwest too. The afternoon Joshua walked in with Jolie and Crispin, this community was in a state of high excitement. After a complaint of a terrible smell above Sister Mary's palm readers on the high road, the upper flat had been raided by health officers and found to be sheltering 16 squatting Aussies who had dug a huge hole in the floor and roasted a pig in there, apparently trying to recreate the effect of a South Seas underground kiln. Thrown out on the street, they were presently bemoaning their fate to the publican, a huge bearded Scotsman who had little sympathy for his Antipodean clientele. Is there some fucking sign in fucking Sydney that says come to fucking Willesden? Overhearing the story, Joshua surmised the flat must now be empty and took Jolie and Crispin to look at it, his mind already ticking over. If I can get her to live nearby. It was a beautiful, crumbling Victorian building with a small balcony, a roof garden, and a large hole in the floor. He advised them to lie low for a month and then move in. They did, and Joshua saw more and more of them. A month later, he experienced a conversion after hours of talk with Jolie, hours of examining her breasts underneath those threadbare T-shirts, which felt at the time as if somebody had taken his little closed chalfonist head, stuck 2 cartoon sticks of dynamite through each ear, and just blown a big motherfucking hole in his consciousness. It became clear to him in a blinding flash that he loved Jolie, that his parents were assholes, that he himself was an asshole, and that the largest community of Earth, the animal kingdom, was oppressed, imprisoned, and murdered on a daily basis with the full knowledge and support of every government in the world. How much of the last realization was predicated and reliant upon the first was difficult to say. But he had given up Chalfonism and had no interest in taking things apart to see how they fitted together. Instead, he gave up all meat, ran off to Glastonbury, got a tattoo, became the kind of guy who could measure an eighth with his eyes closed, so fuck you, Millat, and generally had a ball. Until finally his conscience pricked him. He revealed himself to be the son of Marcus Chalfon. This horrified Jolie, and Joshua liked to think slightly aroused her, sleeping with the enemy and all that. Joshua was sent away, while fate had a 2-day summit meeting along the lines of, "But he's the very thing we're..." But we could use. It was a protracted process, with votes and sub-clauses and objections and provisos. But in the end, it couldn't really come down to anything more sophisticated than, "Whose side are you on?" Joshua said, "Yours," and Jolie welcomed him with open arms, pressing his head to her exquisite bosom. He was paraded at meetings, given the role of secretary, and was generally the jewel in their crown, the convert from the other side. Since then, and for 6 months, Joshua had indulged his growing contempt for his father, seen plenty of his great love, and set about a long-term plan of insinuating himself between the famous couple. He needed somewhere to stay anyway. The Joneses' hospitality was growing thin. He ingratiated himself with Crispin. Deliberately ignoring Crispin's suspicion of him, Joshua acted like his best mate, did all the shit jobs for him, photocopying, postering, leafleting, kipped on his floor, celebrated Crispin's 7th wedding anniversary, and presented him with a handmade guitar plectrum for his birthday, while all the time hating him intensely, coveting his wife as no man's wife has ever been coveted before, and dreaming up plots for his downfall with a green-eyed jealousy that would make Iago blush. All this had distracted Joshua from the fact that fate were busy plotting his own father's downfall. He had approved it in principle when Magid returned, when his rage was hottest and the idea itself seemed hazy, just some big talk to impress new members. Now the 31st was 3 weeks away, and Joshua had so far failed to question himself in any coherent way, in any Chalfonist fashion, regarding the consequences of what was about to happen. He wasn't even clear precisely what was going to happen. There had been no final decision. And now, as they argued it, the core members of Fate, cross-legged and spaced out around the great hole in the floor, now, as he should have been listening to these fundamental decisions, he had lost the thread of his attention down Jolie's T-shirt, down along the athletic dip and curve of her torso, down further to her tie-dyed pants, down... "Josh, mate, could you just read me the minutes for a couple of minutes ago, if you get my drift?" "Huh?" Crispin sighed and tutted. Jolie reached down from her tabletop and kissed Crispin on the ear. Cunt. "The minutes, Josh. After the stuff Jolie was saying about protest strategy, we'd moved on to the hard part. I want to hear what Paddy was saying a few minutes ago about punishment versus release." Joshua looked at his blank clipboard and placed it over his detumescent erection. I guess I missed that." Well, that was actually really fucking important, Josh. You've got to keep up. I mean, what's the point of doing all this talking? Cunt. Cunt. Cunt.
This ends Disc 17. White Teeth, Disc 18.
"He's doing his best," Jolie interceded, reaching down from her tabletop once more, this time to ruffle Joshua's jufro. "This is probably quite hard for Joshy, you know. I mean, this is quite personal to him." She always called him Joshy like that. Joshy and Jolie. Jolie and Joshy. Crispin frowned. "Well, you know, I've said many times, if Joshua doesn't want to be personally involved in this job because of personal sympathies, if he wants out, then I'm in," snapped Josh, barely restraining the aggression. "I've no intention of wimping out." "That's why Josh is our hero," said Jolie, with an enormous supportive smile. "Mark my words, he'll be the last man standing." Ah, Jolie. "All right, well, let's get on. Try to keep minutes from now on, all right?" "Okay.
Paddy, can you just repeat what you were saying so everyone can take it in? Because I think what you said perfectly sums up the key decision we have to make now.
Paddy's head shot up, and he fumbled through his notes. Well, basically it's a question of what our real aims are. If it's to punish the perpetrators and educate the public, then, well, that involves one sort of approach, an attack directly on the person in question, said Paddy, flashing a nervous glance at Joshua. But if our interest is the animal itself, as I think it should be, then it's a question of an anti-campaign, and if that doesn't succeed, then the forceful release of the animal.
Right,
said Crispin, hesitantly, unsure where the Crispin role of glory would fit into freeing one mouse.
But surely the mouse in this case is a symbol, i.e. this guy's got a lot more of them in his lab, so we have to deal with the bigger picture. We need someone to bust in there.
Well, basically, I think that's the mistake the OHNO make, for example, because they take the animal itself as simply a symbol. And to me, that's absolutely the opposite of what fate is about. If this were a man trapped in a little glass box for 6 years, it wouldn't be a symbol, you know. And I don't know about you, but there's no difference between mice and men, you know, in my opinion. The gathered members of Fate murmured their assent, because this was the kind of sentiment to which they routinely murmured assent. Crispin was miffed.
Right, well, obviously I didn't mean that, Paddy. I just meant there is a bigger picture here, just like choosing between one man's life and many men's lives, right?
Point of order, said Josh, putting his hand in the air for a chance to make Crispin look stupid. Crispin glared. Yes, Joshy, said Jolie sweetly. Go on. It's just there aren't any more mice. I mean, yeah, there are lots of mice, but he hasn't got any exactly like this one. It's an incredibly expensive process. He couldn't afford loads. Plus the press goaded him that if the future mouse died while on display, he could just secretly replace it with another, so he got cooky. He wants to prove that his calculations are correct in front of the world. He's only going to do one and barcode it. There are no others. Jolie beamed and reached down to massage Josh's shoulders.
Right, yes, well, I guess that makes sense. So, Paddy, I see what you're saying. It is a question of whether we're going to devote our attentions to Marcus Chalfon or to releasing the actual mouse from its captivity in front of the world's press.
Point of order.
Yes, Josh, what?
Well, Crispin, this isn't like the other animals you bust out. It won't make any difference. The damage is done. The mouse carries around its own torture in its genes like a time bomb. If you release it, it'll just die in terrible pain somewhere else. Point of order.
Yes, Paddy, go on.
Well, basically, would you not help a political prisoner to escape from jail just because he had a terminal disease? The multiple heads of Fate nodded vigorously.
Yes, Paddy, yes, that's right. I think Joshua's wrong there, and I think Paddy has presented to us the choice we have to make. It's one we've come up against many times before, and we've made different choices in different circumstances. We have, in the past, as you know, gone for the perpetrators. Lists have been made and punishments dealt out. Now, I know in recent years we have been moving away from some of our previous tactics, but I think even Jolie would agree this is really our biggest, most fundamental test of that. We are dealing with seriously disturbed individuals. Now, on the other side of things, we have also staged large-scale peaceful protests and supervised the release of thousands of animals held captive by the state. In this case, we just won't have the time or opportunity to employ both strategies. It's a very public place and, well, we've been over that. As Paddy said, I think the choice we have on the 31st is quite simple. It's between the mouse and the man. Has anyone got any problem with us taking a vote on that? Joshua?
Joshua sat on his hands to lift himself up and give Jolie better purchase on his upper back massage. No problem at all, he said. On the 20th of December, at precisely 0000 hours, the phone rang in the Jones house. Irie shovelled downstairs in her nightdress and picked up the receiver. I would like you yourself to make a mental note of both the date and the time when I have chosen to ring you. What? What? Is that Ryan? Look, Ryan, I don't mean to be rude, but it's midnight, yeah? Is there something you wanted, or...
Irie Pickney, you there?
Your grandmother is on the telephone extension. She wished to talk to you also.
Irie, said Hortense excitably. You gonna have to speak up, me can't hear nothing.
Irie, I repeat, have you noted the date and the time of our call? What? Look, I can't. I'm really tired. Could this wait until... The 20th, Irie, at 0000 hours. 2s and 0s.
You listening, Pickney? Mr. Top's trying to explain something very important.
Gran, you're going to have to talk one at a time. You just hauled me out of bed. I'm like totally knackered. 2s and 0s, Miss Jones, signifying the year 2000, and do you know the month of my call? Ryan, it's December. Is this really the 12th month, Irie, corresponding to the 12 tribes of the children of Israel, of which each was sealed 12,000? Of the tribe of Judah was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Reuben was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Gad... Ryan, I get the picture. There are certain days when the Lord wishes us to act, certain pre-warning days, designated days,
where we must be saving the souls of the lost, warning them ahead of the time.
We are warning you, Irie. Hortense began softly weeping.
We're only trying to warn you, darling.
OK, great, I stand warned. Good night all. That is not the end of our warning, said Ryan solemnly. That is simply the first warning. There are more. Don't tell me. 11 more.
Oh,
cried Hortense, dropping the phone but still distantly audible.
She have been visited by the Lord. She know before she be told.
Look, Ryan, could you somehow condense the other 11 warnings into one, or at least tell me the most important ones? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go back to bed. There was a silence for a minute. Then, very well. Do not get involved with this man.
Oh, Irie, please listen to Mr. Tops. Please listen to him.
With what man? Oh, Miss Jones, please do not pretend you have no knowledge of your great sin. Open your soul. Let the Lord let myself reach out for yourself and wash you free of... Look, I'm really fucking tired. What man? The scientist, Chalfin. The man you call friend when in truth he is an enemy of all humanity. Marcus? I'm not involved with him. I just answer his phone and do his paperwork. And thus are you made the secretary of the devil, said Ryan, prompting Hortense into more and louder tears. Thus is you yourself laid low. Ryan, listen to me. I haven't got time for this. Marcus Chalfin is simply trying to come up with some answers to shit like cancer, okay?
I don't know where you've been getting your information, but I can assure you he ain't the devil incarnate." "Only one of him minions," protested Hortense. "Only one of him front-line troops." "Calm yourself, Mrs. B. I'm afraid your granddaughter is too far gone for us. As I expected, since leaving us, she has joined the dark side." "Fuck you, Ryan. I'm not Darth Vader." "Gran, don't talk to me, Pigney. Don't talk to me. I is bitterly disappointed." "It appears we will be seeing you on the 31st then, Miss Jones." "Stop calling me Miss Jones, Ryan." "The what?" "The 31st. The event will provide a platform for the witness message. The world's press will be there, and so will we. We intend—" "We're gwine warn all of dem," broke in Hortense. "And we got it all planned out nicey. We gwine sing hymns with Mrs. Dobson on the accordion, 'cause you can't shift a piano all the way there. And we gwine hunger strike until that evil man stop messing with the Lord's beauteous creation and—" "Hunger strike? Grant, when you go without 11s, you get nauseous. You've never gone without food for more than 3 hours in your life. You're 85. "You forget," said Hortense with chilling curtness. "I was born in strife. Me a survivor. A little no food don't frighten me." "And you're going to let her do that, are you, Ryan? She's 85. Ryan, 85. She can't go on a hunger strike." "I'm telling you, Irie," said Hortense, speaking loudly and clearly into the mouthpiece. "I want to do this. I'm not bothered by a little lack of food. The Lord giveth with him right hand, and taketh away with him left." Irie listened to Ryan drop the phone, walk to Hortense's room, and slowly ease the receiver from her, persuading her to go to bed. Irie could hear her grandmother singing as she was led down the hallway, repeating the phrase to no one in particular and setting it to no recognizable tune. "The Lord giveth with him right hand, and taketh away with him left." But most of the time, thought Irie, he's simply a thief in the night. He just taketh away. He just taketh the fuck away. Magid was proud to say he witnessed every stage. He witnessed the custom design of the genes. He witnessed the germ injection. He witnessed the artificial insemination, and he witnessed the birth, so different from his own. One mouse only. No battle down the birth canal. No first and second. No saved and unsaved. No potluck. No random factors. No you have your father's snout and your mother's love of cheese. No mysteries lying in wait. No doubt as to when death will arrive. No hiding from illness. No running from pain. No question about who was pulling the strings. No doubtful omnipotence. No shaky fate. No question of a journey. No question of greener grass, for wherever this mouse went, its life would be precisely the same. It would not travel through time, and time's a bitch. Magid knew that much now. Time is the bitch, because its future was equal to its present, which was equal to its past. A Chinese box of a mouse. No other roads, no missed opportunities, no parallel possibilities, no second-guessing, no what-ifs, no might-have-beens. Just certainty. Just certainty in its purest form. And what more, thought Magid, once the witnessing was over, once the mask and gloves were removed, once the white coat was returned to its hook, what more is God than that? Chapter 19. The Final Space. Thursday, December the 31st, 1992. So said the banner on the top of the newspaper. So proclaimed the revellers who danced through early evening streets with their shrill silver whistles and Union Jacks, trying to whip up the feeling that goes with the date. Trying to bring on the darkness, it was only 5 o'clock, so that England might have its once-a-year party. Get fucked up, throw up, snog, grope and impale. Stand in the doorways of trains, holding them open for friends. Argue with the sudden inflationary tactics of Somalian minicab drivers. Jump in water or play with fire, and all by the dim, disguising light of the street lamps. It was the night when England stopped saying, please, thank you, please, sorry, please, did I? And start saying, please, fuck me, fuck you, motherfucker. And we never say that. The accent is wrong. We sound silly. The night England gets down to the fundamentals. It was New Year's Eve. But Joshua was having a hard time believing it. Where had the time gone? It had seeped between the crack in Jolie's legs, run into the secret pockets of her ears, hidden itself in the warm, matted hair of her armpits. And the consequences of what he was about to do on this, the biggest day of his life, a critical situation that 3 months ago he would have dissected, compartmentalized, weighed up and analyzed with Chalfonist vigour. That, too, had escaped him into her crevices. He had made no real decisions this New Year's Eve, no resolutions. He felt as thoughtless as the young men tumbling out of pubs looking for trouble. He felt as light as the child sitting astride its father's shoulders, heading for a family party. Yet he was not with them, out there in the streets, having fun. He was here, in here, careening into the centre of town, making a direct line for the Perrott Institute like a heat-seeking missile. He was here, cramped in a bright red minibus with 10 jumpy members of fate, hurtling out of Willesden toward Trafalgar Square, half listening to Kenny read his father's name out loud for the benefit of Crispin, who was up front driving. When Dr. Marcus Chalfont put his future mouse on public display this evening, he begins a new chapter in our genetic future. Crispin threw his head back for a loud, "Ha!" "Yeah, right, exactly," continued Kenny, trying unsuccessfully to scoff and read simultaneously. "Like, thanks for the objective reporting. Where was I? All right. More significantly, he opens up this traditionally secretive, rarefied and complex branch of science to an unprecedented audience. As the Perrott Institute prepares to open its doors around the clock for 7 years, Dr. Chalfont promises a national event that will be crucially unlike the Festival of Britain in 1951 or the 1924 British Empire exhibition because it has no political agenda. "Ha!" snorted Crispin once more, this time turning right around in his seat, so the Fate minibus, which wasn't officially the Fate minibus, it still had Kensal Rise Family Services Unit in 10-inch yellow letters on either side, a loan from a social worker with furry animal sympathies, only narrowly missed a gaggle of pissed-up, high-heeled girls who were tottering across the road. No political agenda? Is he taking the fucking piss? "Keep your eyes on the road, darling," said Jolie, blowing him a kiss. "We want to at least try to get there in one piece. Left here, down the Edgware Road." "Fucker," said Crispin, glowering at Joshua and then turning back. "What a fucker he is!" "By 1999, read Kenny, following the arrow from the front to page 5.
The year experts predict recombinant DNA procedure will come into its own. Approximately 15 million people will have seen the Future Mouse exhibition, and many more worldwide will have followed the progress of the Future Mouse in the international press. By then, Dr. Chalfin will have succeeded in his aim of educating a nation and throwing the ethical ball into the people's court.
"Pass me the fucking bucket," said Crispin, as if the very words were vomit. "What do the other papers say?"
Paddy held up Middle England's Bible so Crispin could see it in the rear view. Headline, "Mouse Mania." "It comes with a free Future Mouse sticker," said Paddy, shrugging his shoulders and slapping the sticker on his beret. Pretty cute, actually. "The tabloids are a surprise winner, though," said Minnie. Minnie was a brand new convert, a 17-year-old crusty with matted blonde dreads and pierced nipples, whom Joshua had briefly considered becoming obsessed with. He tried for a while, but found he just couldn't do it. He just couldn't leave his miserable little psychotic world of Jolie and go out seeking life on a new planet. Minnie, to her credit, had spotted this straight off and gravitated towards Crispin. She wore as little as the winter weather would allow, and took every opportunity to thrust her perky pierced nipples into Crispin's personal space, as she did now, reaching over to the driver's cab to show him the front page of the daily rag in question. At one and the same time, Crispin tried unsuccessfully to take the Marble Arch traffic circle, avoid elbowing Minnie in the tits, and look at the paper. "I can't see it properly. What is it?" "It's Chalfin's head with mouse ears, attached to a goat's torso, which is attached to a pig's arse, and he's eating from a trough that says genetic engineering at one end and public money at the other. Headline, Chalfin chows down." "Nice. Every little helps." Crispin went round the traffic circle again, and this time got the turning he required. Minnie reached over him and propped the paper on the dashboard. "God, he looks more fucking Chalvinist than ever." Joshua bitterly regretted telling Crispin about this little idiosyncrasy of his family, their habit of referring to themselves as verbs, nouns, and adjectives. It had seemed a good idea at the time. Give everybody a laugh. Confirm, if there was any doubt, whose side he was on. But he never felt that he'd betrayed his father. The weight of what he was doing never really hit him, until he heard Chalvinism ridiculed out of Crispin's mouth. "Look at him, Chalfining around in that trough. Exploit everything and everybody. That's the Chalfin way, eh, Josh?" Joshua grunted and turned his back on Crispin, in favour of the window and a view of the frost over Hyde Park. "That's a classic photo there, see? The one they've used for the head. I remember it. That was the day he gave evidence in the California trial. That look of total fucking superiority. Very Chalfin-esque." Joshua bit his tongue. "Don't rise to it. If you don't rise to it, you gain her sympathy." "Don't, Crisp," said Jolie firmly, touching Joshua's hair. "Just try to remember what we're about to do. He doesn't need that tonight." Bingo. "Yeah, well." Crispin put his foot down on the accelerator. "Minnie, have you and Paddy checked that everyone's got everything they need, balaclavas and that?" "Yeah, all done. It's cool." "Good." Crispin pulled out a small silver box filled with all the necessaries to roll a fat joint and threw it in Jolie's direction, catching Joshua painfully on the shin. "Make us one, love." "Cunt." Jolie retrieved the box from the floor. She worked, crouching, the rolling papers resting on Joshua's knee, her long neck exposed, her breasts falling forward until they were practically in his hands. "Are you nervous?" she asked him, flicking her head back once the joint was rolled. "How do you mean, nervous?" About tonight, I mean. Talk about conflict of loyalties.
Conflict, murmured Josh hazily, wishing he were out there with the happy people, the conflict-free people, the New Year people.
God, I really admire you. I mean, Fate are dedicated to extreme action, and you know, even now I find some of the stuff we do difficult. And we're talking about the most firmly held principle in my life, you know. I mean, Crispin and Fate, that's my whole life.
Oh, great, thought Joshua. Oh, fantastic.
And I'm still shit scared about tonight.
Jolie sparked the joint and inhaled. She passed it straight to Joshua as the minibus took a right past Parliament.
It's like that quote. If I had to choose between betraying my country and betraying my friend, I hope I should have the guts to betray my country. The choice between a duty or a principle, you know. You see, I don't feel torn like that. I don't know if I could do what I'd do if I did. I mean, if it was my father, my first commitment is to animals, and that's Crispin's first commitment too. So there's no conflict. It's kind of easy for us. But you, Joshy, you've made the most extreme decision out of us all. And you just seem so calm. I mean, it's admirable. And I think you've really impressed Crispin. Because, you know, he was a little unsure about whether...
Jolie kept on talking, and Josh kept on nodding in the necessary places, but the hardcore Thai weed he was smoking had lassoed one word of hers, calm, and reined it in as a question. Why so calm, Joshy? You're about to get into some pretty serious shit. Why so calm? Because he imagined he seemed calm from the outside, preternaturally calm, his adrenaline enjoying an inverse relationship with the rising New Year sap, with the jittery nerves of the Fate posse, and the effect of the skunk on top of it all. It was like walking underwater, deep underwater, while children played above. But it wasn't calm so much as inertia. And he couldn't work out, as the van progressed down Whitehall, whether this was the right reaction. To let the world wash over him, to let events take their course. Or whether he should be more like those people out there, whooping and dancing, fighting, fucking. Whether he should be more... What was that horrible late 20th century tautology? Proactive. More proactive in the face of the future. But he took another deep hit on the joint, and it sent him back to 12. Being 12, a precocious kid, waking up each morning fully expecting a 12 hours until nuclear apocalypse announcement. That old cheesy end-of-the-world scenario. Around that time he had thought a lot about extreme decisions, about the future and its deadlines. Even then it had struck him that he was unlikely to spend those last 12 hours fucking Alice, the 15-year-old babysitter next door, telling people that he loved them, converting to Orthodox Judaism, or doing all the things he wanted and all the things he never dared. It always seemed more likely to him, much more likely, that he would just return to his room and calmly finish constructing Lego medieval castle. What else could you do? What other choice could you be certain about? Because choices need time, the fullness of time, time being the horizontal axis of morality. You make a decision, and then you wait and see. Wait and see. And it's a lovely fantasy. This fantasy of no time. 12 hours left, 12 hours left. The point at which consequences disappear and any action is allowable. I'm mad! I'm fucking mad for it!
came the cry from the street. But 12-year-old Josh was too neurotic, too anal, too chalfanist to enjoy it, even the thought of it. Instead, he was there thinking, but what if the world doesn't end, and what if I fucked Alice Rodwell and she became pregnant, and what if... It was the same now. Always the fear of consequences, always this terrible inertia. What he was about to do to his father was so huge, so colossal, that the consequences were inconceivable. He couldn't imagine a moment occurring after that act, only blankness, nothingness. Something like the end of the world. And facing the end of the world, or even just the end of the year, had always given Josh a strangely detached feeling. Every New Year's Eve is impending apocalypse in miniature. You fuck where you want, you puke when you want, you punch who you want to punch, the huge gatherings in the street, the television roundups of the goodies and baddies of time past, the frantic final kisses, the 10, 9, 8... Joshua glared up and down Whitehall at the happy people going about their dress rehearsal. They were all confident that it wouldn't happen, or certain they could deal with it if it did. But the world happens to you, thought Joshua. You don't happen to the world. There's nothing you can do. For the first time in his life, he truly believed that. And Marcus Chalfant believed the direct opposite. And there, in a nutshell, he realized, is how I got here. Turning out of Westminster. Watching Big Ben approach the hour when I shall topple my father's house. That's how we all got here. Between rocks and hard places. The frying pan and the fire. Thursday, December the 31st, 1992, New Year's Eve. Signalling problems at Baker Street. No southbound Jubilee Line trains from Baker Street. Customers are advised to change onto the Metropolitan Line at Finchley Road or change at Baker Street onto the Bakerloo. There is no alternative bus service. Last train 0200 hours. All London Underground staff wish you a safe and happy New Year. Willesden Green Station Manager Richard Daly. Brothers Millat, Irfan, Tyrone, Mo Hussein Ismail, Shiva, Abdul Colin and Abdul Jimmy stood stock still like maypoles in the middle of the station while the dance of the New Year went on around them. "Great," said Millat. "What do we do now?" "Can't you read?" inquired Abdul Jimmy. "We do what the board suggests, brothers," said Abdul Colin, short-circuiting any argument with his deep, calming baritone. "We change at Finchley Road. Allah provides." The reason Millat couldn't read the writing on the wall was simple. He was stoned. It was the second day of Ramadan, and he was stoned. Every synapse in his body had clocked out for the evening and gone home. But there was still some conscientious worker going round the treadmill of his brain, ensuring one thought circulated in his skull. Why? Why get stoned, Millat? Why? Good question. At midday, he'd found an aging 1/8 of an ounce of hash in a drawer, a little bundle of cellophane he hadn't had the heart to throw away 6 months ago, and he smoked it all. He smoked some of it out of his bedroom window, then he walked to Gladstone Park and smoked some more. He smoked the great majority of it in the parking lot of Willesden Library. He finished it off in the student kitchen of one Warren Chapman, a South African skateboarder he used to hang with back in the day. And as a result, he was so stoned now, standing on the platform with the rest, so stoned that he could not only hear sounds within sounds, but sounds within sounds within sounds. He could hear the mouse scurrying along the tracks, creating a higher level of harmonious rhythm with the crackle of the PA system and the offbeat sniff of an elderly woman 20 feet away. Even when the train pulled in, he could still hear these things beneath the surface. Now there is a level of stone that you can be, Millat knew, that is just so very, very stoned that you reach a level of Zen-like sobriety and come out the other side feeling absolutely tip-top, as if you'd never sparked up in the first place. Oh, Millat longed for that. He only wished he'd got that far, but there just wasn't quite enough.
"Are you all right, Brother Millat?" asked Abdul Colin, with concern as the tube doors slid open. "You've gone a nasty colour."
Fine, said Millat, and did a credible impression of being fine, because hash just isn't like drink. No matter how bad it is, you can always, at some level, pull your shit together. To prove this theory to himself, he walked in a slow but confident fashion down the carriage and took a seat at the very end of the line of brothers, between Shiva and some excitable Australians heading for the hippodrome. Shiva, unlike Abdul Colin, had had his share of wild times and could spot the telltale red eye from a distance of 50 yards. "Millat, man," he said under his breath, confident he couldn't be heard by the rest of the brothers above the noise of the train. "What have you been doing to yourself?" Millat looked straight ahead and spoke to his reflection in the train window. "I'm preparing myself." "By getting messed up?" hissed Shiva. He peered at the photocopy of Surah 52 he hadn't quite memorized. "Are you crazy? It's hard enough to remember this stuff without being on the planet Mars while you're doing it." Millat swayed slightly and turned to Shiva with a mistimed lunge. "I'm not preparing myself for that. I'm preparing myself for action, because no one else will do it. We lose one man and you all betray the cause. You desert. But I stand firm." Shiva fell silent. Millat was referring to the recent arrest of Brother Ibrahim ad-Din Shukrala on trumped-up charges of tax evasion and civil disobedience. No one took the charges seriously, but everybody knew it was a not-so-gentle warning from the Metropolitan Police that they had their eye trained on Kevin's activities. In the light of this, Shiva had been the first one to beat a retreat from the agreed Plan A, quickly followed by Abdul Jimmy and Hussein Ishmael, who, despite his desire to wreak violence upon somebody, anybody, had his shop to think about. For a week the argument raged, with Millat firmly defending Plan A, but on the 26th, Abdul Colin, Tyrone and finally Ifan conceded that Plan A might not be in Kevin's long-term interest. They could not, after all, put themselves in an imprisonment situation, unless they were secure in the knowledge that Kevin had leaders to replace them. So Plan A was off. Plan B was hastily improvised. Plan B involved the 7 Kevin representatives standing up halfway through Marcus Chalfon's press conference and quoting Surah 52, the mountain, first in Arabic — Abdul Colin alone would do this — and then in English. Plan B made Millat sick. "And that's it? You're just going to read to him? That's his punishment?" What happened to revenge? What happened to just desserts, retribution, jihad? "Do you suggest," Abdul Colin solemnly inquired, "that the word of Allah, as given to the Prophet Muhammad, Sala Allahu alayhi wa salam, is not sufficient?" Well, no. And so, even though it sickened him, Millat had to step aside. In place of the questions of honour, sacrifice, duty, the life and death questions that came with the careful plotting of clan warfare, the very reasons Millat joined Kevin, in place of these came the question of translation. Everybody agreed that no translation of the Quran could claim to be the word of God.
But at the same time, everybody conceded that Plan B would lose something in the delivery if no one could understand what was being said. So the question was, which translation and why? Would it be one of the untrusty but clear Orientalists? Palmer, 1880, Bell, 1937-39, Arbery, 1955, Daywood, 1956, the eccentric but poetic J.M. Rodwell, 1861, the old favourite, passionate, dedicated Anglican convert par excellence, Muhammad Marmaduke Pickthall, 1930, or one of the Arab brothers, the prosaic Shakir or the flamboyant Yusuf Ali? 5 days they argued it. When Millat walked into the Kilburn Hall of an evening, he had only to squint to mistake this talkative circle of chairs, these supposed fanatic fundamentalists, for an editorial meeting at the London Review of Books. But Daywood is a plod, Brother Ethan would argue vehemently. I refer you to Surah 52, verse 44. If they saw a part of heaven falling down, they would still say it is but a mass of clouds. Mass of clouds? It's not a rock concert. At least with Rodwell there is some attempt to capture the poetry, the remarkable nature of the Arabic. And should they see a fragment of the heaven falling down, they would say it is only a dense cloud. Fragment. Dense. The effect is far stronger, And then, haltingly, Mo Hussein Ishmael. I am just a butcher-stroke corner shop owner. I can't claim to know much about it. But I like very much this last line. It is Rodwell, I think, yes, Rodwell. Surah 52, verse 49. And in the night season, praise him when the stars are setting. Night season. I think that is a lovely phrase. It sounds like an Elvis ballad, much better than the other one, the Pickthall one. And in the night time also hymn his praise and at the setting of the stars. Night season is very much lovelier. And is this what we are here for? Millat had yelled at all of them. Is this what we joined Kevin for? To take no action? To sit around on our arses playing with words? But Plan B stuck. And here they were, whizzing past Finchley Road, heading to Trafalgar Square to carry it out. And this was why Millat was stoned, to give him enough guts to do something else. I stand firm, said Millat in Shiva's ear, slurring his words. That is what we're here for, to stand firm. That is why I joined. Why did you join? Well, in fact, Shiva had joined Kevin for 3 reasons. First, because he was sick of the stick that comes with being the only Hindu in a Bengali Muslim restaurant. Second, because being head of internal security for Kevin beat the hell out of being second waiter at the palace. And third, for the women. Not the Kevin women, who were beautiful but chaste in the extreme, but all the women on the outside who had despaired of his wild ways and were now hugely impressed by his new asceticism. They loved the beard, they dug the hat, and told Shiva that at 38 he had finally ceased to be a boy. They were massively attracted by the fact that he had renounced women, and the more he renounced them, the more successful he became. Of course, this equation could only work so long, and now Shiva was getting more pussy than he ever had as a Kaffir. However, Shiva sensed that the truth was not what was required here, so he said, "To do my duty." "Then we are on the same wavelength, Brother Shiva," said Millat, going to pat Shiva's knee but just missing it. "The only question is, will you do it?" "Pardon me, mate," said Shiva, removing Millat's arm from where it had fallen between his legs. "But I think, taking into account your present condition, the question is, will you?"
Now there was a question. Millat was half sure that he was possibly, maybe, going to do something or not that would be correct and very silly and fine and ungood. Mill, we've got a plan B, persisted Shiva, watching the clouds of doubt cross Millat's face. Let's just go with plan B, yeah? No point in causing trouble, man. You're just like your dad. Classic Iqbal. Can't let things go. Can't let sleeping cats die, or whatever the fuck the phrase is. Millat turned from Shiva and looked at his feet. He had been more certain when he began, imagining the journey as one cold, sure dart on the Jubilee line, Willesden Green to Charing Cross. No changing of trains, not this higgledy-piggledy journey, just a straight line to Trafalgar. And then he would climb the stairs into the square and come face to face with his great-great-grandfather's enemy, Henry Havelock, on his plinth of pigeon-shat stone. He would be emboldened by it, and he would enter the Perrette Institute with revenge and revisionism in his mind and lost glory in his heart, and he... I think, said Millat after a pause, I'm going to vomit. Baker Street! Cried Abdul Jimmy, and with the discreet aid of Shiva, Millat crossed the platform to the connecting train. 20 minutes later, the Bakerloo line delivered them into the icy cold of Trafalgar Square. In the distance, Big Ben. In the square, Nelson, Havelock, Napier, George the Fourth, and then the National Gallery back there near St. Martin's, all the statues facing the clock. They do love their false icons in this country, said Abdul Colin, with his odd mix of gravity and satire, unmoved by the considerable New Year crowd, who were presently spitting at, dancing round and crawling over the many lumps of grey stone. Now will somebody please tell me, what is it about the English that makes them build their statues with their backs to their culture and their eyes on the time? He paused to let the shivering Kevin brothers contemplate the rhetorical question. Because they look to their future to forget their past. Sometimes you almost feel sorry for them, you know, he continued, turning full circle to look around at the inebriated crowd. They have no faith, the English. They believe in what men make, but what men make crumbles. Look at their empire. This is all they have. Charles II Street and South Africa House, and a lot of stupid-looking stone men on stone horses. The sun rises and sets on it in 12 hours. No trouble. This is what is left. I'm bloody cold, complained Abdul Jimmy, clapping his mittened hands together. He found his uncle's speeches a big pain in the arse. Let's get going, he said, as a huge beer-pregnant Englishman, wet from the fountains, collided into him. Out of this bloody madness, it's on Chandos Street. Brother, said Abdul Colin to Millat, who was standing some distance from the rest of the group. Are you ready? I'll be along in a minute. He shooed them away weakly. Don't worry. I'll be there. There were two things he wanted to see first, the first of which was a particular bench. That bench over there, by the far wall. He walked over to it, a long, stumbling journey, trying to avoid an unruly conga line. So much hashish in his head, lead weights on each foot, but he made it. He sat down, and there it was. Iqbal. 5-inch letters, between one leg of the bench and the other. Iqbal. It wasn't clear, and the colour of it was a murky rust. But it was there. The story of it was old. A few months after his father arrived in England, he had sat on this bench, nursing a bleeding thumb,
the top sliced off by a careless, doddering stroke from one of the older waiters. When it first happened in the restaurant, Samad couldn't feel it because it was his dead hand, so he just wrapped it in a handkerchief to stem the flow and continued work. But the material had become soaked in blood. He was putting the customers off their food, and eventually Ardashir sent him home. Samad took his open thumb out of the restaurant, past the Theatreland and down St. Martin's Lane. When he reached the square, he stuck it in the fountain and watched his red inside spill out into the blue water. But he was making a mess, and people were looking. He resolved instead to sit on the bench, gripping his thumb at the root until it stopped bleeding. But the blood kept on coming. After a while, he gave up holding his thumb upright and let it hang down to the floor like halal meat, hoping it would quicken the bleeding process. Then, with his head between his legs and his thumb leaking onto the pavement, a primitive impulse had come over him. Slowly, with the dribbling blood, he wrote Iqbal from one bench leg to the next. Then, in an attempt to make it more permanent, he'd gone over it again with a penknife, scratching it into the stone. A great shame washed over me the moment I finished, he explained to his sons years later. I ran from it into the night. I tried to run from myself. I knew I had been depressed in this country, but this was different. I ended up clinging onto the railings in Piccadilly Circus, kneeling and praying, weeping and praying, interrupting the buskers, because I knew what it meant, this deed. It meant I wanted to write my name on the world. It meant I presumed, like the Englishmen, who named streets in Kerala after their wives, like the Americans, who shoved their flag in the moon. It was a warning from Allah. He was saying, Iqbal, you are becoming like them. That's what it meant. No, thought Millat, the first time he heard this. No, that's not what it meant. It just meant you're nothing. And looking at it now, Millat felt nothing but contempt. All his life he wanted a godfather, and all he got was Samad, a faulty, broken, stupid, one-handed waiter of a man who had spent 18 years in a strange land and made no more mark than this. It just means you're nothing, repeated Millat, working his way through the premature vomit, girls drinking doubles since 3 o'clock, over to Havelock, to look Havelock in his stony eye. It means you're nothing, and he's something. And that's it. That's why Pandy hung from a tree, while Havelock the executioner sat on a chaise longue in Delhi. Pandy was no one, and Havelock was someone. No need for library books and debates and reconstructions. Don't you see, Abba? Whispered Millat. That's it. That's the long, long history of us and them. That's how it was. But no more. Because Millat was here to finish it, to revenge it, to turn that history around. He liked to think he had a different attitude, a second-generation attitude. If Marcus Chalfant was going to write his name all over the world, Millat was going to write his bigger. There would be no misspelling his name in the history books. There'd be no forgetting the dates and times. Where Pandy misfooted, he would step sure. Where Pandy chose A, Millat would choose B. Yes, Millat was stoned. And it may be absurd to us that one Iqbal can believe the breadcrumbs laid down by another Iqbal generations before him have not yet blown away in the breeze. But it really doesn't matter what we believe.
It seems it won't stop the man who thinks this life is guided by the life he thinks he had before, or the gypsy who swears by the queens in her tarot pack. And it's hard to change the mind of the high-strung woman who lays responsibility for all her actions at the feet of her mother, or the lonely guy who sits in a folding chair on a hill in the dead of night waiting for the little green men. Amid the strange landscapes that have replaced our belief in the efficacy of the stars, Millat is not such odd terrain. He believes the decisions that are made come back. He believes we live in circles. His is a simple, neat fatalism. What goes around, comes around. Ding, ding, said Millat out loud, tapping Havelock's foot, before turning on his heel to make his hazy way to Chandos Street. Round 2. December the 31st, 1992. He that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 18. When Ryan Topps was asked to assemble the Lambeth Kingdom Hall's Thought for the Day desk calendar for 1992, he took especial care to avoid the mistakes of his predecessors. Too often in the past, Ryan noted, when the assembler came to choose quotations for entirely fatuous secular days, he let sentiment get the better of him, so that on Valentine's Day 1991 we find, "There is no fear in love, but perfect love casteth out fear." 1 John chapter 4, verse 18. As if John were thinking of the paltry feeling that prompts people to send each other chocolates and cheap teddy bears rather than the love of Jesus Christ, which nothing surpasseth. Ryan took very much the opposite approach. On a day like New Year's Eve, for example, when everybody was running around making their New Year resolutions, assessing their past year and plotting their success for the next, he felt it necessary to bring them to earth with a bump. He wanted to offer a little reminder that the world is cruel and pointless, all human endeavour ultimately meaningless, and no advancement in this world worth making besides gaining God's favour and an entry ticket into the better half of the afterlife. And having completed the calendar the previous year and forgotten much of what he'd done, he was pleasantly surprised when he ripped off the 30th and looked at the crisp white page of the 31st, at just how effective the reminder was. No thought could have been more apt for the day ahead, no warning more propitious. He ripped it from the calendar, squeezed it into the tight leather of his trousers, and told Mrs. B to get in the sidecar. "He who would valiant be against all disaster," sang Mrs. B, as they zipped along Lambeth Bridge, heading for Trafalgar Square. "Let him in constancy follow the master." Ryan made sure to signal a good minute before turning left, so that the Kingdom ladies in the minibus behind wouldn't get confused. He made a quick mental inventory of the things he'd put in the van: songbooks, instruments, banners, watchtower leaflets, all present and correct. They had no actual tickets, but they would make their protest outside, in the cold, suffering like true Christians. Praise be to God, what a glorious day! All portents were good. He even had a dream last night that Marcus Chalfont was the devil himself, and they were standing nose to nose. Ryan had said, "Myself and yourself are at war. There can be only one winner." Then he had quoted the same piece of scripture at him. He couldn't recall precisely what it was now, but it was something from Revelation. Over and over and over again, until the devil Marcus had become smaller and smaller, grown ears and a long forked tail, and finally scurried away, a tiny satanic mouse. As in this vision, so it would be in life. Ryan would remain unbending, unmoving, absolutely constant, and in the end, the sinner would repent. That was how Ryan approached all theological, practical, and personal conflicts. He didn't move,
Not an inch. But then, that had always been his talent. He had a mono-intelligence, an ability to hold on to a single idea with phenomenal tenacity, and he never found anything that suited it as well as the Church of Jehovah's Witnesses. Ryan thought in black and white. The problem with his antecedent passions, scootering and pop music, was there were always shades of grey. Though possibly the two closest things in secular life to a witness preacher are boys who send letters to the New Musical Express and those enthusiasts who pen articles for Scooters Today. There were always the difficult questions of whether one should dilute one's appreciation of the kinks with the little small faces, or whether Italy or Germany were the best manufacturers of spare engine parts. That life seemed so alien to him now, he hardly remembered living it. He pitied those who suffered under the weight of such doubts and dilemmas. He pitied Parliament, as he and Mrs. B scooted past it. He pitied it because the laws made in there were provisional, where his were eternal. There's no discouragement shall make him once relent his first avowed intent to be a pilgrim, trilled Mrs. B. Or so beset him round with dismal stories, do but themselves confound, his strength the more is. He relished it. He relished standing nose to nose with evil and saying, You yourself, prove it to me. Go on, prove it. He felt he needed no arguments like the Muslims or the Jews, no convoluted proofs or defences, just his faith. And nothing rational can fight faith. If Star Wars, secretly Ryan's favourite film, the good, the evil, the force so simple, so true, is truly the sum of all archaic myths and the purest allegory of life, as Ryan believed it was, then faith, unadulterated, ignorant faith, is the biggest fuck-off lightsaber in the universe. Go on, prove it. He did that, every Sunday on the doorsteps, and he would do precisely the same to Marcus Chalfin. Prove to me that you are right. Prove to me that you are more right than God. Nothing on earth would do it, because Ryan didn't believe or care about anything on earth. We're almost there. Ryan squeezed Mrs. B's frail hand and sped across the Strand, then wound his way round the back of the National Gallery. No foe shall stay his might, though he with giants fight. He will make good his right to be a pilgrim. Well said, Mrs. B. The right to be a pilgrim, who does not presume and yet inherits the earth. The right to be right, to teach others, to be just at all times because God has ordained that you will be. The right to go into strange lands and alien places and talk to the ignorant, confident that you speak nothing but the truth. The right to be always right. So much better than the rights he once held dear. The right to liberty, freedom of expression, sexual freedom, the right to smoke pot, the right to party, the right to ride a scooter 65 miles an hour on a main road without a helmet. So much more than all those Ryan could claim. He exercised a right so rare at this, the fag end of the century, as to be practically obsolete. The most fundamental right of all. The right to be the good guy. On 31/12/1992, London transport buses, Route 98, from Willesden Lane to Trafalgar Square at 17:35, fare, adult single, 70p, retain ticket for inspection. Cool, thought Archie.
They don't make 'em like they used to. That's not to say they make them any worse. They just make them very, very different. So much information. The minute you tore one from the perforation, you felt stuffed and pinned down by some all-seeing taxidermist. You felt freeze-framed in time. You felt caught. Didn't used to be. Archie remembered. Many years ago he had a cousin, Bill, who worked the old 32 route through Oxford Street. Good sort, Bill. Smile and a nice word for everyone. Used to tear off a ticket from one of those chug-chug, big-handled mechanical things, and where have they gone? Where's the smudgy ink? On the sly like, no money passed over. There you go, Arch. That was Bill, always helping you out. Anyway, those tickets, the old ones, they didn't tell you where you were going, much less where you came from. He couldn't remember seeing any dates on them either, and there was certainly no mention of time. It was all different now, of course. All this information. Archie wondered why that was. He tapped Samad on the shoulder. He was sitting directly ahead of him in the front seat of the top deck. Samad turned round, glanced at the ticket he was being shown, listened to the question, and gave Archie a funny look. "What is it precisely that you want to know?" He looked a bit testy. Everyone was a little testy right now. There'd been a bit of a ding-dong earlier in the afternoon. Nina had demanded that they all go to the mouse thing, seeing as how Irene was involved and Magid was involved, and the least they could do was go and support family, because whatever they thought of it, a lot of work had gone into it, and young people need affirmation from their parents, and she was going to go even if they weren't, and it was a pretty poor show if family couldn't turn up for their big day, and... Well, it went on. And then the emotional fallout. Irene burst into tears. What was wrong with Irene? She was always a bit weepy these days. Clara accused Nina of emotional blackmail. Alsana said she'd go if Samad went, and Samad said he'd spent New Year's Eve at O'Connell's for 18 years and he wasn't going to stop now. Archie, for his part, said he was buggered if he was going to listen to this racket all evening. He'd rather sit on a quiet hill by himself. They'd all looked at him queerly when he said that. Little did they know he was taking prophetic advice he'd received from Iqbal the day before. December the 28th, 1992. My dearest Archibald, 'tis the season to be jolly, so it has been claimed, but from my window I see only turmoil. At present 6 felines, hungry for territory, are warring in my garden. Not content with their autumnal hobby of drenching their plots in urine, the winter has brought out a more fanatical urge in them. It is down to claws and flying fur. The screeching keeps me up all through the night. I cannot help but think that my own cat Gabriel has the right idea. Sitting atop my shed, having given up his land claims in exchange for a quiet life. But in the end, Alsana laid down the law. Archie and the rest were going whether they liked it or not. And they didn't. So now they were taking up half the bus in their attempts to sit alone. Clara behind Alsana, who was behind Archie, who was behind Samad, who was sitting across from Nina. Irene was sitting next to Archie, but only because there wasn't any more space. I was just saying, said Archie, attempting the first conversation to broach the frosty silence since they left Willesden. It's quite interesting, the amount of information they put on bus tickets these days, compared with, the old days. I was just wondering why. It's quite interesting. I have to be honest, Archibald, said Samad with a grimace. I find it singularly uninteresting. I find it terminally dull. Oh, right, said Archie. Right you are. The bus did one of those arching corners where it feels the merest breath will topple it over.
So you wouldn't know why? No, Jones. I have no intimate friends at the bus garage, nor any inside knowledge of the progressive decisions that are no doubt made daily within London transport. But if you are asking me for my uneducated guess, then I imagine it is a part of some huge government monitoring process to track the every movement of one Archibald Jones, to ascertain where and what he is doing on all days and at every moment.
Jesus, Nina cut in irritably. Why do you have to be such a bully?
Excuse me. I was not aware you and I, Nina, were having a conversation.
He was just asking a question and you have to come over all arsey. I mean, you've been bullying him for half a century. Haven't you had enough? Why don't you just leave him alone?
Nina Begum, I swear, if you give me one more instruction today, I will personally tear your tongue out at the root and wear it as a necktie.
Steady on, Sam, said Archie, perturbed at the fuss he had inadvertently caused. I was just...
Don't you threaten my niece,
Alsana chimed in from further down the bus.
Don't you take it out on her just because you'd rather be eating your beans and chips.
Ah, thought Archie wistfully. Beans and chips.
Then going to see your own son actually achieving something and...
I can't remember you being all that keen, said Clara, adding her tuppence worth. You know, you have a very convenient way, Elsie, of forgetting what happened 2 minutes ago.
This from the woman who lives with Archibald Jones, scoffed Sarmad. I might remind you that people in glass houses...
No, Sarmad, Clara protested. Don't even begin to start on me. You're the one who had all the real objections about coming. But you never stick to a decision, do you? Always pandying around. At least Archie's, well, you know, stumbled Clara, unused to defending her husband and unsure of the necessary adjective. At least he makes a decision and sticks by it. At least Archie's consistent.
Oh, surely yes, said Alsana acidly. The same way that a stone is consistent. The same way my dear Baba is consistent for a very simple reason that she's been buried underground for...
Oh, shut up, said Irie.
This ends Disc 18. White Teeth, Disc 19.
Alsana was silenced for a moment, and then the shock subsided, and she found her tongue.
Irie Jones, don't you tell me...
No, I will tell you, said Irie, going very red in the face. Actually, yeah, I will. Shut up. Shut up, Alsana, and shut up the lot of you, all right? Just shut up. In case you didn't notice, there are, like, other people on this bus, and believe it or not everyone in the universe wants to listen to you lot. So shut it. Go on, try it. Silence. Ah. She reached into the air as if trying to touch the quiet she had created. Isn't that something? Did you know this is how other families are? They're quiet. Ask one of these people sitting here. They'll tell you they've got families. This is how some families are all the time. And some people like to call these families repressed or emotionally stunted or whatever. But do you know what I say? The Iqbals and the Joneses, astonished into silence along with the rest of the bus, even the loud-mouthed ragger girls on their way to a Brixton dance hall New Year ting, had no answer. I say, lucky fuckers. Lucky, lucky fuckers.
Irie Jones, cried Clara, watch your mouth.
But Irie couldn't be stopped. What a peaceful existence. What a joy their lives must be. They open a door and all they've got behind it is a bathroom or a living room, just neutral spaces and not this endless maze of present rooms and past rooms and the things said in them years ago and everybody's old historical shit all over the place. They're not constantly making the same old mistakes. They're not always hearing the same old shit. They don't do public performances of angst on public transport. Really, these people exist, I'm telling you. The biggest traumas of their lives are things like recarpeting, bill paying, gate fixing. They don't mind what their kids do in life as long as they're reasonably, healthy, happy. And every single fucking day is not this huge battle between who they are and who they should be, what they were and what they will be. Go on, ask them. And they'll tell you. No mosque, maybe a little church, hardly any sin, plenty of forgiveness. No attics, no shit in attics, no skeletons in cupboards, no great-grandfathers. I will put 20 quid down now that Samad is the only person in here who knows the inside bloody leg measurement of his great-grandfather. And you know why they don't know? Because it doesn't fucking matter. As far as they're concerned, it's the past. This is what it's like in other families. They're not self-indulgent. They don't run around relishing the fact that they are utterly dysfunctional. They don't spend their time trying to find ways to make their lives more complex. They just get on with it. Lucky bastards. Lucky motherfuckers. The enormous adrenaline rush that sprang from this peculiar outburst surged through Iree's body, increased her heartbeat to a gallop, and tickled the nerve ends of her unborn child. For Iree was 8 weeks pregnant and she knew it. What she didn't know, and what she realised she may never know, the very moment she saw the ghostly pastel blue lines materialise on the home test, like the face of the Madonna in the zucchini of an Italian housewife, was the identity of the father. No test on earth would tell her. Same thick black hair, same twinkling eyes, same habit of chewing the tops of pens, same shoe size, same deoxyribonucleic acid. She could not know her body's decision, what choice it had made in the race to the gamete, between the saved and the unsaved. She could not know if the choice would make any difference, because whichever brother it was the other one too. She would never know. At first, this fact seemed ineffably sad to Iree. Instinctively, she sentimentalized the biological facts, adding her own invalid syllogism. If it was not somebody's child, could it be that it was nobody's child? She thought of those elaborate fictional cartograms that folded out of Joshua's old sci-fi books, his fantasy adventures. That is how her child seemed. A perfectly plotted thing with no real coordinates. A map to an imaginary fatherland. But then, after weeping and pacing and rolling it over and over in her mind, she thought, whatever. Whatever. It was always going to turn out like this. Not precisely like this, but involved like this. This was the Iqbals we were talking about here. This was the Joneses. How could she ever have expected anything less? And so she calmed herself, putting her hand over her palpitating chest and breathing deeply as the bus approached the square and the pigeons circled. She would tell one of them, and not the other. She would decide which. She would do it tonight. "You all right, love?" Archie asked her, after a long period of silence had set in, putting his big pink hand, which was dotted with liver spots like tea stains, on her knee. "A lot on your chest, then?" "Fine, Dad. I'm fine." Archie smiled at her and tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "Dad?" "Yes?" "The thing about the bus tickets. Yes. One theory goes it's because so many people pay less than they should for their journey. Over the past few years, the bus companies have been suffering from larger and larger deficits. You see where it says retain for inspection? That's so they can check later. It's got all the details there, so you can't get away with it. And in the past, Archie wondered, was it just that fewer people cheated? Were they more honest? And did they leave their front doors open? Did they leave their kids with the neighbours, pay social calls, run up tabs with the butcher? The funny thing about getting old in a country is people always want to hear that from you. They want to hear it really was once a green and pleasant land. They need it. Archie wondered if his daughter needed it. She was looking at him funny, her mouth downturned, her eyes almost pleading. But what could he tell her? New Year's come and go, but no amount of resolutions seem to change the fact that there are bad blokes. There are always plenty of bad blokes. When I was a kid, said Iris softly, ringing the bell for their stop, I used to think they were little alibis. Bus tickets, I mean. Look, they've got the time, the date, the place, and if I was up in court and I had to defend myself and prove I wasn't where they said I was, doing what they said I did, when they said I did it, I'd pull out one of those. Archie was silent, and Iris, assuming the conversation was over, was surprised when several minutes later, after they had struggled through the Happy New Year crowd and tourists standing round aimlessly, as they were walking up the steps of the Perrott Institute, her father said, "Now I never thought of that. I'll remember that, because you never know, do you? Do you? Well, there's a thought. You should pick them up off the street, I suppose. Put 'em all in a jar. An alibi for every occasion." And all these people are heading for the same room. The final space. A big room, one of many in the Perrott Institute. A room separate from the exhibition, yet called an exhibition room. A corporate place, a clean slate, white chrome, pure, plain. This was the design brief. Used for the meetings of people who want to meet somewhere neutral at the end of the 20th century. A virtual place where their business, be that rebranding lingerie or rebranding lingerie, can be done in an emptiness, an uncontaminated cavity. The logical endpoint of 1,000 years of spaces too crowded and bloody. This one is pared down, sterilized. Made new every day by a Nigerian cleaning lady with an industrial hoover and guarded through the night by Mr. De Winter, a Polish night watchman. That's what he calls himself. His job title is Asset Security Coordinator. He can be seen protecting the space, walking the borders of the space with a Walkman playing Polish folk tunes. You can see him. You can see it through a huge glass front if you walk by. The acres of protected vacuity and a sign with the prices per square foot of these square feet of space longer than it is wide and tall enough to fit head to toe, 3 arches and at least half an alsana, and tonight there will not be tomorrow, 2 huge matching posters, slick across 2 sides of the room like wallpaper, and the text says, Millennial Science Commission, in a wide variety of fonts, ranging from the deliberate archaism of Viking to the modernity of impact, in order to get a feel of 1,000 years in lettering. This was the brief. And all of it in the alternate colours grey, light blue and dark green, because these are the colours, research reveals,
people associate with science and technology. Purples and reds denote the arts. Royal blue signifies quality and or approved merchandise. Because fortunately, after years of corporate synesthesia, salt and vinegar blue, cheese and onion green, people can finally give the answers required when a space is being designed, or when something is being rebranded. A room, furniture, Britain. That was the brief. A new British room. A space for Britain. Britishness. Space of Britain. British industrial space. Cultural space. Space. They know what is meant when asked how matte chrome makes them feel. And they know what is meant by national identity, symbols, paintings, maps, music, air conditioning, smiling black children or smiling Chinese children or check the box, world music, shag or pile, tile or floorboards, plants, running water. They know what they want, especially those who've lived this century, forced from one space to another like Mr. De Winter, née Wojciech. Renamed, rebranded, the answer to every questionnaire, nothing. Nothing, space. Please, just space. Nothing, please. Nothing. Space. Chapter 20. Of Mice and Memory. It's just like on TV. And that is the most superlative compliment Archie can think of for any real-life event. Except this is just like on TV, but better. It's very modern. It's so well designed you wouldn't want to breathe in it, no matter fart in it. There's these chairs, plastic but without legs, curved like an S. They seem to work by means of their own fold, and they fit together. About 200 of them in 10 rows, and they snake around you when you sit in them. Soft, yet supportive. Comfy. Modern. And you've got to admire folding like that, Archie thinks, luring himself into one. A far higher level of folding than he'd ever been involved with. Very nice. The other thing that makes it all better than TV is it's full of people Archie knows. There's Milboyd at the very back, scoundrel, with Abdul Jimmy and Abdul Colin. Josh Chalfin nearer the middle, and Magid sitting up at the front with the Chalfin woman. Alsana won't look at her, but Archie waves anyway because it'd be rude not to. And facing them all, near Archie, Archie's got the best seat in the house, sits Marcus at a long, long table, just like on TV, with microphones all over it, like a bloody swarm, the huge black abdomens of killer bees. Marcus is sitting next to 4 other blokes, 3 his age and 1 really old bloke, dry-looking, desiccated, if that's the word. And they've all got glasses to a man, the way scientists do on the telly. No white coats, though, all very casual. V-necks, ties, loafers. Bit disappointing. Now, he's seen a lot of these press conference larks, Archie has. Weeping parents, missing child, or conversely, if it was a foreign orphan scenario, weeping child, missing parents. But this is miles better, because in the centre of the table is something quite interesting, which you don't usually get on TV, just the weeping people. A mouse. Quite a plain mouse. Brown, and not with any other mice. But it's very active, scurrying around in this glass box that's about as big as a television with air holes. Archie was a bit worried when he first saw it. 7 years in a glass box? But it turns out it's temporary, just for the photographs. Irie explained there's this huge thing for it in the Institute, full of pipes and secret places, space upon space, so it won't get too bored, and it'll be transferred there later, so that's all right.
He's a cunning-looking little blinder too, this mouse. He looks like he's pulling faces a lot of the time. You forget how alert-looking mice are. Terrible trouble to look after, of course. That's why he never got one for Irie when she was small. Goldfish are cleaner with shorter memories. In Archie's experience, anything with a long memory holds a grievance, and a pet with a grievance, that time you got the food wrong, that time you bathed me, just isn't what you want. Oh, you're right there, agrees Abdul Mickey, plonking himself down in the seat next to Archie, betraying no reverence for the legless chair. You don't want some resentful fucking rodent on your hands. Archie smiles. Mickey's the kind of guy you want to watch the footy with or the cricket, or if you see a fight in the street, you want him to be there because he's kind of a commentator on life, kind of a philosopher. He's quite frustrated in his daily existence because he doesn't get much opportunity to show that side of himself. But get him free of his apron and away from the oven, give him space to manoeuvre, he really comes into his own. Archie's got a lot of time for Mickey. A lot of time. When they going to get on with it, then? He says to Archie. Taking their time, eh? Can't look at a mouse all bloody night, can you? I mean, you get all these people here on New Year's Eve, you want something resembling entertainment? Yeah. Well, says Archie, not disagreeing, but not completely agreeing either. I expect they've got to go through their notes and that. It's not like just getting up and telling a few howlers, is it? I mean, it's not just about pleasing all the people all of the time, now is it? It's science. Archie says science the same way he says modern, as if someone has lent him the words and made him swear not to break them. Science, Archie repeats, handling it more firmly, is a different kettle of fish. Mickey nods at this, seriously considering the proposition, trying to decide how much weight he should allow this counter-argument. Science, with all its connotations of expertise and higher planes, of places in thought that neither Mickey nor Archie has ever visited. Answer none. How much respect he should give it in the light of these connotations. Answer, fuck all. University of life, innit? And how many seconds he should leave before tearing it apart. Answer 3. On the contrary, Archibald, on the bloody contrary. Specious argument, that is. Common fucking mistake, that is. Science ain't no different from nothing else, is it? I mean, when you get down to it, at the end of the day, it's got to please the people. You know what I mean? Archie nods. He knows what Mickey means. Some people, Samad for example, will tell you not to trust people who overuse the phrase at the end of the day. Football managers, estate agents, salesmen of all kinds. But Archie's never felt that way about it. Prudent use of said phrase never failed to convince him that his interlocutor was getting to the bottom of things, to the fundamentals. And if you think there's any difference between a place like this and my calf, Mickey continues, somehow full-throated and yet never increasing above a whisper in terms of decibel, you're having a laugh. It's all the same in the end. It's all about the customer in the end. Exempli fucking grazia. It's no good me putting duck à l'orange on the menu if nobody wants it. Vis-a-vis, there's no point this lot spending a lot of money on some clever ideas if they're not going to do some fucking good for someone. Think about it, says Mickey, tapping his temple, and Archie follows the instruction as best he can. But that don't mean you don't give it a bloody chance, continues Mickey, warming to his theme. You've got to give these new ideas a chance, otherwise you're just a Philistine, Arch. Now, at the end of the day, you know I've always been your cutting-edge type of geezer. That's why I introduced Bubble and Squeak 2 years ago. Archie nods sagely. The bubble and squeak had been a revelation of sorts. Same goes here. You've got to give these things a chance. That's why I said to Abdul Colin and my Jimmy, I said, before you jump the gun, come along and give it a chance. And here they are. Abdul Mickey flicked his head back, a vicious sign of recognition in the direction of his brother and son, who responded in kind. They might not like what they hear, of course, but you can't account for that, can you? But at least they've come along with an open mind. Now, me personally, I'm here on good authority from that Magid Iqbal, and I trust him. I trust his judgment, but as I say, we shall wait and see. We live and fucking learn, Archibald, says Mickey, not to be offensive, but because the F word acts like padding to him. He can't help it. It's just a filler like beans or peas. We live and fucking learn. And I can tell you, if anything said here tonight convinces me that my Jimmy might not have kids with skin like the surface of the fucking moon, then I'm converted, Arch. I'll say it now. I've not the fucking foggiest what some mouse has got to do with the old Yusuf skin, but I'll tell you, I'd put my life in this Iqbal boy's hands. I just got a good feeling off that lad. Worth a dozen of his brother, adds Mickey slyly, lowering his voice because Sam's behind them. A dozen easy. I mean, what the fuck was he thinking, eh? I know which one I'd have sent away, no fear. Archie shrugs. It was a tough decision. Mickey crosses his arms and scoffs. No such thing, mate. You're either right or you ain't. And as soon as you realise that, Arch, suddenly your life becomes a lot fucking easier. Take my word for it. Archie takes Mickey's words gratefully, adding them to the other pieces of sagacity the century has afforded him. You're either right or you ain't. The golden age of luncheon vouchers is over. Can't say fairer than that. Heads or tails? Oi, oi. What's this? Says Mickey with a grin. Here we go. Movement. Microphone in action. 1, 2, 1, 2. Looks like the maneth beginneth. And this work is pioneering. It is something that deserves public money and public attention, and it is work the significance of which overrides in any rational person's mind the objections that have been levied against it. What we need, thinks Joshua, are seats closer to the front. Typical cuntish planning on the part of Crispin. Crispin asked for seats in the thick of it, so fate could kind of merge with the crowd and slip the balaclavas on at the last minute. But it was clearly a rubbishy idea, which relied upon some kind of middle aisle in the seating, which just isn't here. Now they're going to have to make an ungainly journey to the side aisles, like terrorists looking for their seats in the cinema, slowing down the whole operation when speed and shock tactics are the whole fucking point. What a performance. The whole plan pisses Josh off. So elaborate and absurd, all designed for the greater glory of Crispin. Crispin gets to do a bit of shouting. Crispin gets to do some waving of gun. Crispin does some pseudo-Jack Nicholson psycho-twitches just for the drama of it. Fantastic. All Josh gets to say is, Dad, please, give them what they want. Though privately he figures he'll have some room for improvisation. Dad, please, I'm so fucking young. I want to live. Give them what they want, for Christ's sake. It's just a mouse. I'm your son. And then possibly a phony feint in response to a phony pistol whip if his father proves to be hesitant. The whole plan's so high on the cheese factor, it's practically Stilton. But it will work. Crispin had said, that stuff always works. But having spent so much time in the animal kingdom, Crispin is like Mowgli. He doesn't know about the motivations of people. And he knows more about the psychology of a badger than he will ever know about the inner workings of a chalfan. So looking at Marcus up there with his magnificent mouse,
celebrating the great achievement of his life and maybe of this generation, Joshua can't stop his own perverse brain from wondering whether it is just possible that he and Crispin and fate have misjudged completely, that they have all royally messed up, that they have underestimated the power of Chalfanism and its remarkable commitment to the rational. For it is quite possible that his father will not simply and unreflectingly save the thing he loves like the rest of the plebs. It is quite possible that love doesn't even come into it. And just thinking about that makes Joshua smile. And I'd like to thank you all, particularly family and friends who have sacrificed their New Year's Eve. I'd like to thank you all for being here at the outset of what I'm sure everybody agrees is a very exciting project, not just for myself and the other researchers, but for a far wider. Marcus continues, and Millat watches the brothers of Kevin exchange glances. They're figuring about 10 minutes in, maybe 15. They'll take their cue from Abdul Colin. They're following instructions. Millat, on the other hand, is not following instructions, at least not the kind that are passed from mouth to mouth or written on pieces of paper. His is an imperative secreted in the genes, and the cold steel in his inside pocket is the answer to a claim made on him long ago. He's a pandy deep down, and there's mutiny in his blood. As for the practicalities, it'd been no biggie. 2 phone calls to some guys from the old crew, a tacit agreement, some Kevin money, a trip to Brixton, and hey presto, it was in his hand. Heavier than he had imagined. But aside from that, not such a headfuck of an object. He almost recognized it. The effect of it reminded him of a small car bomb he saw explode many years ago in the Irish section of Kilburn. He was only 9, walking along with Samad, but where Samad was shaken, genuinely shaken, Millat hardly blinked. To Millat it was so familiar. He was so unfazed by it. Because there aren't any alien objects or events anymore. Just as there aren't any sacred ones. It's all so familiar. It's all on TV. So handling the cold metal, feeling it next to his skin that first time, it was easy. And when things come to you easily, when things click effortlessly into place, it is so tempting to use the 4-letter F word, fate, which to Millat is a quantity very much like TV, an unstoppable narrative, written, produced and directed by somebody else. Of course, now that he's here, now that he's stoned and scared, and it doesn't feel so easy, and the right-hand side of his jacket feels like someone put a fucking cartoon anvil in there, now he sees the great difference between TV and life, and it kicks him right in his groin. Consequences. But even to think this is to look to the movies for reference, because he's not like Samad or Mango Pandy. He didn't get a war. He never saw action. He hasn't got any analogies or anecdotes. Is to remember Pacino in The First Godfather, huddled in the restaurant toilet, as Pandy was huddled in the barracks room, considering for a moment what it means to burst out of the men's room and blast the hell out of the 2 guys at the checkered table. And Millat remembers. He remembers rewinding and freeze-framing and slow-playing that scene countless times over the years. He remembers that no matter how long you hold the split second of Pacino reflecting, no matter how often you replay the doubt that seems to cross his face, he never does anything else but what he was always going to do. And when we consider that the human significance of this technology, which will prove, I believe, the equal of this century's discoveries in the field of physics, relativity, quantum mechanics, when we consider the choices it affords us, not between a blue eye and a brown eye, but between eyes that would be blind and those that might see. But Irene now believes there are things the human eye cannot detect, not with any magnifying glass, binoculars, or microscope. She should know. She's tried. She's looked at one, and then the other. One, and then the other. So many times they don't seem like faces anymore. Just brown canvases with strange protrusions. Like saying a word so often it ceases to make sense. Magid and Millat, Millat and Magid, Majlat, Milgid. She's asked her unborn child to offer some kind of a sign, but nothing. She's had a lyric from Hortense's house going through her head, Psalm 63, "Early will I seek thee, my soul thirsteth for thee, my flesh longeth for thee." But it asks too much of her. It requires her to go back to the root, to the fundamental moment when sperm met egg, when egg met sperm. So early in this history it cannot be traced. Irene's child can never be mapped exactly, nor spoken of with any certainty. Some secrets are permanent. In a vision, Irene has seen a time not far from now, when roots won't matter anymore, because they can't, because they mustn't, because they're too long, and they're too tortuous, and they're just buried too damn deep. She looks forward to it. He who would valiant be against all disaster. For a few minutes now, beneath Marcus's talk and the shutters of cameras, another sound. Millat in particular has been attuned to it. A faint singing sound has been audible. Marcus is doing his best to ignore it and continue, but it has just got considerably louder. He has begun to pause between his words to look around, though the song is clearly not in the room. Let him with constancy follow the master. Oh, God, murmurs Clara, leaning forward to speak in her husband's ear. It's Hortense. It's Hortense. Archie, you've got to go and sort it out, please. It's easiest for you to get out of your seat. But Archie is thoroughly enjoying himself. Between Marcus's talk and Mickey's commentary, it's like watching two TVs at once, very informative. Ask Irene. I can't. She's too far in to get out. Archie, she growls, lapsing into a threatening patois. You can't just let him sing through the whole thing? Sam, says Archie, trying to make his whisper travel. Sam, you go. You don't even want to be in here. Go on. You know Hortense. Just tell her to keep it down. It's just I'd quite like to listen to the rest of this, very informative. With pleasure, hisses Samad, getting out of his seat abruptly and not troubling to excuse himself as he steps firmly on Nina's toes. No need, I think, to save my place. Marcus, who is now a quarter of the way through a detailed description of the mouse's 7 years, looks up from his paper at the disturbance and stops to watch the disappearing figure with the rest of the audience. I think somebody realised this story doesn't have a happy ending. As the audience laughs lightly and settles back into silence, Mickey nudges Archibald in his ribs. Now you see, that's a bit more like it, he says. A bit of a comic touch, Liven things up a bit. Layman's terms, innit? Not everybody went to the bloody Oxbridge. Some of us went to the University of Life, agrees Archie, nodding, because they were both there, though at different times. Can't beat it. Outside. Samad feels his resolve, strong when the door slammed behind him, weaken as he approaches the formidable witness ladies, 10 of them, all ferociously bewigged, standing on the front steps, banging away at their percussion as if they wished to beat out something more substantial than rhythm. They are in full voice. 5 security guards have already admitted defeat, and even Ryan Topp seems slightly in awe of his choral Frankenstein, preferring to stand at a distance on the pavement, handing out copies of the Watchtower to the great crowd heading for Soho. "Do I get a concession?" inquires one drunken girl, inspecting the kitschy painting of heaven on the cover, adding it to her handful of New Year club flyers. "Has it got a dress code?" With misgivings, Samad taps the triangle player on her rugby forward shoulders. He tries the full range of vocabulary available to an Indian man addressing potentially dangerous elderly Jamaican women. "If I could please, sorry, possibly, please, sorry." You learn it at bus stops. But the drums proceed. The kazoo buzzes. The cymbals crash. The ladies continue to crunch their sensible shoes in the frost, and Hortense Bowden, too old for marching, continues to sit on a folding chair, resolutely eyeballing the mass of dancing people in Trafalgar Square. She has a banner between her knees that states simply, "The time is at hand." Revelation, chapter 1, verse 3. "Mrs. Bowden," says Samad, stepping forward in a pause between verses. "I am Samad Iqbal, a friend of Archibald Jones." Because Hortense does not look at him or betray any twinge of recognition, Samad feels bound to delve deeper into the intricate web of their relations. "My wife is a very good friend of your daughter. My step-niece also. My sons are friends with your..." Hortense kisses her teeth. "I know for who you are, man. You know me, I know you. But at this point, there are only 2 kind of people in the world." "It is just that we were wondering," Samad interrupts, spotting a sermon and wanting to sever it at the root. "If you could possibly reduce the noise somewhat. If only..." But Hortense is already overlapping him, eyes closed, arm raised, testifying to the truth in the old Jamaican fashion. 2 kind of people, them who sing for the Lord, and them who reject him at the peril of them souls." She turns back. She stands. She shakes her banner furiously in the direction of the drunken hordes moving up and down as one in the Trafalgar fountains, and then she's asked to do it again for a cynical photojournalist with a waiting space to fill on page 6. "Bit higher with the banner, love," he says, camera held up, one knee in the snow. "Come on, get angry, that's it. Lovely jubbly." The witness women raise their voices, sending song up into the firmament. "Early will I seek thee," sings Hortense. "My soul thirsteth for thee. My flesh longeth for thee in a dry and thirsty land where no water is." Samad watches it all and finds himself, to his surprise, unwilling to silence her. Partly because he's tired, partly because he's old, but mostly because he would do the same, though in a different name. He knows what it is to seek. He knows the dryness. He has felt the thirst you get in a strange land, horrible, persistent, the thirst that lasts your whole life. "Can't say fairer than that," he thinks. Can't say fairer than that. Inside. But I'm still waiting for him to get to the bit about me skin. Ain't heard nothing yet, have you, Arch? No, nothing yet. I expect he's got a lot to get through. Revolutionary, all this. Yeah, naturally. But you pays your money, you gets your choice. You didn't pay for your ticket, did you? No, I didn't. But I've still got expectations. The principle's the same, innit? Oi. Shut it a minute. I thought I heard skin just then. Mickey did hear skin. Papillomas on the skin, apparently. A good 5 minutes' worth. Archie doesn't understand a word of it. But at the end of it, Mickey looks satisfied, as if he's got all the information he's been looking for. Now that's why I came, Arch. Very interesting. Great medical breakthrough. Fucking miracle workers, these doctors. And in this, Marcus is saying, he was elemental and indispensable. Not only is he a personal inspiration, but he laid the foundations for so much of this work, particularly in his seminal paper, which I first heard in... Oh, that's nice. Giving the old bloke some credit, and you can tell he's chuffed to hear it. Looks a bit tearful. Didn't catch his name. Still, nice not to take all the glory for yourself. But then again, you don't want to overdo it. The way Marcus is going on sounds like the old bloke did everything. Blimey, says Mickey, thinking the same thing. Fulsome praise, eh? I thought you said it was this Chalfon who was the Mr. Big. Maybe they're partners in crime, suggests Archie. Pushing the envelope when work in this area was seriously underfunded and looked to remain in the realms of science fiction. For that reason alone, he has been the guiding spirit, if you like, behind the research group and is, as ever, my mentor, a position he has filled for 20 years now. You know who my mentor is, says Mickey. Muhammad Ali. No question. Integrity of mind, integrity of spirit, integrity of body. Top bloke, wicked fighter. And when he said he was the greatest, he didn't just say the greatest. Archie says, no? Nah, mate, says Mickey, solemn. He said he was the greatest of all times, past, present, future. He was a cocky bastard, Ali. Definitely my mentor. Mentor, thinks Archie. For him, it's always been Samad. You can't tell Mickey that. Obviously, sounds daft, sounds queer, but it's the truth. Always Sammy, through thick and thin. Even if the world were ending, never made a decision without him in 40 years. Good old Sam. Sam the man. And so, if any one person deserves the lion's share of recognition for the marvel you see before you, it is Dr. Marc-Pierre Perret, a remarkable man and a very great... Every moment happens twice, inside and outside, and they are two different histories. Archie does recognise the name, faintly, somewhere inside, but he is already twisting in his seat by then, trying to see if Samad is returning. He can't see Samad. Instead, he spots Millat, who looks funny, who looks decidedly funny, peculiar rather than ha-ha. He's swaying ever so slightly in his seat, and Archie can't catch his eye for a "you all right, mate" look, because his eyes are locked onto something, and when Archie follows the path of this stare, he finds himself looking at the same peculiar thing. An old man weeping tiny tears of pride. Red tears. Tears Archie recognizes. But not before Samad recognizes them. Captain Samad Mia, who has just stepped soundlessly through the modern door with its silent mechanism. Captain Samad Mia, who pauses for a moment on the threshold, peers through his reading glasses, and realizes that he has been lied to by his only friend in the world for 50 years. That the cornerstone of their friendship was made of nothing more firm than marshmallow and soap bubbles. That there is far, far more to Archibald Jones than he had ever imagined. He realizes everything at once like the climax of a bad Hindi musical. And then, with a certain hurried glee, he gets to the fundamental truth of it, the anagnorisis. This incident alone will keep us two old boys going for the next 40 years. It is the story to end all stories. It is the gift that keeps on giving. Archibald! He turns from the doctor toward his lieutenant and releases a short, loud, hysterical laugh. He feels like a new bride looking at her groom with perfect recognition just at the moment when everything between the two of them has changed. You two-faced, buggering bastard trickster! Misa Mata! Bean Chut! Shura Baicha! Siut! Marani! Haram! Judah! Samad tumbles into the Bengali vernacular, so colourfully populated by liars, sister-fuckers, sons and daughters of pigs, people who give their own mothers oral pleasure. But even before this, or at least simultaneous with this, while the audience looks on, bemused by this old brown man shouting at this old white man in a foreign tongue, Archie senses something else going on, some movement in this space, potential movement all over the room. The Indian guys at the back, the kids sitting near Josh, Iree looking from Millat to Magid, Magid to Millat like an umpire, and sees that Millat will get there first, and Millat is reaching like Pandy, and Archie has seen TV, and he has seen real life, and he knows what such a reach means, so he stands, so he moves. So as the gun sees the light, he is there. He is there with no coin to help him. He is there before Samad can stop him. He is there with no alibi. He is there between Millat Iqbal's decision and his target, like the moment between thought and speech, like the split-second intervention of memory or regret. At some point in the darkness, they stopped walking through the flatlands, and Archie pushed the doctor forward, made him stand just in front where he could see him. "Stay there," he said, as the doctor stepped inadvertently into a moonbeam. "Stay right bloody there." Because he wanted to see evil, pure evil, the moment of the great recognition. He needed to see it, and then he could proceed as previously arranged. But the doctor was stooping badly, and he looked weak. His face was covered in pale red blood, as if the deed had already been done. Archie'd never seen a man so crumpled, so completely vanquished. It kind of took the wind out of his sails. He was tempted to say, "You look like I feel." For if there was an embodiment of his own pounding headache, of the alcoholic nausea rising from his belly, it was standing opposite him now. But neither man spoke. They just stood there for a while, looking at each other across the loaded gun. Archie had the funny sensation that he could fold this man instead of killing him, fold him up and put him in his pocket. "Look,
I'm sorry about it, said Archie desperately, after 30 long seconds of silence. War's over. I've nothing against you personal, but my friend Sam, well, I'm in a bit of a situation, so there it is. The doctor blinked several times and seemed to be struggling to control his breathing. Through lips red with his own blood, he said, "When we were walking, you said that I might plead." Keeping his hands behind his head, the doctor made a move to get on his knees, but Archie shook his head and groaned. "I know what I said, but there's no... It's just better if I..." said Archie sadly, miming the pull of the trigger and the kickback of the gun. "Don't you think? I mean, easier, all round." The doctor opened his mouth as if to say something, but Archie shook his head again. "I've never done this before, and I'm a bit, well, pissed, frankly. I drank quite a bit, and it wouldn't help. You'd be there talking, and I probably wouldn't make head nor tail of it, so..." Archie lifted his arms until they were in line with the doctor's forehead, closed his eyes, and cocked the gun. The doctor's voice jumped an octave. "A cigarette!" And it was at that moment that it started to go wrong. Like it went wrong for Pandy. He should have shot the bloke then and there, probably. But instead, he opened his eyes to see his victim struggling to pull out a battered cigarette package and a box of matches from his top pocket like a human being. "Could I? Please. Before..." Archie let all the breath he had summoned up to kill a man come out through his nose. "Can't say no to a last request," said Archie, because he'd seen the movies. "I've got a light if you like." The doctor nodded. Archie struck a match and the doctor leaned forward to light up. "We'll get on with it," said Archie after a moment. He never could resist a pointless debate. "If you've got something to say, say it. I haven't got all night." "I can speak. We are to have a conversation." "I didn't say we were going to have a conversation," said Archie sharply, because this was a tactic of movie Nazis, and Archie should have known. He spent the first 4 years of the war watching flickering movie Nazis at the Brighton Odeon. They tried to talk their way out of stuff. "I said you were going to talk, and then I was going to kill you." "Oh, yes. Of course." The doctor used his sleeve to wipe his face and looked at the boy curiously, double-checking to see if he was serious. The boy looked serious. "Well, then, if I may say so..." The doctor's mouth hung open, waiting for Archie to insert a name, but none came. "Lieutenant, if I may say so, Lieutenant, it appears to me you are in something of a moral quandary." Archie didn't know what quandary meant. It reminded him of coal, metal and whales, somewhere between quarry and foundry. At a loss, he said what he always said in these situations. "I should cocoa." "Ah, yes, said Dr. Sick, gaining some confidence. He had not yet been shot, and a whole minute had so far passed. "It seems to me you have a dilemma. On the one hand, I do not believe you wish to kill me." Archie squared his shoulders. "Now look, sunshine." "And on the other, you have promised your overzealous friend that you will, but it is more than that." The doctor's shaking hands tapped his own cigarette inadvertently,
and Archie watched the ash fall like grey snow onto his boots. On the one hand, you have an obligation to your country and to what you believe is right. On the other hand, I am a man. I am speaking to you. I breathe and I bleed as you do. And you do not know for certain what type of a man I am. You have only hearsay. So I understand your difficulty.
I don't have a difficulty. You're the one with the difficulty, Sunshine.
And yet, though I am not your friend, you have a duty to me because I am a man. I think you are caught between duties. I think you find yourself in a very interesting situation.
Archie stepped forward and put the muzzle 2 inches from the doctor's forehead. You finished? The doctor tried to say yes, but nothing came except a stutter.
Good. Wait. Please. Do you know Sartre?
Archie sighed, exasperated. No, we haven't any friends in common. I know that because I've only got one friend and he's called Iqbal. Look, I'm going to kill you. I'm sorry about it, but
not a friend. Philosopher. Sartre. Monsieur J. P.
Oh? Said Archie, agitated, suspicious. Sounds French.
He is French. A great Frenchman. I met him briefly in 41, when he was imprisoned. But when I met him, he posed a problem which is similar, I think, to yours.
Go on, said Archie slowly. The fact was he could do with some help.
The problem,
continued Dr. Sick, trying to control his hyperventilation, sweating so much there were 2 little pools in the hollows at the base of his neck,
is that of a young French student who ought to care for his sick mother in Paris, but at the same time ought to go to England to help the Free French fight the National Socialists. Now, remembering that there are many kinds of ought, one ought to give to charity, for example, but one doesn't always do so. It is ideal, but it is not required. Remembering this, what should he do?
Archie scoffed. That's a bloody stupid question. Think about it. He gesticulated with the gun, moving it from the doctor's face and tapping his own temple with it. At the end of the day, he'll do the one he cares about more. Either he loves his country or his old mum.
But what if he cares about both options equally? I mean, country and old mum. What if he is obligated to do both?
Archie was unimpressed. Well, he better just do one and get on with it.
The Frenchman agrees with you, said the doctor, attempting a smile. If neither imperative can be overridden, then choose one, and, as you say, get on with it. Man makes himself, after all, and he is responsible for what he makes.
There you are, then, end of conversation. Archie placed his legs apart, spread his weight, ready to take the kickback, and cocked the gun once more.
But think, please, my friend. Try to think.
The doctor fell to his knees, sending up a cloud of dust that rose and fell like a sigh. Get up, gulped Archie, horrified by the streams of eye blood, the hand on his leg and then the mouth on his shoe. Please, there's no need for... But the doctor grabbed the back of Archie's knees.
Think, please. Anything may happen. I may yet redeem myself in your eyes, or you may be mistaken. Your decision may come back to you as Oedipus's return to him, horrible and mutilated.
You cannot say for sure. Archie grabbed the doctor by his skinny arm, hauled him upright and began yelling, "Look, mate, you've upset me now. I'm not a bloody fortune-teller. The world might end tomorrow for all I know, but I've got to do this now. Sam's waiting for me, please," said Archie, because his hand was shaking and his resolve was escaping him. "Please stop talking. I'm not a fortune-teller." But the doctor collapsed once more like a jack-in-the-box. "No, no, we are not fortune-tellers. I could never have predicted my life would end up in the hands of a child." Corinthians 1, chapter 13, verses 8 to 10. "Whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away." But when will it come? For myself, I became tired of waiting. It is such a terrible thing to know only in part. A terrible thing not to have perfection, human perfection, when it is so readily available. The doctor lifted himself up and tried to reach out to Archie just as Archie backed away. "If only we were brave enough to make the decisions that must be made between those worth saving and the rest. Is it a crime to want—" "Please, please," said Archie, ashamed to find himself crying. Not red tears like the doctor's, but thick and translucent and salty. "Stay there. Please stop talking. Please." And then I think of the perverse German, Friedrich. Imagine the world with no beginning or end, boy. He spat this last word, boy, and it was a thief that changed the balance of power between them, stealing whatever strength was left in Archie and dispersing it on the wind. Imagine, if you can, events in the world happening repeatedly, endlessly, in the way they always have. Stay where you fucking are. Imagine this war over and over 1,000,000 times. "No thanks," said Archie, choking on snot. "Bad enough the first time." "It is not a serious proposition. It is a test. Only those who are sufficiently strong and well disposed to life to affirm it, even if it will just keep on repeating, have what it takes to endure the worst blackness. I could see the things I have done repeated infinitely. I am one of the confident ones, but you are not one of them. Please, just stop talking. Please, so I can—" "The decision you make, Archie," said Dr. Sick, betraying a knowledge that he had possessed from the start, the boy's name, which he had been waiting to employ when it would have the most power. "Could you see it repeated again and again through eternity? Could you?" "I've got a coin!" yelled Archie, screamed it with joy, because he had just remembered it. "I've got a coin!" Dr. Sick looked confused and stopped his stumbling steps forward. "Ha! I have a coin, you bastard! Ha! So balls to you!" Then another step, his hands reaching out, palms up, innocent. "Stay back. Stay where you are, right? This is what we're going to do. Enough talking. I'm going to put my gun down here, slowly. Here." Archie crouched and placed it on the ground,
roughly between the two of them. That's so you can trust me. I'll stand by my word. And now I'm going to throw this coin, and if it's heads, I'm going to kill you." "But," said Dr. Sick. And for the first time, Archie saw something like real fear in his eyes. The same fear that Archie felt so thoroughly he could hardly speak. "And if it's tails, I won't. No, I don't want to talk about it. I'm not much of a thinker when you get down to it. That's the best I can offer. All right. Here goes." The coin rose and flipped as a coin would rise and flip every time in a perfect world, flashing its light and then revealing its dark, enough times to mesmerize a man. Then, at some point in its triumphant ascension, it began to arc, and the arc went wrong, and Archibald realized that it was not coming back to him at all, but going behind him, a fair way behind him, and he turned round to watch it fall in the dirt. He was bending to pick it up when a shot rang out, and he felt a blistering pain in his right thigh. He looked down. Blood. The bullet had passed straight through, just missing the bone, but leaving a shard of the cap embedded deep in the flesh. The pain was excruciating and strangely distant at the same time. Archie turned back round to see Dr. Sick half bent over, the gun hanging weakly in his right hand. "For fuck's sake! Why did you do that?" said Archie, furious, grabbing the gun off the doctor easily and forcefully. "It's tails, see? It's tails! Look! Tails! It was tails!" So Archie is there in the trajectory of the bullet, about to do something unusual, even for TV. Save the same man twice and with no more reason or rhyme than the first time. And it's a messy business, this saving people lark. Everybody in the room watches in horror as he takes it in the thigh, right in the femur, spins round with some melodrama and falls right through the mouse's glass box. Shards of glass all over the gaff. What a performance. If it were TV, you would hear the saxophone around now. The credits would be rolling. But first, the end games. Because it seems no matter what you think of them, they must be played. Even if, like the independence of India or Jamaica, like the signing of peace treaties or the docking of passenger boats, the end is simply the beginning of an even longer story. The same focus group who picked out the colour of this room, the carpet, the font for the posters, the height of the table, would no doubt check the box that asked to see all these things played to their finish. And there is surely a demographic pattern to all those who wish to see the eyewitness statements that identified Magid as many times as Millat, the confusing transcripts, the videotape of uncooperating victim and families. A court case so impossible the judge gave in and issued 400 hours community service to both twins, which they served, naturally, as gardeners in Joyce's new project, a huge millennial park by the banks of the Thames. And is it young professional women aged 18 to 32 who would like a snapshot 7 years hence of Irene, Joshua and Hortense sitting by a Caribbean sea? For Irene and Joshua become lovers in the end. You can only avoid your fate for so long. While Irene's fatherless little girl writes affectionate postcards to bad Uncle Millat and good Uncle Magid, and feels free as Pinocchio, a puppet clipped of paternal strings. And could it be that it is largely the criminal class and the elderly who find themselves wanting to make bets on the winner of a blackjack game, the one played by Alsana and Samad, Archie and Clara in O'Connell's December the 31st, 1999, that historic night when Abdul Mickey finally opened his doors to women? But surely to tell these tall tales and others like them would be to speed the myth, the wicked lie, that the past is always tense and the future perfect. And as Archie knows, it's not like that. It's never been like that. Maybe it would make an interesting survey. What kind would be your decision? To examine the present and divide the onlookers into two groups. Those whose eyes fell upon a bleeding man slumped across a table, and those who watched the getaway of a small brown rebel mouse. Archie, for one, watched the mouse. He watched it stand very still for a second with a smug look, as if it expected nothing less. He watched it scurry away over his hand. He watched it dash along the table and through the hands of those who wished to pin it down. He watched it leap off the end and disappear through an air vent. "Go on, my son," thought Archie.
The end. You've been listening to White Teeth by Zadie Smith, narrated by Jenny Sterlin. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends The Woman and the Ape by Peter Hoag, also narrated by Jenny Sterlin, and Bridget Jones' Diary by Helen Fielding, narrated by Barbara Rosenblatt. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalogue, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, please call us using the toll-free number found on the back of the book. You can order by phone with any major credit card, or by writing to us, or by faxing us. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. On our website, you can browse the catalogue, hear about the latest releases, place orders, or tune into narrator profiles and author interviews. So visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.